Good morning, everyone. Grace Saldana here with my co-host Liz Willis, and we are live at CPAC 2022, and I think it feels like the third one that we've done in the past 12 months.
I think we're professionals at this point, CPAC professionals.
But that's okay. We love being here, and we're very excited to bring you interviews from all of your favorite conservatives and Republican activists and people like Project Veritas. So we have a nice interview lined up for you guys, and this will be lasting from today, tomorrow through Sunday, live all day, every day. So make sure you guys tune in, don't miss a thing. And how this is going to work is we're going to conduct live interviews here, bring them to you right away, and then we're going to cut back to the ballroom. So it's not going to be a traditional full live coverage of CPAC in its entirety, but that's how we are going to run this show, and we're so excited to be doing that for you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. So right now I'm just pulling up some of the featured speakers to go over who we can expect to be talking the next few days. Of course, we've got some really good ones. I know you were just talking about who we're going to interview. You mentioned Project Veritas. I think it'll be fun to talk about who we're most excited to interview.
Yes.
And I need to confirm a time and day, but I'm so excited to interview Jack Posobiec.
I love him.
So funny. The last time he spoke was at one of our Turning Point events, and I was like, okay, I already knew he was smart. I didn't realize he was funny. So
Yeah. I think I'm most excited to interview Matt Gaetz. He's, your firebrand conservative. He's just so fun, so much energy, has a lot to say every day. He doesn't have your same old stale talking points.
I feel like you can just sit down and hang out with him.
Yeah.
It's not so professional. I mean, it's
same
professional,
thing with Jack.
but yeah. Also, we need to figure out DeSantis.
He's not going to be available for interviews. I did get a response from his media team, so we won't be able to do that, but they want to stay in touch, so perhaps
you tried, so good for you. Good for you.
Yes.
So we've got Donald J. Trump. He's going to be speaking, of course. That is the biggest speaker. Donald Trump Jr., DeSantis, Candace Owens, Glenn Beck, Tulsi Gabbard. What do you think about that? What do you think about that?
I think it's good to have a different perspective thrown in the mix versus your same speakers all the time. And I think that CPAC gets a lot of flack for that. And that's why a lot of people tune out of big events like this when we cover them. So I think it's good to mix it up.
I think it's great. It also shows, because think about it. The only way we're going to win this war, culture war, whatever you want to call it, is if we are able to compromise and bring people over.
Right.
You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And if we're not willing to discuss and have this, let her sit at the table, then what are we doing? A few years ago, would she have wanted to come to this? Probably absolutely not, is what I'm saying. She'd be like, no way am I conservative. But I think this shows that, people are switching. It's like the walk away, but for presidential candidates, that's, in my opinion, that's huge. I know some people are pissed, but there's hope. People can change. So I'm anxious to see what she has to say about the conservative movement.
Me too. And I think that it really shows how far left the left has become, because when people like Tulsi Gabbard, who would normally be considered, she is a moderate Democrat, would not even come close to the Republican Party. And they're alienating her, and she has a home here if she ever wants to switch, but some of her ideas might need to switch too. And
of course. But I think we need a reminder, let's try and be open. I would rather have more people here and less people, on our side. All right, so we've got Ted Cruz. That man is working so hard. He was just at Mar-a-Lago 2 days ago with Herschel Walker and President Trump. So excited to see him. We'll try and grab him for an interview. Matt Schlapp. We need to reach out to him. Have we done that?
I haven't reached out to Matt Schlapp. I don't think he has I don't know who his media contact is.
I don't either.
So we would need to locate that.
Yes.
It's hard to find some of these public figures who are not politicians because they don't have full-blown media teams. So.
I messaged Kyle Rittenhouse. He will not be attending.
Oh, man.
But I was actually really excited. I was reading. I didn't have time. We've been setting this up, but I saw something. He might be doing a defamation lawsuit against Lebron James. Have you read into that? Yeah,
so he is, I forget what it's called. I think it's called the Media Accountability Project, and he is planning to sue everyone who defamed him during his trial.
I just got chills.
We have an article about it up right now on our website, so head to rsbnetwork.com to check that out.
And how can people sign up to get more of those articles? Like
Yes.
if they missed it. Like I didn't have time to check Twitter and stuff yesterday, so is there a newsletter or something like that?
Yeah, absolutely. We do have a newsletter, and I recommend everyone go and sign up for our email alerts, because you will never miss a story and you'll never miss an event that we have going on like this and President Trump's rallies and all of that. So head to rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. It's ingrained in my mind to do that during rallies.
I know.
But rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. Sign up today and follow us on all of our platforms.
Yes.
And let's talk about
We have a new one.
the new one, Truth.
You know, I thought an hour
Social.
with you this early would be hard, but it's just like hanging out with you. We don't shut up.
Yeah, we just talk a little bit more stately.
yeah. Leave a few words out.
Yeah, exactly. Follow us on Truth Social. I know there's a massive waiting list. Hundreds of thousands of people have signed up, and I think they are on a waiting list, but I'm not sure how that's going. I think Devin Nunes said that they are planning to get everybody on the platform this week. So that's a pretty big goal, and I hope that they can get all of our RSBN viewers on there. So very exciting time for social media.
I hope so too, and our account seems to be doing well. I think a lot of us were able to kind of help beta test it, and it has been working great. I mean, of course, with all the people coming on, we've got a wait list now, and I'm ready to get everyone on there. We also have Getter, which is working phenomenal. I believe I'm gonna go back to our speakers before I get off topic.
Yes.
So we're gonna have, along with the other names I mentioned, Mike Pompeo is going to be speaking. I was on his Twitter account last night because I guess Russia officially went to war.
Yes. Yep. So Russia launched a full-scale invasion into Ukraine last night, and I think it was like 2 or 3 a.m. our time.
Oh, so it got worse after I went to bed? I haven't even read the news yet.
It might have happened before that.
I went to bed at like 10 p.m. and and I think an hour before that, so around 9 p.m. Mike Pompeo was like, they've officially said they're invading.
All I know is that one of our dedicated
military
writers asked to write on it at 3 a.m. So,
wow.
Yes. So,
incredible. Love them.
eyes on that. Yes.
Love them. Okay, so Mike Pompeo, that would be one of the most interesting interviews too.
Absolutely.
So we're going to have to look into that.
And all of our military veterans, of course.
Incredible.
Before you move on, we are going to interview Rep. Byron Donalds, who is
Oh.
speaking at CPAC.
Go off, Queen. Mm-hmm. Everyone has been working hard to get interviews, but Grace has nailed down some really great people. We've got Larry Kudlow, Robert O'Brien, Rick Grinnell. I'm sure we can grab him. We had him at the last one. Pete Hagseth, Lou Holtz, Nigel Farage, Tito Ortiz, Michelle Tafoya, Larry O'Connor, and an iconic one, Papa John.
Papa John. How
Papa
cool
John.
is that? I had no idea he was a conservative.
Me either, and it's another thing. It's like, this is great because, I don't know if I was like a multi-billion-dollar business owner, would I even want to be involved in politics? Like, it's so polarizing right now. I would
Right.
like to think that I'm brave and outspoken and strong enough, but at the end of the day, if that's like my family legacy,
Right.
would I be willing to come out, especially right now when things are just like, whoosh. So pretty cool.
Pretty cool, exactly. And that's the same reason a lot of people, everyone loves Elon Musk. They're like, we want him to stay out of the political sphere,
he
though,
is
because
getting
he has
into
so much
it.
influence.
I think I was just reading this morning, he said, I do not trust the SEC, but I do trust what did he say? Oh God, I love Elon Musk.
I do too. He's become my new hero since about 2020 when he was against the lockdowns and all of that.
2016 for me. I do not respect the SEC. I do not respect them. I respect the justice system. And it's fun. I was reading it, and it's so funny because so many of my friends who are ultra liberal, hate Donald Trump, of course voted liberal. They love Elon Musk. Mm-hmm. And so I'm like, I wonder if he's going to be like that little person that kind of gets in their ear and helps them think rationally.
Right.
Maybe they'll listen to him.
I agree with that because personally when I've talked to friends and acquaintances that I know about politics, especially ones that are liberal, a lot of times one of their main reasons for being liberal is one, women's stuff, but two, environmentalism, because Republicans have been branded so much by the left as anti-environment, and we're pro-oil and gas, we want oil spill, all this crazy stuff that's not true. And I think that because Elon Musk obviously is the CEO of Tesla, CEO and founder, that can bring a lot of those environmentalist liberals over to the right.
Agreed. Also, I'm sure you saw the comment. Grace sees everything, so that's why I'm like, I can just like spit things off, and I'm like, tell me more, because I see like headlines and news bits, and she does like the full editing for all the articles. Well, and then I just lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, the White House won't let him go because they're afraid that he might embarrass Joe Biden. Like, of course, War Eagle. It doesn't take much to embarrass Joe Biden,
right?
But like he absolutely would. He would tweet the truth of like what's going on. He would just say something and.
You can't leave Tesla out of the White House Electric Vehicle Summit. Like, I'm sorry, he did that twice in the past year.
Makes no sense.
It's such a joke, but they invited Ford.
Tesla should just have its own and invite everyone.
They should.
Better.
But, you know, they're so big that everybody knows it's a complete joke.
So we also have Mark Levin, Senator Rick Scott, Senator Marsha Blackburn, Senator Bill Haggerty, James Lankford. I'm going to just leave off the senator part because there's so many names I'm about to riddle off. James Lankford, Mike Braun, Andy Biggs, Madison Cawthorn. We have an interview, right?
His comms person did not get back to me.
Oh, come on.
It's no longer Micah, so.
Okay, we miss you, Micah.
Yes.
Jim Jordan, Lauren Boebert, Ronnie Jackson, Ken Buck, Sean Spicer, Eric Bowling, Katie Pavlich, love her, Sarah Carter, Todd Starnes, Molly Hemingway, Kevin and Sam Sorbo, Monica Crowley, T.W. Shannon, Sebastian Gorka, Ben Carson, Peter McCullough, Bill Watson, Gordon Chang, Matt Whitaker, and K.T. McFarland. Now, those are just, I mean, there's so many, it's crazy. Those are just some of the headliners. We've also got Marjorie Taylor Greene, Kimberly Guilfoyle, Natalie Harp, Jody Heiss. Wow. This is David Perdue. Of course, he's running for Georgia governor. So, sheesh.
Kristen, I'm very excited that Lee Greenwood will be doing a special performance of our favorite song, God Bless the USA.
His wife messaged me this morning.
Oh, she did?
Yeah.
Are we getting an interview?
I haven't even asked her. She just said, I'll see you there.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Or she said, I can't wait to see you. So Lee Greenwood's wife was my pageant director when I was just a little kid. So when I was like 15, 16, whatever, in high school, I was first runner-up at Georgia Teen USA, and she's the pageant director for all that.
Wow, I didn't know that.
So she's kind of like followed my journey. And they're always so busy, like at rallies and stuff. I never get to see her. He's always there. So I finally get to see her again.
Yeah,
so
that's
I love her. I
awesome.
can't wait to see her, and I will ask her to bring her husband over.
I'm dying to see him actually perform live.
Okay. All right, I'll see about it, Grace. I didn't know you were that fangirl, but
I wouldn't call myself a fangirl, but I am a fan.
Oh, your eyes are sparkling.
They're always sparkling, Liz.
That's true. So we have. It looks like people are lining up. The doors, I believe, open at 9. We're about 45 minutes shy of that happening right here. And there's about 100 or so people waiting in line. They did let some people in. So they are letting people in. It's just kind of a lengthy process here. But if it's going to get a little bit louder, and I think we can... You guys can probably see that in a split screen then, because we've got the camera over there. You guys have better views than we do. You've got this, which I'm going to turn on. We have another monitor right behind us. I don't know if you can see it. I'll turn that on to the general session feed when we cut in. We've got this to show the kind of the overflow. And you guys are able to see this line of people that are moving in and out.
And I'll tell you guys one thing. When I drove into CPAC this morning, the line was out of the doors through. It was like if you've ever been to Disneyland and you see just hundreds of cars out in the street waiting to get in the park. It was exactly like that for CPAC. So I suspect there will be a lot more people here today than there were in the past couple of CPACs. So that's something to look forward to.
This is like Disneyland. This hotel has everything. There's like restaurants inside. It's huge. This whole convention center. It is it's pretty cool. I think
Universal Studios is right across the street.
That's what I've heard.
Yeah.
Should we go? With all our free time?
Yeah, with all the free time we have.
I know, I want to go too.
I think it's interesting because the last two CPAC's theme was America Uncancelled, because there was so much going on with cancel culture and COVID, and if you spoke out, get nixed. But now their theme is Awake, Not Woke. So what do you think they named it for?
I'm not sure. You know, that whole like woke thing has actually always kind of thrown me off. Because I'm like, I feel like it used to be cool to be woke. I mean, like, you knew what was going on. But now if, like, you're woke, you're crazy. So, like, you wanted what, right? Am I right? Like, you
Yeah, I
wanted to
think
be
so.
woke. It meant, like,
Yeah.
so.
It's like you knew what was really going on.
Yeah, and now it's like, go woke, go broke. So I don't really understand that whole thing. I know I should. I know I'm a millennial. Don't come after me. But I
I
guess.
think there's like a couple different meanings, and I think people take it different ways. You know, I think it became a joke when liberals and millennials and stuff started saying, "Oh, I'm woke," because
Yeah.
it kind of went viral in popular culture and rap music and all that. It became kind of a like you're not really woke, you're just kind of trendy woke. But you know, we could go into a whole
Right.
analysis
All
of the
right.
word woke. But
Yeah, right. I know. I'm Urban Dictionary it.
this is the pre-show, guys. So
Yeah.
you know.
It is 8 a.m. and we're gonna be live. Hello, we're gonna be live until 6 p.m. tonight, and that is a very long time. But we're gonna bring you guys coverage all day, some interviews throughout. Of course, we're gonna provide you what's going on in the general session as well. So it's not just gonna be us bantering back and forth all day. I promise you that. Imagine someone having to listen to that for 10 hours.
I know. Yeah, it will not be like that. But we will be cutting in and out of the ballroom to bring you very important interviews. The rest of them will go on Rumble. All of the interviews we do today will be on our Rumble channel. So make sure you guys follow us there at RSBN, Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Love Rumble.
Love Rumble too. They're making big moves. They have a partnership with TMTG now, right?
Saw that, yep, they do.
Yeah.
They are the video streaming, I guess, platform software that kind of goes through the back end of the social media app.
Yes. TMTG is Trump Media and Technology Group. So they are the parent company of Truth Social. So Truth Social, and they will have other companies underneath TMTG, which Devin Nunes, former representative from California, is the CEO of. So President Trump is pulling all the best to run his new companies. So it's a very exciting time, and a lot of reporting is saying that it could even threaten companies like Disney and other major streaming platforms.
Okay.
So I don't know what their plans are, but we can assume.
I'm trying to remember. I had a dream about it. Was that a dream? No, now that you said that, I'm like, well, that just triggered something in my memory. Was it a dream or was it real? But it was something like TV, like a whole TV like station stuff.
Yeah.
It's hard to know if I made it up or if I read it.
They are planning to do a lot of streaming and have their own kind of news and stuff like that. I don't want to say too much.
Yeah. No
but,
worries. So
yeah.
Rumble does have a booth down there. I haven't
they
looked
do.
at it yet, but it's on our map, like our media map that I was able to look at. Really wanted to meet the CEO, Chris, but he's not going to be here. His team will be here, though, so we'll have to run down and talk to them.
Yeah.
I told them that we would come and say hi. Rumble has been, and I guess to get back to what you asked me a minute ago, ignoring the woke part, but like it was America Uncanceled, right? And now that they switched that, and I think it's because America has, and conservatives have almost worked so hard to make ourselves uncancelable at this point. Like we know it's going to happen, we know that it can happen, and we have put backup solutions in place. And one of those has been Rumble, because you know what RSBN has been through. We all have like PTSD of it, but you know, certain platforms taking us off, blocking us, putting us in timeout, censoring us, all of that nonsense. And there was times when we solely relied on that. That's not the case anymore. We have our app, RSBN. You can download it on any of the major app stores. We've got Rumble, which we can embed to whatever we need to do. We can also post on Rumble. We can live stream on Getter. I believe we'll be able to live stream on Truth eventually. And so it's really cool. Like we really have built up, you know, a system, and you can't take us down anymore. You can't shut us up because we have these platforms and they're not going to censor us.
I truly
Does
believe
that
that,
make sense?
yeah, and within 5 years, 5 years from today, it's going to be a completely different social media landscape. I mean, just last month, I think Facebook had the first day in like 8 years or something where their users dropped.
Wow, good.
So, I mean, people are leaving Facebook, and Facebook has been really glitchy anyway.
They're
not
doing this to
friends.
themselves.
Exactly. They're doing it to themselves. They're digging their own grave. They think that they are, you can't take them down. They think they're invincible. And that's not true. I mean, you've seen what's happened with other old websites like AOL and MySpace. Those don't exist anymore, and it could be the same thing with Facebook in just a few years. So keep on joining the alternative social media platforms like Getter and Truth Social and, you know, Gab, all the others, because it's going to be very important to make sure that we get alternatives.
Absolutely. 1 second. I'm going to check with Jennifer, who just stepped into the
Sure.
booth, and I'll be right back.
Alrighty. Well, I see that there are about 642 people watching right now at, what time is it, 8:22 a.m. So for anybody who's just now tuning in, we are at CPAC 2022. It is day one. We will be live streaming all day today, tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday. So President Trump speaks at 7 p.m. on Saturday night, and that will be a very special speech because, as you guys know, the State of the Union address is coming up. Joe Biden is actually supposed to give it. We'll see if he can. I'm not so sure that he's capable, and I think you guys know what I mean. So he is scheduled to do that, I think, in the first week of March. And I remember, I think it was 2 CPACs ago, February 2021, people always say that, you know, President Trump gives the real State of the Union address. He really talks about what's actually going on in the country, the real problems, what he would have done to solve those problems. So we will see what he has to say. I mean, as you guys have seen in the news just this morning, Russia has invaded Ukraine. Yes, that is okay. But it looks like we have Father Frank joining us. Hello, Father Frank.
It is a joy to see you, Grace.
There's
It's
your
a joy
mic.
to see you.
It's a joy to see you,
Great
too.
to be here at CPAC. And
Yes.
I just offered the Mass for the Catholic participants. I'll be doing that each day. I'm going to do the opening
Wonderful.
prayer for the first general session.
Awesome.
And I have the rest. I got to put on the rest of my attire here.
Oh, yes.
Right? Okay.
Absolutely. You're in the right place for that.
How have you been? And
Been
all of our.
fantastic.
Hey, listen, we're going to give our viewers really full coverage of this, aren't we?
Oh,
This
yeah.
whole event.
That's
Yeah.
for sure. We're going to be having live all-day coverage every
Right.
day through Sunday. So.
Right, and I see we have a special guest Saturday night.
Yes.
The 45th and 47th President of the United
And he
States.
should have been the 46th.
Yes, that's right.
Like Trump, like he always says, he's going to win for a third time.
No, he is. He is. No, there's no question about it. And I frankly am surprised that, you know, those people who are not tuned in to the fact that this is still the number one force in American politics. I mean, you can't do it without President Trump. I mean,
Right.
the endorsements he's making for the midterms, he's going to keep up his record. You know, it's got like, what is it, a 95%, you know,
Yes.
his endorsements win, in other
Yep.
words. And no, I look forward to his speech this weekend. And we all need to be, you know, whenever he has a rally, as of course he's done recently and he'll continue to do, and he'll have the speech Saturday night, I always urge our followers at Priests for Life, and of course our RSBN audience is already tuned into this, that they need to be watching and spreading these President Trump speeches,
Absolutely.
because they encapsulate the principles of what it means to make America great. Not only, you know, he does a masterful job of relating his accomplishments of him and his team, as he will again do on Saturday, no doubt. He does a great job then on the other side of the coin of outlining the dangers that the Democrats pose to America, to our freedom, to our faith, to our future. And then of getting very practical and saying, listen, you got to get out and vote, and not just get out and vote in a generic way, but vote for these people that I'm endorsing, because these are America First candidates.
Right.
And this is the formula. I mean, it doesn't get better than that.
Absolutely, and I was just talking about that to the viewers, explaining, you know, President Trump, he goes up there, he talks about his accomplishments, what he would have done differently than Joe Biden,
Yeah.
and I think that's a very important talking point, so that he's basically campaigning, he has 4 years to campaign for 2024,
Right.
and he, at CPAC in February, when they have it, you know, in winter, he gives his own State of the Union address.
That's right.
Yeah, and I
Exactly.
think that that's a very important thing for Americans to remember going into Saturday.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, one of the things it helps us to do is to realize, you know, we're not the crazy ones, you know, and sometimes, you know, when if you look at the media or look at what many people are saying, you can feel like you're the crazy one or you're kind of extreme. No, we're mainstream. We really are. And what's crazy is, just like just now when I was preaching, I talked about the fundamental issue of life, which is what our ministry is all about at Priests for Life, defending the right to life, defending babies from abortion. And I said, the crazy thing is to think that that's somehow okay. Or to do what the Democrats are doing now. Schumer wants to have a vote in the next few days on a bill that would take away any existing restrictions or limitations on abortion. I mean, when did the American people ever express favor for killing a healthy baby of a healthy mother in the 8th month of pregnancy?
Yeah.
Or telling a parent if her minor age daughter wants to go get an abortion that those parents should not even know about it, much less consent to it? That's what the Democrats are pushing for right now.
And that actually defies Roe v. Wade, because Roe v. Wade set limitations on what you can do in a first, second, and third trimester.
It did. Yeah, I'm glad you bring that up, because they're fond of saying, we have to codify Roe v. Wade. And I say to them, no, you don't want to codify Roe v. Wade, because Roe v. Wade is much more restrictive than the policy that you guys have adopted about throwing out every possible restriction or limitation on abortion. It just doesn't make any sense. Now, this, of course, is a policy issue President Trump talks about. He talks about in every speech, we will defend innocent life.
Right.
This is what he's talking about. When he describes the extremism of the Democrats, he points out about late-term abortion. Also, even about killing the babies who are already born. I mean, can you imagine that? I mean, and this is where, it's the Democrats have made our job so easy. Mm-hmm. Because we don't have to invent any kind of genius ideas. We just have to point to their extremism.
Right.
And the American people will reject it. It's just that they don't know it. Do they know? How many of our viewers now can say that the folks they talk to in their circles are aware, I'm sure most of our viewers are aware, but that the folks they talk to are aware that the Democrats don't even want to debate, much less pass, a bill that has been introduced that says we're going to protect the baby if that baby is born alive, which sometimes happens after an attempted abortion. The baby's outside the mother now.
Yeah.
The baby's on the table trying to breathe.
Right.
Be a decent human being and care for that baby. No. They don't even want to strengthen the protections for those children. There is something demonically wrong with this.
Yeah, it's horrible. And I've been doing a lot of research into the originations of Roe v. Wade.
Yes.
And it originally came from an argument that Americans have the right to privacy, because from Connecticut v. Griswold, which was they were challenging a Connecticut law that stated that you can't use contraceptives. And so the Supreme Court at the time in 1965 ruled that the state can't regulate what a married couple does in their home.
Right.
And then that was extended into Roe v. Wade in 1973. But at that point, you can't argue that life can be protected under a right to privacy.
No, that's right. It's an inappropriate application. Abortions aren't taking place in the privacy of the bedroom.
Yeah, at that rate, you'd have to say that murder can be protected under the right to privacy.
Yeah, right. Oh, I'm just going to murder the person privately in my bedroom.
Yeah, it's my wife, so I can do it.
Right. Exactly. No, it doesn't make any sense at all. And it's contrary to, the other side will try to say, but the 14th Amendment, protects liberty, and this is part of our liberty. They'll try to shift now from privacy to liberty. Mm-hmm. That doesn't work either, because at the time that the 14th Amendment was adopted, most of the states outlawed abortion. Mm-hmm. You can't say that the states that were ratifying this amendment were, on the one hand, protecting the unborn, and on the other hand, advocating the right to kill them. That's just illogical. It's not historical. Mm-hmm. The other side they have no arguments. I listened to the oral arguments, as I'm sure many of our listeners did, on December 1st, when the court heard this what's going to be a landmark case for Mississippi, the Dobbs case, possibly reversing Roe v. Wade. The other side was so weak. They didn't have anything new to say. Right. We have a lot new to say. In fact, the whole basis of the case is that so much has changed since Roe v. Wade, these last 50 years. So much has changed in science, in law, in culture. I mean, a pregnant mother, she has a lot more support systems today than she had in 1973. Mm-hmm. A lot more opportunities to pursue education and her career, all the online opportunities. The internet didn't exist back then. All of the laws that have now provided, for example, the safe haven laws, You can't raise the baby. You can actually drop the baby off to a hospital, a fire station, a police station. There's so much that has changed, not to mention the science, right? I mean, we know more about this baby than ever before. So we're saying to the court, Mississippi is saying to the court, that Roe v. Wade is obsolete. Not to mention it's unconstitutional and it's immoral. But
Right.
it's obsolete. It was
is.
addressing a situation that no longer exists. And so I'm hopeful that we're going to get a good decision. And by the way, everybody says, I mean, among the not everybody, but most of the legal commentators will say, oh, the decision is going to come out in June. I just want to point out, we don't know that. The justices have not committed themselves to any timetable. It could come out at any time between now and the end of the term, which is the end of June. So we need to be ready. And we have a special website, by the way, if I could mention it, SupremeCourtVictory.com. If people want to learn about this case, Dobbs case, potentially reversing Roe v. Wade, SupremeCourtVictory.com, it has all the briefs, all the arguments. It has videos where I'm interviewing some of the groups that have submitted briefs to the court. We're one of them. And it has all those briefs that people can read. The greatest arguments. It really is like a compilation of all the arguments the pro-life movement has been making for the last 50 years.
Great. That sounds like a great resource. So SupremeCourtVictory.com.
And there's a prayer there, too, a prayer campaign
Oh, wonderful.
for victory in this particular case.
We have a lot of prayer warriors at RSBN. So
Yes, we do.
Yes. And so what do you think so the pro-life movement, I feel like, has been expanding so much.
Yes.
Even Students for Life of America are here with the booth today.
Right.
And I think that is so amazing that so many people are coming to the realization that babies are life. And so what do you think the future holds for next year? I know you mentioned the case in June or July, but do you think it's going to be a lot more complex than that because of the whole basis for the argument for Roe v. Wade comes from right to privacy? Now there's been so many other cases that have been based on that.
Mm-hmm.
So it would really not only affect abortion, but it would affect the basis for all precedents for all these other cases.
Yes. Well, there's going to have to be based on this case and how it turns out, and how we have to see how narrowly the court wants to decide this case, or it could be more expansive. But yes, it does have a ripple effect on other cases. A lot of these things are so interrelated, and and it's also intersects with religious liberty as well.
Right.
Because if you're talking, when
And
they
the
try
First
to
Amendment.
and the First Amendment, because when they try to put abortion under the category of a fundamental right. And that's a position the court has actually been rejecting and moving away from. But when the other side sees it that way, then not even religious liberty can restrict it. So, for example, that we've had these cases where, medical professionals don't want to participate in abortion and they're forced to do so. Their right to conscience has to prevail over someone's supposed right to an abortion.
Right.
And so it's going to intersect with things like that. It's going to affect religious liberty cases. And the whole area of sexual morality, it'll be another hinge point for that too. In other words, it'll be a reference point to say, okay, what direction is the court going on some of these fundamental moral and philosophical questions? So it'll be a time for that to be re-examined. But on a practical level, the help that we give to the pregnant mom is going to come front and center, because as more and more states say we're not going to give them the legal option for abortion, they will do like Texas did. They'll pour more resources into helping the pregnant mom find a life-affirming alternative, and there are plenty of those alternatives. The pregnancy centers outnumber the abortion clinics 4-1. So there'll be a lot of focus on that, rightly so, in this coming year.
That's fantastic news. I'm very happy to hear that. So what is next for Priests for Life? How can people support Priests for Life?
Well, we have a special website. Of course, Priests for Life is our website, but endabortion.us is our favorite domain to use to bring people to us, because it's not just about priests, it's not just about Catholics. We exist to help everyone and anyone from across the body of Christ, and even people who don't have any faith but want to help save these babies. So endabortion.us. Now, if people go there, they will see that we are a multifaceted ministry. We have resources for clergy and churches, of course. How do you preach on this? We have homily and sermon tips and things like that. But then we have a big political division where we are advocating, wearing this hat, so you see where we stand.
Right.
And we're helping people articulate that, and people know this. I hope they're tuning into the RSBN program, by the way, that I have each
Absolutely.
weeknight, right? Praying
Yes,
for America.
Praying for America.
And so we'll be continuing to work on that, the broadcasting that we do. And then there's a whole area of healing. We have a big emphasis on healing the wounds of abortion, helping those, not just moms, dads, grandparents, siblings, the whole family is wounded when someone has an abortion. And we help with the healing that needs to
That's
come
great.
after that. They'll see that on our website. They'll see Evangelist Alvita King. She's been part of our team for, going on 20 years now. And she's a tremendous help. She's got a lot of resources there at Priests for Life for people. We have a youth division. We have materials in Spanish. We have all kinds of local events. Our team travels, so we can come to people's churches, their communities, their pro-life events.
You guys have everything.
Prayer rally. Yeah, we pretty much have a hand in all the different aspects of pro-life work.
That's beautiful. Thank you for sharing that, Father Frank.
All right.
Do we have any? Do you have any encouraging words for our viewers or a prayer?
Yes. Well, let's ask the Holy Spirit to, because in these days, people are going to be energized as they listen in, they tune in RSBN for these talks that are going to be given. We are going to be energized. So, and we're going to be angry too. We're going to hear a lot of things. A lot of these speakers, they know how to get the crowd angry.
Yes,
because
they
anger
do.
is energy, and anger wins elections.
Mm-hmm.
Anger helps people to say, all right, I'm gonna stop sitting on the sidelines. I'm getting up and I'm going to do something. So let's ask the Holy Spirit to bless our viewers now, to direct that energy
I like
into
that.
what he wants them to do.
Absolutely.
Lord, send the Holy Spirit. You have sent the Spirit from you, O Father, and from your Son, Jesus Christ. Send him again. Send him to us today. Give us a deep outpouring of the Holy Spirit, that the things we see going wrong in our country and in our world and from the policies of the Democrats, Lord, they get us appropriately angry. Help us to use that energy to do good. Help us to submit that energy to your will and to be more active for advancing the good. Let the Holy Spirit, Lord, enlighten us as to what we can do in our own communities and to take the step forward to do it, whether it's to get involved in local campaigns or register voters or get involved with our churches or join up with local groups. Or whatever it is, Lord, help us to take the next step under the guidance and with the power of the Holy Spirit. And for those of us, Lord, that have been working on this for such a long time, give us a new breath of fresh energy. Let us begin all over again with the original enthusiasm that you gave us when we first got started. May this conference and may our following of the presentations just inspire us and encourage us to get the job done and to make America great again. We pray through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen.
Grace, it's good to see you.
It's great to see you, Father Frank. Thank you so much for coming on.
You're most welcome. God
Come on
bless.
again. We're going to see you tomorrow morning?
Yes, we'll see you each day.
Okay, each day. Wonderful.
Yep.
Beautiful.
All right. God bless.
God bless. All right, everyone. That was a word from Father Frank. He is such a light in the world and such a great prayer warrior and advocate for life. And I think that is so important and Father Frank is talking. I just moved to the same city that Father Frank lives in. So we have something in common there. It's actually hilarious. But yeah, so Liz is going to rejoin us here, and CPAC 2022, for anybody who is just now tuning in, RSBN will be here all day live for the next 4 days straight, so we'll be here until 7 p.m. today. And I think the main session starts in about 20 minutes, so we are 20 minutes out from the first speaker taking the stage. So we will bring you guys some speeches from the ballroom, cut in and out to some live interviews. Like we said earlier, we will be interviewing some very special guests. I believe James O'Keefe will be coming on today from Project Veritas, and we'll have congressional candidate Anna Paulina from Florida 13, Matt Gates from Florida 1, and other special guests. So I believe Brian Glenn will be joining us around probably 11 a.m. So his flight got delayed out of Houston, or Dallas, and so we are here and we're ready to go. Liz is having more internet issues.
Sorry to leave you hanging here, Grace.
That's okay.
I know.
Liz.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I'm seeing it on your thing. I look like a lost puppy. Okay, hold on. We're getting this pulled up.
It's okay.
I'm powering the monitor with my phone, and you guys, I don't know if y'all, I guess we can talk about it. We've got time to kill, but if you're in IT, you know what it's like to have to bypass, I don't know what it's called, but if you're ever at a convention, you can never just connect to like Wi-Fi on like TVs and stuff like that. You have to like go through different things. Yeah, that's where my IT begins and ends.
There's so many people here that it just takes up all the connection, so it can be slow, it can disconnect. You can connect to my hotspot if you want.
I have it's like not even letting me, like when I click Wi-Fi, that's what happens. Like it goes away. Like I don't even have a Wi-Fi button.
Well, if you move it here, I'll try.
I'm gonna keep trying. I'm so stubborn. I've got to figure out how to be a functioning adult one of these days.
This is the transparency that a pre-show provides.
Yep. I do want to give a shout out to one of our viewers. It's kind of hard to see. I don't know if you can see this.
Oh,
is
that is
that
so
not
cute.
so
What does it
beautiful?
say?
Trump. Gage, can we
Trump.
zoom in really quick? Because this is from, it was a gift she just brought over. Her name's Libby. She's one of the front row Joes. And I have to stop complimenting her because every time I compliment something, she shows up with it for me the next
Aw.
time I see her. And I don't know how she
That's
does
so
it, how she
nice.
knows where I'm at. But she had a purple like Trump sweater one time. And I was like, I love that. It's just a little bit different. Like it's not the red or anything like that. It's just very subtle. And so she lived near New York, so she got it. Actually, now she lives in Florida, so I don't know which one this came from. But if you liked this necklace, just because it was so sweet of her, it's Trump Tower, New York, and it looks like you can go to trumpstore.com is what it says on the front. It's by Bourbon and Bow Ties. So trumpstore.com and then Bourbon and Bow Ties if you want to get one. This is not an ad or sponsored. I just wanted to share that with you because I think it's so cute and beautiful.
It's so dainty and pretty. And, you know, speaking of President Trump, he's obviously the headliner of this conference. He will be speaking Saturday night at 7 p.m. Eastern. So we have all of that information on our website, how to watch, when to watch, all the CPAC stuff. But you know who President Trump's top supporter has been, Liz? Take a guess.
Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Well, besides us, someone you should know.
His top supporter, like financially, media.
He sells a lot of pillows.
So, like, number one.
Number one.
Biggest patriot I've ever met.
So devoted.
Most incredible guy I've ever met. I can actually say that. Mike Lindell. Incredible dude. And he does sell a lot of pillows, and we want to remind you guys that. So if you're watching right now, RSBN is here, and it's expensive to be here. We have always been very, like, open and full disclosure when it comes to you guys. I'm not even going to list the prices because your heads will explode. But we're so excited to be here and grateful that we have this beautiful booth. This is our biggest booth we've ever had, which is like crazy because like
So much space.
yeah, if you saw what Fox has next door, it's literally the size of 10 of these maybe. But whatever, we don't need that, and you guys don't even need that. Like you don't even want that. You just want the truth. So that's what we're here to do. So we love our little booth. I call her my baby. And we're here because of your support in a number of ways, but one of the ways you can support us is by supporting Mike Lindell and shopping at mypillow.com. So you can go to mypillow.com and use promo code RSBN. Now we actually get a portion of those sales back to us, but not only that, that code actually also saves you up to 66% off your entire order. So you're saving a ton of money because I think that's the best code out there. They keep it up to date too. So if like anything else goes on sale, they make sure that code RSBN is working for that sale too. It's incredible. And then we get a portion of those sales and we take those funds and we cover rallies, we cover CPAC. And it's been a wonderful relationship, and we're so excited we can see it. It's popping up right now. And keep in mind, they have more than just pillows. I mean, dog beds, are you kidding me? Duvet covers, there are like throws, the weighted knit blanket, absolute game changer in your life. It's just heavy enough to almost give you like a calming effect. So it's not like a weighted blanket. Actually, I don't even think it's called weighted. I think it's just knit blanket. But for me, it feels heavy, and like I put it on every night just to like, y'all know I need it. There's slippers, bathrobes, towels. Their towels are incredible. Spring is coming, so I have a bachelorette party, and I haven't even told, but my twin brother is getting married, and so we're going to the beach, and I was like, what better gift for all the girls coming than a My Pillow beach towel? So that's going to be their like welcome gift from me. So super excited. And they have cute ones. It's not, they used to have like the patterns, and now which are cute too. But now they have like, it's almost like a Turkish style beach towel with like little knots at the end. I'll have to get headquarters to have a photo to pull it up later.
Like
but
boho.
yeah, kind of boho, chic. So very like Orange County, like you can see it there. So you guys go to mypillow.com, check out all their products, and use promo code RSBN to save a ton of money. Mike Lindell will be speaking here too. Wait, he was supposed to, but he wasn't on that list. How weird, right?
We should text him.
Gotta text him. I gotta figure out when that is.
You know, and another thing that I hope Mike Lindell does, and I'm sure he will, is go to Washington, D.C. to meet the truckers.
Oh,
with
yeah.
pillows.
Yeah.
We try to go to Canada. As
We
you
can
guys
make that
saw.
happen, Grace.
We will make that happen.
If he's not already planning it, this is the type of guy Mike is. For those that like don't know him, first of all, I was gonna say for those that don't have his cell phone number, but keep in mind how like important and busy this man is. I've been like with him at CPAC where people come up and he just like hands out his cell phone. He's like, oh yeah, just call me, text me. Like he wants to know everything. He wants to help every single person. It's the most incredible thing because I'm literally a nobody and I don't like giving my cell phone number out.
Same.
So I'm just like watching. I'm like, whoa, like, dude, like privacy, security, but like he just like he wants to help everyone. And so when it comes to something like this, if I guarantee you that if I texted them, like him or his team, and I was like, hey, like I want to go bring pillows. Will you give me pillows or, you know, help us get to DC? He'd be like, yeah, let's do it. Let's do it, Liz. I'm all about it. Like he's just it's so incredible. And I think the word is like generous. Like just the generosity is mind blowing. So great idea. I need to know when he's speaking.
You can do an RSBN My Pillow collab and give out like collectible pillows.
Yeah. Girl, don't. That's a great idea. Also, his trolling level. So we went up to Canada. It was this whole big story. Our team wasn't able to go in, all this stuff. And that was with My Pillow. We were kind of following their massive semi. He had over 10,000 pillows that he wanted to get to the truckers up at the Ottawa border. And that wasn't allowed to happen. So while that was happening, I was in studio talking to Mike Lindell. We did a Zoom basically for hours all day. And he was just on another level of funny. And, like, I've just never seen him like this. I feel like he's just, like, what's it called when you're a Pokemon and you, like, evolve? He's evolved. I don't know. But he was so funny. I was cracking up the whole time. And his trolling has gotten, like, expert level. Like, he must have taken notes from President Trump himself because he did this, like, whole article, I think, with, like, the Daily Beast, who is just...
Oh, the parachute?
Yes. And he trolled them so hard. He's like, oh, my next plan, I'm just going to, like, bring in helicopters and drop pillows. And, like, the Daily Beast, like, legitimately thought that he was serious. And, I mean, I don't put it past him.
Honestly, you never know with Mike.
Yeah, you never know. You never know. But, and then there were articles written about it. And immediately My Pillow was, like, sending out memes. And it was hilarious of Mike Lindell free falling from the sky from a helicopter with, like, pillows dropping. Incredible. Troll level 10 out of 10.
Mike Lindell is a great guy.
All right, I'm going to see if I can... do you want to let's take some questions from the chat, Grace? I'm going to see if I can fix our monitor again.
Send us some questions in the chat, you guys, on YouTube. We are looking at the chat live right now, so if you guys have any questions about the speakers, who we're going to interview, what our plans are, this won't be a traditional full live stream of CPAC, so I just want to clarify that ahead of time. But yeah, so this will be a 4-day long venture, and yeah, so make sure you guys follow us at RSBN on all of our social media platforms at RSB Network on Facebook, Twitter, and of course our lovely alternatives, which I would suggest you guys go to even more in case we ever get banned on big tech. It's always possible. They're trying to restrict us every single day. So make sure that you guys follow us at RSB Network on Getter and Gab, and it's just RSBN on Truth Social. So if you guys have gotten access yet, please follow us there. We are posting tons of our content. True Social sees a lot of our new content first, so make sure you guys head there. Also, as you guys know, YouTube takes about 30% of our donations, so that's a lot of money that could be going directly to us. If you send us $10, YouTube keeps $3. So if you guys want to support us, I strongly recommend you follow RSBN on Locals. Locals is a really cool platform that you can chat, you can interact with us, you guys get to see behind the scenes content. So head to Locals. I don't want to get it wrong, so I'm actually going to look it up in my browser right now, but I think it's locals.rsbn.com. perhaps if Miles could send me a message real quick and let me know. But so head to locals, find RSBN, and you guys can donate a one-time payment, or you guys can do a monthly amount. And locals only takes, I think, 10%. So, you send us $10, we get 9, they keep 1. So, that's the cost you pay for using another service. But please follow us there. Our producers are working very hard every day to put behind the scenes and first look content. So you guys will see all of that. And so send us some messages on here. When does Mike speak? Somebody would like to know. Let's find out. Mike Nificent will not be at CPAC this time around. It is just myself, Grace Saldana, Liz Willis, and Brian Glenn. So it's going to be a limited time, or a limited crew this time. So we will find out. Let's get the schedule up. We should have that up. CPAC 2022. And if he's speaking, I'm sure he'll hit Media Row. Mike is the kind of guy who just loves to walk up and down and interview with all the media, so that's pretty fantastic. Agenda. Okay. We'll work on finding that for you guys. I don't want to make you guys watch me try to find it, so as soon as I know, I will let you guys know. I like what you guys are saying in the chat. I love how the most transparent president ever too. Yes, President Trump is the most transparent president. He's done more interviews than any of the past 3, maybe more presidents. He did far more interviews and press conferences and all of that than Barack Obama, than George Bush. So, and especially Joe Biden. We all know that Joe Biden avoids the press like the plague. He does not want to interview with them. And Jen Psaki, his press secretary, gets a lot of flack for that. And, it's for good reason. I mean, the president of the United States should be transparent, especially when they campaign on, hey, we're going to make sure you guys know every single thing we're doing. And that's just not the case. They're trying to pull the wool over our eyes. And we want a transparent president to come back in 2024. So I think that President Trump is taking every opportunity that he can to campaign to the American people. And that's why it's going to be so important that you guys tune in on Saturday night at 7 p.m. because he will take the stage and give his speech, and his remarks at these types of events are more serious. They're not as fun maybe as a rally and not as energetic and outspoken, but this will certainly be a speech to watch, especially amid the Russia-Ukraine crisis / war, invasion, whatever this technical term is for it right now, and rising gas prices, which President Trump has pointed out is only enriching people like Vladimir Putin. So Joe Biden's policies are helping everybody except the United States, and they're not transparent about it. So make sure you guys tune in to see what happens with that on Saturday. Combat Veterans for Trump. Yes, thank you for your service. Joe is a very corrupt president. He's had scandal after scandal. The left attacked President Trump for years and created scandals about him that weren't even true. A lot of political witch hunts. They went from impeachment over Ukraine, and then they changed their argument 10 times, and it was just crazy. And Joe Biden is ridden with scandal after scandal. After his son Hunter Biden and in Ukraine, and all of his corruption. So we are.
I'm here for you, Grace. I haven't left you.
Thank you, Liz. I appreciate it.
I am still. I think I've solved a lot of issues.
Wonderful.
So I know that's good for me. Okay, hold on. Theater mode. Check. And then we're going to move this over here. Check. And then we're going to boop. And then we're going to. No, we don't like that.
And just a note for you guys real quick, I mentioned to locals a few minutes ago, it's where you can donate, and off of big tech platforms like YouTube, don't give your money to Google, go to rsbn.locals.com. So.
Yes. Grace, look.
Beautiful. Love it.
I am now the lead IT engineer for Brightside Broadcasting Network.
It runs in your veins.
It actually, it's crazy with my family. The guys are brilliant geniuses with software and computers, and all the females are just it's straight down the genetic line. Like my dad does it, my twin does it, obviously James does it, and then I am the most advanced in my family when it comes to like computers as a female. So
I was going to say James might be pretty offended.
yeah. Yeah, as the female, I'm like the smartest with technology, and that is scary. So
Well,
cool.
someone has to fill that role.
Yeah, we all have different things we're good at.
Sure
I can
do.
talk to a wall, and James would rather not. So we are. Oh my gosh, it is almost time. That went by
Almost
so
time.
fast.
4 minutes until
4 minutes until general session starts. People have been filing in all morning. I want to remind you guys, Right Side Broadcast Network is almost entirely viewer funded. So we told you about the great promo code RSBN at mypillow.com. Besides that, you can also donate to us. You can go to rsbnetwork.com/donate, and that is done through PayPal, so a tried, true, and trusted source. You can use a credit card, you can use a debit card, you can even send us a message if you want. We get those forwarded to us if you put like our names in the subject, and we get to read them. But absolutely any dollar that you can spare helps us out. It keeps this business alive, and it lets us come to events like this, have our little booths, because none of this is free. Most importantly, for Right Side Broadcasting Network, it allows us to cover these rallies. And I know you've posted some articles. I've been reading them, but of course I'm a Georgia girl. We all know that. Well, anyone who cares to know me, I guess. But David Perdue, President Trump has just announced again that he's going to definitely be having at least one more rally for David Perdue in the state of Georgia before his election coming up. And I believe that's at the end of March 24th.
I think it's in May.
May 24th.
I think it's in May, but I'm sure he will have it much sooner than that.
Yeah.
Trump likes to go to Georgia.
I love it because then I don't have to fly and I can just drive. But I also just love my home state. And I'm so excited. So in order for us to go to these rallies, I mean, you think it's crazy. I remember when we started and everyone thought we were crazy because our CEO didn't sell out to any of the large investors, any corporate media, anything like that. He was like, no, like I believe that the people can make this happen. They've made it happen. Mm-hmm. One of my friends who helps run all the media for CPAC, she's like, I can't believe how much you guys have grown. Like, I mean, she it's funny because we have like a small booth. We don't try and be anything big and fancy because it's just a waste of money. You know, we don't want to waste y'all's donations. But she's like, y'all have a lot of notoriety. Like, I can't believe it. I'm like, yeah, this is my 5th year. I don't know how many times because I feel like we've had like 2 or 3 in the past year. But our 5th year at CPAC, and each time we learn something new, we get a little bit bigger, we do something a little bit better, and that's all because of your donations. So again, if you want to support us, that's rsbnetwork.com/donate. And we just appreciate being here very much.
Absolutely. We appreciate everybody's support, from you guys, the viewers, to the candidates who come to us now. I think we're becoming the go-to network for a lot of campaigns. So we will bring you the best and the brightest that the Republican Party has to offer. And that's what we're here doing this week.
Absolutely. And you're an absolute rock star at it. So thank you. I said thank you because someone just handed me something. Oh my gosh, how cute. But honestly, what you're doing too, Grace, is incredible. So Grace, for those who are unfamiliar, I think it's still kind of like a newer thing. Are we 6 months in as your official?
As my official role, technically November, but I've been doing editor-in-chief since...
Only November?
Since May.
Okay.
So, but I've been at RSBN for longer than that.
So now she's got the big girl title, editor-in-chief. So she works, like you should see her laptop. I just caught a glimpse of it and it gave me a heart attack. She does everything for all of our articles, and they're incredible. I love it. I love the fact that I can get online, and where I used to search and I'd read like Breitbart or Fox or whatever, like RSBN is there, and our articles are so good, just so professional. And I want all of you guys to check them out, please, because what we're doing truly is like, we have the potential and the power to really put some people out of business that don't deserve to be here. So we're super excited. Go to rsbnetwork.com, rsbnetwork.com/newsletter to sign up. And this is cool. I used to subscribe to something like this. I can't remember the name, but it was back in college where I wanted to be involved in news, but I didn't have time to necessarily search all day for articles. And so about once a day I would get an email, and it would just be like the top articles from everything that happened. And our newsletter is similar to that. So it won't blow you up each time each article comes out, but you make a beautiful little spread of all
Yeah.
of them and send those out to people. So.
Yep. So every Wednesday, we send out a newsletter including the top 5 stories as well as anything else that's going on this week. If the news cycle is about the trucker convoy, if it's about vaccine mandates or anything like that, we'll have a little section just for that topic, so you guys can really hone in on what is going on and put your guys' finger on the pulse too. So really just go and sign up for that newsletter, rsbnetwork.com/newsletter, and you guys will get all of those straight to your inbox once a week. We don't blow you up, blow your inbox up, but you know what I mean. I just had to clarify.
We got to get coffee.
Yeah, we got to get something in here. Oh, I see some of our favorite people have some Getter representatives here, and I see Liz Harrington. We have the Trump folks are here, so.
And it sounds like it's starting, so I think we're going to send that over to general session.
Perhaps.
I heard something, or it's going to be starting in just a minute.
I guess Will has his camera on that.
We have the best spot in the house. Are you so excited?
We do. It's pretty awesome. Let us tell you guys. So there's 2 sides of Media Row. One is on the other side of the ballroom, down an escalator.
It stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to CPAC 2022, Awake, Not Woke. For our invocation, please welcome Father Frank Pavone.
Well, good morning, friends, and greetings from Priests for Life, the organization I lead, and we are happy to join you and invoke the Lord on this tremendous conference this weekend. Let us pray. Father, we turn to you today as followers of your Son, Jesus Christ, who has conquered falsehood, conquered sin, conquered death in his resurrection. And Lord God, we pray that you and your Son will send us the Holy Spirit. Send that Spirit to us again today, tomorrow, and throughout this CPAC conference. Send that Spirit to us when we return home and continue the work of making America great again. Send the Spirit, Lord God, who hovered over creation at the dawn of time, over the chaos, and brought order over the darkness and brought light, hovered over nothingness and brought life into being. Father, we stand with confidence today, not wondering if or how we will overcome the forces lined up against us. No, we do not cower in fear, but in the power of the Spirit, in the resurrection of your Son, we stand before the forces of falsehood, the enemies of freedom, and the culture of death, and we declare your kingdom has already been defeated in Jesus Christ. We begin with victory. Father, send us that Spirit, and we have confidence today that the Spirit who created a universe out of nothing can create a movement for freedom. That the Spirit who expelled demons can drive out a bad political party. And Lord, that the Spirit who raised the dead can revive a nation and make America great again. Father, give us that Spirit. Remove any doubt, any hesitation within our own minds, because the obstacles within us are more of a hindrance than the external obstacles we face. Finally, Father, as you send us this Spirit, remind us this is the same Spirit that filled your apostles at Pentecost. We don't ask for a fraction of the Spirit or an echo of the Spirit. We claim the same Spirit in all his fullness, in all his power. Speak through us, act through us, protect us, and impel us forward to victory for America and victory for the kingdom of God. We pray in the name of the only Lord, the only Savior, the ruler of every nation, the judge of all, Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from the Ben Ferguson Show, Ben Ferguson.
Somebody said this morning, they're like, you're going to be first up. And I said, well, that's great. I know the true believers will be in this room this early in the morning. Which means we're going to have a really fun CPAC 2022 Awake Not Woke. I'm so glad you guys are here. And I wanted to talk a little bit about activism, but it would be tone deaf not to mention what's happening right now in the world in Ukraine. Last night I was sitting up until 2 in the morning watching what was happening. And it reminded me of a tweet that was sent out. And I kept sending it to everybody I know, and I'm going to read it to you because it's one of those tweets that I think is going to be part of history. Joe Biden, February the 21st, 2020. 2020, I want you to really think about this. Vladimir Putin doesn't want me to be president. He doesn't want me to be our nominee. If you're wondering why, it's because I'm the only person in the field who's ever gone toe-to-toe with him. How's that working out? Not only that, but we got a canned statement from the president after the invasion, and he was actually, I'm assuming, probably asleep. They're like, don't wake him up. He needs to sleep. We've had this thing written for a week and a half. Look at where we are as a country right now, and look at what has happened. And I'm going to connect this to, I call you guys the true believers, the activists. I actually believe right now we are seeing I'll use the liberal terms, an insurrection of conservative leaders who are rising up and are ready to take back this country from what he's done in the last year alone. I'll use their words because I'm not afraid of it, because I know what we stand for. I know what we believe in. And if you look at this, and I never write speeches on paper, occupational hazard being a talk show host, podcast, or TV guy, but I actually did make notes. And because I was afraid I was going to leave something off. And one of the things I said was, all right, let's recap the administration. Where are we? Deadly Afghan withdrawal. Thousands of Americans left stranded. U.S. soldiers and innocent civilians killed. People that helped us, support us for 20 years in that country, we left behind. If you want to know when we lost the world, and I'm talking about the fear of dictators and tyrants around the world, it was when they were watching the same video you and I were watching, where there were American troops and 20 feet away, there were Americans. And we let the Taliban tell us what to do. That is when Vladimir Putin knew that what happening today could happen. That's when he looked at the world and said, no one's going to stop me, because without America, and without America leading, the reality is the rest of the world sit back and watches as people like Vladimir Putin do what they're doing right now in Ukraine. He looked at that map and he saw the 15 different areas that used to be the total of the USSR, and he said, 14 of those I might be able to take on, because if they won't even go to those red chairs to get an American, they won't even go to the white chairs over here, that far away, to get a child, or that far over there to get an interpreter, or that far over there to get somebody that was a translator who helped America for 20 years in Afghanistan, they're not going to stop me. And that is where we are in 1 year with our foreign policy. It's not just foreign policy. Illegal immigration right now at an all-time high. You almost forget about all the bad news because there's so much bad news, but you got a guy who's willing to actually send and demand that we have National Guard troops go to Washington, D.C. and put up barriers again so that the American people can't even see the people's house, something they own, the Capitol. He will send people there, but not to the southern border to protect and defend this country. In 1 year, think about that. I got to go back to the list because it's so high. Inflation at a 39-year high. Somehow they're saying that's Donald Trump's fault. Not a joke. They were talking about this morning. Well, you know, Putin's Donald Trump's fault. Inflation somehow is Donald Trump's fault. Really? That's your best talking point? A guy that's no longer the president. And I say that with a grin on my face because this is how incompetent they are. They still are going back to attacking Donald Trump. And they're still going back to attacking the people that supported him. Why? Because they have nothing else to offer. You look back at this list, you've got now China watching this right now. They're watching it and they're saying, Taiwan looks pretty good. Taiwan looks like, who's going to stop us? It's not America, and if America's not leading, who's going to do anything? They're looking and realizing that right now America is weak, not strong. America is incompetent right now. America is a place right now that is not going to even understand how to organize the world to fight back against tyrants and dictators around the world, and that's why they're doing it right now. Price of gas up $1.50. Don't worry, they said that's Donald Trump's fault. I go through this list of all the things that have happened in 1 year. You got a pandemic. I mean, again, I had to make a list because it's gotten so bad. But the elections are coming. You notice in these liberal states, like, oh, okay, maybe you can take that mask off. Not your kids in school, though. We got to still indoctrinate them. You can take your mask off when you're going around, but your kids in the school, we own them. They're government property. We own them. They're government property. Now, you think about all the bad news I just gave you, but let's talk about the good news that's coming from it. Truckers are standing up. God bless them. Truckers are standing up. And what I say, and you looked at the name this year, when you walk in here, it's on the banner, right? Awake, not woke. Yeah, there's a lot of really pissed off truckers in America right now that just want to do their job, sit in their cab 98% of the time, and provide goods and services to every American. They just don't want to be told that they have to take a damn shot. God bless America for that. You look at these patriots in Canada. Look at what Trudeau has done there. Look at his approval rating. He overstepped. He realized that the emergency powers just disappeared. But it's a cautionary tale. We're awake, America, and there's a lot of people that have woken up that were not awake a year ago. There are a lot of people having buyer's remorse right now. Think about parents in America who are now awake. Look at what's happening with school boards in America from people that are now awake. Showing up and being referred to as domestic terrorists. We have a United States government that wanted to label you as a parent, as a grandparent, or just as a taxpayer that's paying dollars to the public schools, and they wanted you to be declared a domestic terrorist. You don't play along with the rules on flights, they want you to be treated like a member of the Taliban. People are getting very, very awake. Americans are starting to realize that this is not what America is. You look at the grassroots level, I've seen nothing like this before. I did a 3-part conversation the other day with truck drivers in America for my podcast. I've never, as a host, you talk. I never enjoyed more in my career listening to average men in their rigs and husbands and wives that ride together, listening to their stories about what they do, what they provide, and how they're going to take 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks off to go to Washington, D.C. And that's who they want to make public enemy number one. They're driving through your cities, folks. Join them. When you go home, if it's anywhere close, get in line with them. They're going to try to turn them and anyone that supports them into domestic terrorists. They're going to try to take away their money again. They're going to shut them down on Facebook like they did when they were trying to organize, which is exactly why we need to stand with them. Lastly, one of the coolest things that I witnessed this year was what happened in Virginia. Was that not one of the most incredible things you've ever witnessed in politics? What happened in Virginia, God bless the people in Virginia for what they did, standing up for their children and refusing to back down and refusing to concede to the hardcore liberals in that state. People in California right now are standing up and fighting back in California. God bless the people in California because they've had enough of this. You know, when Biden got elected, the phone calls kept coming in. We've lost America. And I kept saying to people, no, we haven't. Yes, we have. That we'll never be able to undo this. Jimmy Carter gave us who? Ronald Reagan. Bill Clinton gave us who? And who did Obama give? I like our options in this midterms, and I like our chances in a couple years in the presidential election. Why do you think Donald Trump's still hanging out? Why do you think Donald Trump's still in the conversation? He loves America, and he warned us, and he said this was going to happen. And too many people, unfortunately, lost sight of how great things were in America. Look at what was happening in the economy. Look at how he empowered people. Look at how Donald Trump would have never done what these people have done in 1 year. They want to own us. They want to own our children. They want to indoctrinate our children. They want to take away your rights. They want to tell you when and where you can work, what you can and cannot wear on your face, where you can and cannot travel, what you can and cannot say, what you can and cannot tell your children about what it means to be a boy or a girl. They want to tell you that you should apologize if you have a certain color skin that you did not choose when you were born. And they want you to feel bad for being an American or being proud of this country. Not anymore, folks. In 1 year, this country has literally woken up like I've never seen before. I cannot wait. I cannot wait to see what happens in the midterms. I cannot wait to see what local school boards look like when these new elections come. I cannot wait to see who decides to run for district attorneys after the defund the police movement. And make no mistake, what Soros and defund the police is all about with these woke DAs who are refusing to charge people with crimes, it deals with one thing. That is part of their plan to defund and dehumanize the police. Imagine being a police officer in America today. You go out there, you risk your life, you lock somebody up, and then all of a sudden you find out they could be in the same dinner that night with you because they refuse to press charges, they refuse to put them in jail. They're trying to make cops go insane. They're trying to make them lose their minds so they'll just quit. Cops aren't quitting, folks, and Americans aren't quitting either. Americans are not quitting either. So as you get ready for an amazing conference over the next couple of days, I want you to remember this very, very last thing. Do not be discouraged about where we are right now in this country. Be inspired about where we are going as a country. We are correcting the problem. We are correcting the problem in a very big way. But it's bigger than I've ever seen because we're correcting the problem now on the local level. It's not just national politics anymore. It's school boards, it's aldermen, it's city council, it's the health department. People are realizing that local politics have more of an impact on their lives than anything else. And they're running for office. Be inspired. And if you feel led to run for office, do it. And don't forget where you came from. Welcome to CPAC 2022. God bless you guys. God bless America. I will see you back here tomorrow as well with Ben Carson, and I hope to see you out there as well. Thank you guys. Have a great conference.
Hi, I'm Ohio Senate President Matt Huffman. I'm very honored to receive the American Conservative Union's Award for Conservative Excellence.
I'd like to thank CPAC for the award of Conservative Legislator.
I wish I could be there celebrating with you and President Trump, but in any event, I'm grateful for CPAC and the American Conservative Union and the work that they do. It's because of them voters can know who's actually advancing conservative principles and who's not.
I took an oath of office to support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and to preserve those principles of liberty for all.
And I will continue to do the same here in Oklahoma.
Again, thank you for the honor of presenting me with this award.
Thank y'all again for this honor and for honoring conservative legislators here in Georgia and across the nation.
I live by God, family, and true conservatism. That's where good governance comes from. Thank you.
I'm right outside the United States Supreme Court right now, and it is an amazing sight. Now, this is my very first March for Life, and I really hope it is the last March for Life here in our nation's capital, as the United States Supreme Court is hearing a case that could possibly overturn Roe v. Wade.
I came to march for the sanctity of life, because abortion is murder. Across the board, it's murder.
Abortion was never taught to me in school when they taught to me the scourge that affected the black community. They only told me about slavery and not being allowed to vote, all these different things. They never told us what the Democrat Party and what Margaret Sanger and Planned Parenthood directly did to my people. So when I learned about it, I was purely disgusted, did all the research, and have been pro-life ever since because I knew that my people had a place in this nation, and racist Democrats believed that we didn't, so they supported all these organizations that shut down our right at the very beginning.
And if you look at it, the most abortion clinics are in minority neighborhoods. And so the BLM too, not really Black Lives Matter because you're murdering, it's a higher percentage of black babies aborted than white.
Yeah, since Roe v. Wade in 1973, there's been over 60 million babies aborted, and over 60% of them have been people of color, minorities. Would you consider that the idea of abortion would be on the exact same moral ground as the moral of slavery?
Yeah, no, totally. Like, that's exactly the same way I see it. Either we have them serve us on the field, serve us in our house, doing all these different things, or they don't deserve to be alive.
As we wrap it up here in our nation's capital, right outside the United States Supreme Court, I just want to let everyone know what an amazing day it has been here in Washington, D.C.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a conversation. Domestic terrorists unite. Lessons from Virginia parents. Please welcome Jessica Mendez, Amy Yar, Michelle Medge, and your moderator from Fight for Schools, Ian Pryor.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to CPAC. I'm Ian Pryor. I'm the Executive Director of Fight for Schools. I'm also a Senior Advisor at America First Legal. And this right here are, three of the most instrumental people in the revolution that you saw in 2021 in Loudoun County, Virginia. So let's give them a hand. So they were already introduced as they came on stage, but this is Michelle, this is Amy, and this is Jessica. And I want to start with, really the first question. When did you decide to get involved? What was your sort of wake-up moment when you realized something wasn't quite right in your schools? Let's start with you, Jessica.
Well, for me, it really started in like 2019 when my oldest was in first grade. And I started hearing about inappropriate books in the schools, and I said, I got to figure out what's going on here. And I attended my first school board meeting, and I remember listening to all of the speakers and hearing what they had to say, and then they all left. And I stayed, and I actually listened to the meeting until 1 in the morning, and I said, wow, this is incredible. I had no idea. I was literally asleep at the wheel. And from then on, COVID happened, and it started to be about reopening schools because, the schools were shut down in Loudoun County. And I said, I have to do something. I have to speak up. And I went to my very first school board meeting, and I was so nervous, like I am now. And I said, I've got to do something. I got to speak up. And then after that, I started hearing, more and more parents speaking up, and a lot of them had viral moments, like Brandon Michon, who said, figure it out, and raise the bar, and Chantel Cooper, who said, look at me, when she was talking about CRT, and we just had all of these amazing parents come forward who had been motivated by others speaking up, and courage begets courage, and that's how it really started for me, when I just started realizing that I used to think that, that 1 minute speaking at a school board meeting didn't mean anything. Like, they're not gonna listen to me, it's not gonna make a difference. But I had it all wrong. It wasn't the school board who needed to hear me, it was everyone sitting at home and across the country. Those were the people who needed to hear me.
Amy?
Well, in the same vein of those books, Loudoun County had been telling us that these books were never going to make it to our kids' classrooms. They could check them out in the library. Well, it came to my kids' classroom. It was in an assignment. And I couldn't believe the book choice that she had for this book club. It was ninth grade honors English. These kids are home. They were virtual. They were reading these books. Well, the one in particular talked about graphic sexual abuse, rape, murder. I didn't know what to do with it. I thought these kids are sitting at home, some of them by themselves, they're high schoolers, this is honors. What are they gonna learn from a book like this? So we had a Facebook group where we could share some of this information, and I had seen Ian's name being passed around, somebody to contact for this kind of stuff. So pulled into a Walgreens parking lot, called him. I said, I don't know what to do. And he said, write all this up for me. And then I thought, I'm not sure about this guy. Maybe he's just a journalist. I don't know. So I pulled back. I didn't say anything. I thought, let me go through the school. School didn't do anything. Then it just blew up. Other people started finding out because I made a big post about it on Facebook. Everything I wrote that I tried to send to the school did not make it to the school because it was so graphic, it didn't make it through the school's firewall. Yet it's supposed to be in their hands. So then when it blew up, he calls me and he goes, you didn't send me all that. And I said, well, it's out there now. So then school board meeting, we did posters, all the moms put it out there. For me, I was like, wow, it's not just us. It's not just my kids' class. It is Texas, it is Arizona, it is North Carolina, and that's how I got involved, just being a mom, paying attention to what books they were reading.
Michelle?
Good morning. My name is Michelle Mej, and I'm a domestic terrorist. Because I recall school board members, and I FOIA a heck of a lot. So my story started last fall when the schools were closed, and they remained closed for months and months and months, and my children go to private school. And I could, for the life of me, couldn't figure out why. Why can the most richest county in the United States not figure out how to open the schools. And that's when I got started. Because if my children can have the opportunity to see their friends in person, every student in this county should have that same opportunity. So I started fall of 2020. I started going to school board meetings. We started to mobilize a little bit. And then when Ian started the recall process, that's when I really got started. I went door to door. I was determined to get the most signatures of all of my friends.
And you did.
She did. And during that time, I also FOIA'd, I think, so one journalist told me I FOIA'd 20% of all FOIA requests for the school board in Loudoun County. I believe I broke the system. They've changed their policies because of me. I now have to pay in advance, which I'm going to take that up on another day. Today's not that day. But keeping the schools closed, I agreed to a 2-week reprieve because of COVID. We didn't have the right data, metrics, what have you. I didn't agree to stop life as we know it. And the opportunities for our children were not there, and we are now seeing the effects of that long term, and that's what breaks my heart. And I will keep fighting every day if I have to until we make this right.
You know, one of the things that I've learned throughout this process is the way that this can transition to beyond Loudoun County is really to keep it within these 4 lanes, or to think about these 4 things, which is activate, investigate, communicate, and litigate. And Michelle talked about the investigation piece, and she's done such a great job with Freedom of Information Act requests. But there was, you know, as some of you may have seen in Loudoun County, there was a sexual assault that our superintendent lied about at a school board meeting for political reasons. And Michelle actually FOIA'd emails with the terms sexual assault, the names of the schools, et cetera, for a 4-month period. And they came back and said, we'll give you this for $37,000. Mm-hmm. So, you know, one of the things that America First Legal is working on is the Ppra, which is a way to get access to curriculum, teacher trainings under federal law, and it is not governed by FOIA. So you can actually request to the school to go in there and review your child's curriculum, their lesson plans, the teacher trainings that the teacher has, and they cannot charge you and they cannot deny you those rights under federal law. I want to get to you know, another question for you. Loudoun County has obviously been in the news as sort of the forefront of this parents' revolution, you know, the Lexington and Concord of the parents' revolution. At what point did you realize that what was happening in Loudoun County was much bigger than Loudoun County? Jessica?
There were a lot of them. I feel like I was constantly reminded when I needed it, you know, when I needed a little boost of like, keep fighting, keep doing this. I remember you telling me about an article that you had read saying that a woman in Wisconsin was asked, why are you trying to remove your school board members? And her answer was Loudoun County. I know, right? I was blown away. I was blown away that a woman in Wisconsin knew about us, knew about our county and what we were trying to do. Just family and friends reaching out from across the country and thanking us, and led to strangers coming up to me and saying, thank you for what you're doing. I know what you're doing and keep doing it. You know, it was so incredible and so motivating. We had some huge wins. You know, when we had our first school board member in court, we won all 3 motions, and she resigned shortly thereafter. Sorry.
Yeah. So as Ian was saying about the sexual assault at that school in our county, I have 3 students at that school. So I knew on June 22nd how big this was. Here I am fighting those books, trying to get, you know, more appropriate materials, and there was someone sexually raping a girl in my kid's bathroom at school. I have two teenage daughters there. And when that father, at that June 22nd meeting that blew up, and they didn't want to hear from parents anymore, our school board walked off the stage. Parents are furious. A fight happened to break out with this father, who's the father of that daughter, at that meeting. And when they walked off that stage, I said, oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. And I got up on my chair, and I started singing the national anthem. And listen, if anything's going to unify anyone in that room, it was going to be that song. And then I ended up on Laura Ingraham later that night.
And you tried to get yourself arrested, too.
Yes, I wanted to get arrested because I said, I am not leaving this room, and she made me leave.
I drug her out.
But no, that's when I knew this was big. You know, if you've got books happening, it's happening at my kids' school, and I know those books are happening at your schools. Now I have a sexual assault at my school. They're happening at your schools too. You just don't know about them. We're knowing about it. Uncover it, find out, and I will not stop until this is done.
So for me, over the summer, I was very much heads down in collecting signatures. And when the time came for Ian to do the press release, when we turned those petitions in, and I think it was that day or the next day, Dan Bongino, hope to meet you, was crying, and he was thanking us. I was very touched, because where else are you, you don't understand the impact you have personally or as a team, and we are a very tight team, until you see the reactions of those. And even today, when Amy and I were getting coffee, and they're like, oh, you're from Loudon, thank you for what you're doing.
So I would say the moment, you know, throughout the summer, certainly we were on the news, and the things that were happening at the school board were on the news. But there was really a few things at the end of September, early October, when I realized what was happening. And the first was when, you know, Terry McAuliffe in the debate said, I don't think parents should be telling schools what to teach. And at that point, I said, well, he's done. But apparently the powers that be in Washington decided, well, we've got to make up for this. So you get the National School Board Association letter that actually cited the dad that was arrested at the school board meeting, the same dad whose daughter was sexually assaulted in a bathroom. And in a short span of 3 days, Attorney General Merrick Garland turned around a memo regarding looking at parents at school board meetings under domestic terrorism statute. That is no coincidence. Attorney General memos do not get drafted and publicized that quickly. And so I realized that, wow, the establishment is scared, and they see what is happening, and their power structure has a very real risk of collapsing if you build a coalition of parents across partisanship that is focused on one issue, and that's their children, the health, welfare, and education of their children. So I think that we are looking at a moment where we have the potential to build the biggest block of single-issue voters in the history of American politics. So what would you give as a message to everybody on how they can do some of the things that we've done in their own counties, in their own districts, in their own cities?
You got to organize. You got to start communicating with each other. You have to work together for your common goal and figure out what's going on, help to, uncover things with FOIA, speak at school board meetings, make your voices heard, but work together in doing it. It's been incredible to see the team come together, and every parent has their own special set of skills, especially Ian Pryor has his own special set of skills. But we each have something valuable. And when you put them all together and you work together, you can make great things happen.
My biggest message would be don't give up. There were a lot of times I wanted to give up. There were times my kids were saying, please don't embarrass us again at a school board meeting. Please don't go on TV, which I did not listen to them. So for those of you in the IT world, we have something called when teams come together. We were just a bunch of individual moms and Ian. It's it's a process by which teams come together. It's called forming, storming, norming, and performing. We're performing. Don't give up. You have to get to performing. You might be in a lot of storming phases, going back and forth between storming and norming, but you got to get to performing.
And I am awake, I am not woke, and you can be too. In the investigation phase, if anyone needs support on FOIAs, the easiest thing, the tactical steps are simple. Google.com, FOIA, who are you trying to FOIA? And usually the first one or two things that come up would be a FOIA form, and it's called different things in different jurisdictions. But however, I am a lawyer I'm barred in Florida. I'm a Miami native. We do exist. And when you live in the Sunshine State and you're from the Sunshine State, you anticipate and you expect that municipalities and agencies are as transparent and have sunshine shining down on them as much as this beautiful state does. And so that should be your expectation going in. Anything less than that, start questioning.
Yeah, that's a good point. You know, you look at these big bureaucracies, and they've got their lawyers, and there's a lot going on there. They've got our school system has a $1.6 billion budget, and it's intimidating until you actually sort of start digging, and then you realize that they don't know what they're doing. They don't communicate well with each other. They have their own internal rivalries. They are not necessarily a block of people that are all rowing in the same direction. So I think one of the things that's important is when you're dealing with your school board, when you're dealing with your superintendent, get to know the personalities, understand where those rivalries are, and always have an intelligence network. I mean, look, we're called paper terrorists now. I think I saw an article as a paper terrorist if you're sending FOIAs, but you are up against a massive bureaucracy, so you need to use every tool at your disposal. And having sources that can give you information, whether it's teachers, parents, people in the administration, is going to be immensely valuable. We got a little bit more time. I just want to wrap up with one more question. What was the highlight of the past year as you're doing this, unpaid, as volunteers, blood, sweat, and tears every day? What was the highlight?
Oh, I had to pick one. It has to be the election watch party. When we went to the Youngkin election watch party, and on the way there with Ian and his wife and my husband, and going there, and he says, I think he's got it. And I was, no, he didn't. Did he really? And we get there, and we're waiting and waiting and waiting, and finally it's official, and we just all broke down. We just hugged and cried and danced together and celebrated. It was so incredible that we did that. We had a part in it. We changed Virginia.
I mean, for me, it's being on the main stage at CPAC. I mean, really, it doesn't get bigger than this. We're trying to get our message out to everybody. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Speak up to all the silent parents, to all the silent teachers, to any silent community. We have your back. The nation has your back. We are loud. Our voices are being heard, so you can talk.
So I think my most special memory is also the election party, but particularly, I think it was 2:30 in the morning. Glenn Youngkin was panning the front row of those who attended the party, and we were at the end with our Fight for School shirts, and he was starting to progress to another group, and my time to say hi to him had passed, and I'm like, I'm not giving up. So I went back to him and I said, thank you for running. Because of you, my children will have medical freedom. And he just gave me a big bear hug, and if you've seen the news lately, the mask fight was alive and still kicking a little bit, but that's my favorite memory.
All right, well, with that, we will end, and thank you for coming and listening, and keep going.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome CPAC Board Member K.T. McFarland, CPAC Board Member Gordon Chang, CPAC Executive Vice President Dan Schneider, and North Korean defector Arthur Young-Sung Lee.
Today, Russia invaded Ukraine, a full-scale invasion of an independent nation. That has changed the complex generational struggle that we have been in of the forces of darkness against the forces of light. Vladimir Putin is not going to stop here. The question that we're going to be addressing at CPAC, not just today, but throughout the days that we're here, is, so what do we do? And the fact that you're here is an example of the importance of a grassroots political movement. We have national leadership that I think at a certain point is probably criminally incompetent. They are unable to stop what Vladimir Putin could do, and now they don't know what to do. But I think it's important to understand that in this generational struggle, it's not just about Europe. Vladimir Putin doesn't stop with Ukraine. He has put himself in a position, thanks to a feckless American administration, where he can now do whatever he wants, whenever he wants with Ukraine. He has the power of all the energy. Half of the energy from Europe comes from Russia. He can turn that on or off anywhere time he wants. The fact that the price of oil has gone from $40 a barrel just a year ago under President Trump to $100 a barrel today means that Vladimir Putin is one of the richest guys, richest countries around. Why? Because Russia, who buys Russian cars, right? Who buys Russian computers? Everybody buys Russian oil and natural gas. And by giving him double his income, he is now in a position to do that. But my concern is it doesn't just stop with Ukraine. It goes on. It goes on in Europe. Will he next threaten NATO? His lifelong objective has been to dismantle NATO, to separate the United States from Europe, and then to recreate the Soviet Union. But our assault is not just in Europe. It spreads. Gordon, take it from there.
We see China supporting and financing Russian aggression against Ukraine. On February 4th, just a few hours before the Olympics started, Vladimir Putin sat down with Xi Jinping, and they announced their no-limits partnership. But they also announced $117.5 billion in oil and gas deals. And just a few days ago, they also announced a sale of 100 million metric tons of Russian coal to China. China gave Putin the one thing that he needed to invade Ukraine, and that is money. And that's why we face a united China-Russia partnership, KT.
Yeah. You know, since the end of World War II, the Sino-Soviet then alliance, the China-Russia alliance, has bedeviled the free world. And when Richard Nixon was president, we split those two up. We split China off from the Soviet Union. And then when Ronald Reagan was president, we defanged the Soviet Union. We realized that the important thing was that America had allies, but we had to stand with our allies, but we had to break up their alliance. But what's happened now is they're back. And it's far more dangerous today than it was at any period since the end of World War II. Why? Because China's money, China's technology, married up with Russia's military capabilities and Russia's energy and natural resources, is a threat that will really be the biggest threat, I think, to the United States in our history. And we have to be smart, we have to be nimble, we have to have allies, but most of all, we have to have a plan. And that's why you're here today, to help us find the plan.
KT and Gordon, I just want to remind you, it was 7 years ago that our organization started to go all around the country. And the first place we went was Des Moines, Iowa. You were both there. And we had a conversation about what the threat is worldwide. And on stage, we had these really smart people who were new to ACU at that time. Drawing the connection between Venezuela, China, Russia, North Korea, we have a North Korean defector here. This is part of our activism training. And Arthur and I were going to come out, and we still are, to talk about what it means to live under socialism, to live under communism. We're training for a reason. We could become the next Venezuela very easily if we don't work within our own borders, but then there are threats all over the world.
And this shows that freedom and democracy is under attack everywhere, because it's not just Ukraine. Ukraine is today, but then it is the Baltics, Taiwan, India, Japan, the Philippines, Bhutan, Nepal. Freedom and democracy around the world are under attack.
So we host CPACs all over the world. You'll hear later on Saturday 2 new countries where we're going to. But we've been, and Katie and Gordon have been to many of these in Korea, Japan, Australia, Brazil. We're going to be going to Israel soon. You'll hear some additional ones later. But strong allies abroad help freedom at home.
And what we face is not just a military threat. It's across the board. You know, Russia has started this, it's warmed up its attack against Ukraine with cyber attacks. You know, the Ukrainian government is now shut down. The Ukrainian communications industry is shut down. If the president of Ukraine wanted to go and rally the people, he can't do it. He has no way of talking to his own people. So part of the plan from the forces of darkness is to isolate us and to separate us. What we have to do as freedom-loving people everywhere is understand that we need a strong economy, we need strong technology, we certainly need strong armed forces, then we need a strong national will. And that's the importance that we bring to it. But this is not just about a military alliance. This is so much bigger. And that's why what we hope is that what you'll take from what you're going to learn here, today, tomorrow, the next day, and you go back into your communities. Because we're not getting the answers out of Washington. Where have they gotten us? The answers are going to come from the people of this country rising up in a grassroots movement. And that's why Gordon and I and Dan Schneider and Matt Schlapp and all of the CPAC people, we're going all around the world because we need to light a fire under freedom-loving people everywhere.
I'm going to interrupt you two, because Gordon and KT are coming back out on the stage later this afternoon, specifically to talk about Russia and China. Thank you very much. That's going to be a riveting conversation. We've got more context today after the horrible invasion of Ukraine. But I do want to get to Arthur, who actually lived
living
under
proof of what freedom means.
Thank you, Katie.
Thank you, Dave.
We'll see you, later,
See you later
this afternoon.
Thank you, Dan.
This is my friend Arthur. He works with the CPAC Korea. We call it KCPAC, our partner that helps us host CPAC in South Korea. Arthur, let's go to the middle of the stage. North Korea is one of the worst regimes on the planet. You lived there.
Yeah.
All these people who are fighting for freedom in America, we want to remind them, educate them, what it is they're fighting for, what it is they don't want to become. What was North Korea like?
Dan, thank you so much for having me. And it's my first time to stand in front of so many people. So first of all, I'd like to thank you, Dan and CPAC, giving me the great opportunity to share my story. And thank you for everybody here to fight for the America's freedom. And I lived in North Korea for about 30 years. And I thought about yesterday how I can describe North Korea so that American people can understand easily about the totalitarian system. And I want to put this way. So today we are here and we are staying in a very beautiful hotel. If we are in North Korea, you cannot stay in this beautiful hotel without the permission of the regime. And you cannot travel from DC, Virginia, Maryland without any permission by the government. And also, if we are here for CPAC, and this is the fight for freedom. And in North Korea, you are not allowed to gather one place to express your opinion. everybody should be controlled by the regime, and everything is controlled by the one man.
Arthur, what would have happened to you when you were living in North Korea if you would have said to your neighbor, the dictator Kim is not doing the right thing?
That's the one sentence you can never tell to
What would
other
have happened?
people.
What would have happened to you?
I don't know many people here heard about 3-generation punishment, like grandfather, father, and children. 3 generation will be punished severely. Your grandfather will be executed. Your father will be killed by the regime, and your children will be sent to the political prison camp. In the camp, when the young babies were born in the camp, they have to live in the camp for their entire life, unless the regime releases them. But it is a rare chance to be released to the society.
That is a shocking statement, right? And that may seem so shocking that you think it just has no bearing on America. Well, that's North Korea. South Korea has been our ally for a long time. I don't think Americans understand now what's going on in South Korea. The president of South Korea is a socialist, and he's wrapping up his 5-year term. There's going to be an election on March 9th for the new presidency of South Korea. And the candidate to replace the current socialist is a communist.
That's true.
That communist has closer ties to the Chinese Communist Party and to North Korea than to the US. South Korea has been the place where we've had Samsung phones and LG refrigerators. It is at risk of becoming the next Venezuela.
So what's shocking to me when I was in South Korea, because the current president, and the next ruling party's candidate, they are all human rights lawyers. But they never talks about North Korean human rights. They never talks about Hong Kong, a Chinese invasion of, Mississippi's invasion. And then I was surprised that so-called human rights lawyers, how come they don't talk about human rights? And then they are pro-North Korea, but also pro-China. And then they are fascinated by the socialism and communism theory. So they want to make South Korea as a socialist country. So they want to rig the election so that they can get the absolute power in the Congress. And then they manipulate National Election Commission to rig the election. And then, the branches, the power branches, all controlled by the one party. They want one-party control system. So now South Korea is really in danger, and I'm representing the Korean Peninsula. I hope that American people, can fight together to preserve our freedom.
Today's young people seem to be enamored with socialism and communism. They don't get it that taking money from rich people, giving it to poor people, that may seem like a way to alleviate poverty. It guarantees poverty for everybody. So as we're here at CPAC, we are fighting against the evil forces of communism and socialism in all its forms. Vladimir Putin and his Russian forces, what they're doing is evil. Authoritarianism is evil. China, the Chinese Communist Party, they are suppressing their own people. The people of China deserve better than the communist regime that's been forced on them. North Korea, it's the same. We have got to have strong allies all over the world. Strong allies abroad means safety and security at home. Arthur, as we start to wrap up, would you please, I just want you to just briefly explain how you fled North Korea. What was that path out of North Korea?
So that was 7 years ago. My entire family made toughest decision for our entire life. So it's not easy decision, because it was the decision to escape for freedom or live as slave. But I'm proud of my family, my mother, father, sister. We decided to leave the country, leaving everything behind there for freedom. I think freedom is more valuable than life. That's why I decided to escape And so many people do not stop escaping for freedom. And I think everybody here, in the near future, at end of, distant future, you will be proudly say to your children that you have done the right thing for your future generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Art. Okay. Thank you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel is Don Lemon is a Dinosaur, the new way to get your news. Please welcome Rogan O'Hanley, aka DC Drano, Ryan Fournier, and your moderator from X Strategies, Alex Bruzewitz.
What's up, CPAC? How you guys doing today? I just want to lead with a moment to acknowledge what's happening in Ukraine right now. It's horrible what's happening, and unconstitutional elections have consequences, and we're seeing that right now. The world's seeing it, and so we got to make sure that they never happen again. They can never do what they did in the 2020 election again. So. God bless. So today we're talking about social media, if that's okay. It's a popular thing, and I'm joined by Ryan Fournier, founder of Students for Trump, and Rogan O'Hanley, DC Drano. So I'm not going to talk a whole lot because I'm the least cool person on stage. But before I became a victim of the January 6th committee witch hunt, and before I became a rhino slayer, my day job was to identify, amplify, and develop strong conservative voices online. We've taken virtually unknown candidates and turned them into household names in Congress. We've helped identify some of the leading conservative voices on the internet because we understand how important it is to have our voices heard. And I'm glad to be joined by two of those voices right now. And so I want to talk to Ryan and Drano quickly about how did you guys get started in digital activism, and what advice do you have to our audience about getting involved themselves?
Yeah, I would start off by saying, welcome everybody. You guys happy to not have these masks on, right? Right? It is phenomenal to be here, and I'm here for one reason only, and it was social media. I started Students for Trump as a Twitter account in 2015, not really knowing where it would go, but I had this idea in my mind, like, Donald Trump, we didn't lose the last two presidential elections because he was white and because he was rich. We lost them because they had no clue how to connect with middle America. And Trump was able to do that, not just through social media, but getting on a stage and making it understandable. And so we took that, we built a brand, we helped elect probably one of the most iconic cultural presidents in American history through social media, thanks to that.
It's true. And Rogan, how did you get involved? Can you tell us a little bit about your backstory? Because your story is awesome, man.
Well, thank you. It's good to be back at CPAC. Last time I was here, I was escorted out by some sheriff's deputies for not wearing a mask. So good to be back in Florida on this side of the stage. But I will say I love what CPAC has done by bringing people like us on stage. They understand that the energy is in the grassroots, and the grassroots is expressing its voice through social media, the one last refuge that we have to make our opinions heard. I started out as a Hollywood entertainment lawyer in Los Angeles, and once President Trump got elected, I said, this guy needs help. Every institution is against him. I started posting memes on Instagram, and then I decided to do it full time. I moved to the great state of Florida in 2017. People thought I was absolutely crazy to leave a legal career to go post memes on Instagram, but guess what? I've got millions of followers, and I'm talking on the stage at CPAC about how we're going to take back this country.
So we've been in this fight for a long time, and there's nothing that we haven't seen on social media. We came up, most of us, all of us came up before the 2016 election, and during the 2016 election, it was almost like the Wild West online. You could say what you wanted to say, there wasn't censorship, and what the Democrats found was that our ideas were winning, and they're still winning, but there's a new little issue that we run into now. It's called censorship. The Democrats knew how strong our message was and how important our voices were, and so they coordinated with big tech companies to censor us, to silence us, to shut us down, but we're not going to let them win. And so, Ryan, what is your advice to the audience about how they can overcome censorship? Do you believe that we need to run from the platforms and go to great new companies like Truth Social, President Trump's new app?
Amen. Yeah, you know, I would say on top of that, something just happened to me the other day. I got a flag on my Facebook account for making a post saying illegal immigrants should not be allowed to vote in American elections. That is federal law. And it was fact-checked and labeled as hate speech. My biggest piece of advice to you, that is why Truth Network is flourishing right now. That is why there are millions of people flocking to President Trump's social media app and why it's going to be successful. Because it's not going to be something where you go on there and just because you have a differing opinion or view, you're going to get banned or censored for it. That is not the case anymore, folks. We need to make our own spaces, our own payment processing companies. We need to start fighting back against them, not just talking about it, because they aren't going to quit. They aren't going to lay down. They are out to destroy us. They're out to destroy this party, this ideology. We must fight back against it. Truth Social is going to be the gateway to do that. God bless Devin Nunes and Donald Trump for this amazing creation. It's going to be phenomenal.
Absolutely. And, you know, unfortunately, we can't wait around for Republican so-called leaders in Washington to save us. It's going to be on private citizens like my friend Drano who are taking the fight to these big tech companies. And so, Rogan, if you would mind sharing with the audience what you're working on and why your fight is so important.
So last year, after I was escorted out by leftist policies for not wearing the mask in the state of Florida, my Twitter was banned that night. I had over 400,000 followers at one point, and I had been getting flagged for calling out the rigged election. And absolutely. And come to find out, Judicial Watch releases some documents a couple months later from the Secretary of State of California. And they were sending emails to Twitter, government officials saying DC Drano is spreading election misinformation. And then I was banned off Twitter for spreading election misinformation. If that's not a violation of the First Amendment in the United States of America, then nothing is. We are suing them. We are taking this all the way to the top. I'm represented by Harmeet Dillon, the best of the best. And you know what? She said, Rogan, this case is why I went to law school. We got him. So we have already taken it to court. We were dismissed by Justice Breyer's younger brother, Charles Breyer, in the Northern District. We have filed to appeal in the Ninth Circuit. Briefs are coming due in the next couple months. And no matter what, we are going all the way to the Supreme Court. We will not settle. We are going to make sure that Americans have First Amendment rights on social media. It's long overdue. The courts need to step in, and we're going to take it to them.
Amen.
Rogan is a patriot, and we thank you for leading the charge and leading the fight, because how many in this room have been censored on social media? Make some noise. Have you been censored? That cannot happen in our country any longer. The Democrats can do whatever the heck they want. They can organize their Antifa rallies. They can organize their BLM rallies where they burn down American cities. But conservatives can't say that they have concerns about the 2020 election. That's wrong. And if Republicans in Washington don't take action, well, we're going to vote them the heck out of office.
And I would also add on to that. If these big tech companies think they're so big and powerful to the point where you are on these platforms, you're getting banned for saying something they disagree with, why can't they have a debate and discussion with us? Why can't the left talk to us about our ideals if they believe that they're so bad or they're so dangerous, right? Why? Well, I'll tell you why. This fight does not just end with Truth Social. They may be able to knock us down, but we aren't going to be out of the fight forever. We're going to fight like hell to make sure that every single voice in this room is heard, to make sure that you are able to go out there and speak freely, because that is America. And we aren't going to let the radical squad or the big tech tyrants fight back against us, push us down, or bully us. We're coming back. We're going to punch back harder than ever. We're going to win 2022 and 24. And let me tell you something, guys. This time right now is the time to be vocal, the time to be active, the time to stand up. Let's do it, guys.
All right, so we're going to end really quickly talking about some of our favorite meme accounts online, because, you know, we're talking about too much serious stuff. So I want to give a shout out to mostly.peaceful.memes on Instagram. They have some great Adam Kinzinger memes. They're hilarious. Mostly.peaceful.memes. Nobody makes fun of Adam Kinzinger better than that guy. He's hilarious. And there's a lot of material there. Another one is The Typical Liberal, who I know is a dear friend of Rogan's and ours. They've been on the front lines of the cultural and meme fight for a long time. And we can meme, the left can't, because the Democrats aren't funny. They have no humor. They're miserable people. You look at them, they're very ugly, most of them. But we'll pray for them. Any favorite Instagram accounts to follow?
I say support them all. Definitely get on social media. Follow these people, buy the products they're selling. That's how they make a living. We're constantly fighting against the censorship. There is a reason why they deplatformed President Trump and why they just deplatformed Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, because the truth is contagious. That's why Canada had to invoke martial law to stop we the people from taking back our government. And speaking of we the people, I just want to say, with all this Ukraine stuff going on, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of establishment, military-industrial complex, GOP people up on stage saying it's in our national interest to fight that war. It is not. It is not. Burisma, Hunter Biden was taking money. They impeached President Trump over a phone call to Ukraine. And now there is a full-blown invasion because Biden has instigated this. I can't even use the P word in front of his name. There is massive deep state corruption in that regime. We should not send our American sons and daughters to cover up the Biden crime family corruption. Thank you.
Amen.
God bless you guys. Thank you, CPAC. God bless you. God bless America. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Let's go, Brandon.
Everything that's reported on television isn't always true, but it should be. NTD, the power of truth. Now available 24/7 on television and streaming platforms.
of our children and grandchildren. I believe it is imperative that we set forth a climate solution that embodies long-standing conservative principles and can return the Republican leadership to a constructive stance on this critical issue.
Are you fed up with the mainstream news media pushing liberal ideas and a radical agenda? It's time to change the channel and watch Flashpoint. Flashpoint's a conservative news commentary program that focuses on current events by presenting truthful information from a hopeful point of view. Flashpoint inspires conservatives to stand strong in their values and in their faith. So if you're ready for a refreshing alternative, watch Flashpoint Tuesday and Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern on the Victory Channel.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the new age of social media. Please welcome, from Getter, Kaylin Dorr.
Hello, CPAC. I am Kaylin Dorr. I work at Getter, the fastest growing social media company in the world. And I'm here with one message today, that is that Twitter sucks. It is awful, and we're here to provide an alternative to that for you guys. Like I said, my name is Kaylin. I was the Chief Marketing Officer for the Trump 2020 campaign. I'm an alum of the White House and the 16 campaigns as well, and we have witnessed firsthand, myself and our CEO, Jason Miller, have witnessed firsthand the horrible, horrible things that social media can do to our society. And if they can censor a sitting president, they can censor literally anyone in this room. And I just listened to the gentleman before us, Ryan, DC Drano, Alex. They're all great, great patriots, and you should all be following them on Getter, on Instagram, wherever you can. I heard a lot of people here clap when they asked who'd been censored, and that's just wholly unacceptable. And I hope these guys, everyone here, would agree with that. Obviously, I can come up here, I can talk a lot about Getter, right? It's an incredible platform. We've got nearly 5 million users. We're not going to cancel you for your political opinions or anything like that. And at the end of the day, it's not complicated, right? I could, again, like I said, repeat myself over and over about Getter. Again, 5 million users, and if you're in the crowd and you're not on, you need to download it now. But it's really important to explain why this is so necessary. And it's because when you feel alone, the left wins. It's the bedrock of their entire policy agenda, or lack thereof. Gaslighting, making things up, making you believe that what you see in front of you is not actually happening, is literally their entire policy platform. Think about it. All they do is exist to tear people down. So we here at Getter strive to provide a family-friendly, positive, welcoming community to everybody, especially those of you in the room today and those of you listening and watching later. So we'd love for you guys to come on and get cooking. It's time we organize. It's time we fight big tech. Because at the end of the day, we're seeing, especially something a little more timely, what we're seeing here in the Ukraine today, where the state-run media is literally censoring footage of what is happening on the ground. Now, again, we can discuss whether or not we should be there or not, but what's happening there is happening, and we should be able to see and watch that, right? This is a global issue. Censorship is a global issue. That's something we're really proud of here at Getter. I say we have nearly 5 million users. A good chunk of those guys are abroad. Just imagine we sit here and we can rail on a nerd in a hoodie in Silicon Valley telling us what we can or can't say, which is just, again, wildly unacceptable. It's totally inappropriate, and it's absolutely insane. But imagine if that nerd in a hoodie didn't even live in the same country as you. How pissed off would you be? So that's the world that we face here today. And again, we cannot stress enough, it is time to organize, it's time to get out there and fight big tech, not only here, but around the globe. You know, they think so little of you. I'm sorry, this is something that's really passionate, you know, a passionate subject for me. But they think so little of people like you and I that they're interested, that they are just wholly obsessed with doing all of this out in the open, in front of everybody. They'll cancel your mother, they'll cancel the sitting president, they won't stop. And again, it wasn't cool to be a conservative growing up either. I know there's a lot of people, I'm not that old, I feel a lot older than I am. A couple campaigns here and there will do that to you. But it wasn't cool to be a conservative growing up. We didn't have things like CPAC where I grew up, right? And it wasn't cool, again, to be a conservative on social media, to be a conservative in my community, to espouse my conservative beliefs. And you know, the left is really good at doing this, right? Co-opting our phrases for their use. And we here at Getter, we kind of strive to provide a safe space for conservatives, for you to organize and communicate. And this is especially going to be important coming up in the 2022 election. So you get on Getter, download an account. It's really easy, guys. And you can get on there and literally talk about whatever you want. You get on there and talk about how Donald Trump should absolutely be our president right now. I like that a lot. That's actually really good. That's a really good feeling. I also like the "Let's Go Brandon" chants that I was hearing out here earlier. Again, something that is innocuous that they don't want you to say. It's a simple 3-word phrase. We saw what's going on in Canada. They won't let you say honk, honk in support of the truckers. How absolutely insane is that? This is the world. They think they have a moral high ground over you and I, and that is totally okay for them to tell us what we can or can't say. Now, I learned something in researching to come up here and talk to you today. I did a little bit of research about what Twitter's slogan is. Do you guys know what Twitter's slogan is? It's actually pretty crazy. Twitter's slogan is, quote, "It's what's happening." But do you feel like anything that's happening on Twitter is actually happening in real life? Right, it's not. It's what they want you to think is happening in real life. That's all it is. It's state-controlled opposition by Joe Biden and the radical left. That's all it's ever been. It's a generic sentence. They're really good at this, and we're getting so much better. They've been saying, go build your own social media company. Look what we've done. Thank you. Whoever said we love Getter, I like that person. I like you. This is good. I mean, think about it. Okay, so I've got a good one for you. I was reading a news story the other day, and there's this viral video out of Australia, right, talking about how they're treating Queen Elizabeth for COVID. Now, they were showing the medicines that they were using to treat COVID for her, right? One of them is called Stremectol, which you've probably never heard of. I haven't heard of it either. I'm not a doctor. But you know what Stremectol is? It's literally, it's only like one ingredient. It's ivermectin. Now think about that. A viral video mentioning ivermectin would have been canceled, but because it's government controlled, it's totally okay. And it just, the list goes on and on and on. I personally, like I said, this is something I'm passionate about because cancel culture isn't something that exists merely on the internet, right? We're seeing it. Like I said, the truckers up in Canada are getting absolutely crushed right now by their government. Their tyrant who has the audacity to pose in blackface and then tell us what is acceptable to say. And the hypocrisy goes on and on. But this isn't something that merely exists online, right? Facebook poured tons of cash into meddling with elections. $400 million from the lady in the front. This Trump change, that's right. They are going after bank accounts. They're, again, costing children their livelihood. People are losing their livelihoods from being canceled. They're not allowing you to network and create your own economy and pursue your version of the American dream. And that's what it's all about, right? That's what free speech is all about. And it's not a difficult concept to grasp whatsoever. I mean, the Hunter Biden story, think about that. Think about how life would be so much different if they hadn't simply hidden the truth from us in the most egregious way possible. Again, it is all about making you feel alone. It is about making sure that you do not have the ability to talk and foster and compete for the best ideas. They're seeking to just stunt our growth as a movement. And so I'm glad to see you all here today because you're all essentially saying, no, we're not going to take it anymore. Thank you. I gotta say, this is a really cool experience being here with you guys. I'm not normally a guy who comes out here and does this, so you guys have been really awesome. I'm kind of getting the wink wink from the TVs here, and I would have loved to have done some Q&A, but please come find us after the speech today. We'll be here all weekend, signing you up because we've got to get out there, we've got to fight, and again, we can't do this alone as a movement. They're counting on us to devour ourselves and to fight one another. And we should absolutely, positively be getting together. That's what Getter is kind of short for. So thank you all for coming out here today. Please go get on Getter. We got superior technology, all the features. We've got live streaming. We've got a short form video that we're beta testing. We got everything you could possibly think of because we want to be the home of the conservative movement. And we want you to be able to fight back. That's what it's all about. So again, you are not alone. And Twitter sucks. Thank you guys for having me. I really appreciate it. Goodbye, CPAC.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Patriots Unite. Please welcome Jenny Beth Martin.
Welcome to the 40th Conservative Political Action Conference. Before I begin, I want to take a moment to thank Matt Schlapp and his team at the American Conservative Union for putting together this CPAC. A conference this large with so many moving parts doesn't come together by itself. It takes an awful lot of work. What Matt and his team have pulled together is remarkable. There's nothing like CPAC, and I am honored to be with you today. And I also want to thank the hotel and conference center staff here at the Rosen Shingle Creek for working and for providing us with this wonderful venue. Be sure to thank those employees as you see them out and about this weekend. This conference began in 1974 when Joe Biden was still in the United States conference serving his first term, and President Reagan, or not President Reagan, but then Ronald Reagan gave the keynote address. Things have changed a great deal since then, but some things remain the same. We wish Joe Biden were still in the Senate, and we wish Ronald Reagan was still President of the United States. We are blessed to have had Ronald Reagan as president, and we were blessed to have Donald Trump as president. This year, without Trump in the White House, has shown us how important leadership in the United States is to the world. And I'm going to talk more about that in a moment. It was 2 years ago when our lives were turned upside down, not by the introduction of a new virus, but by the governments that clamped down on our liberties in the name of inhibiting the spread of a virus. Remember those 15 days to flatten the curve? I don't know about you, but this has been the longest 15 days of my life. We have seen appalling abuses of the government over the past 700 days as churches have been forced to shutter their doors, children were kicked out of schools and only allowed to go back in when parents protested, and many children are still subject to healthy quarantines, missing weeks of school at a time. Businesses were forcibly closed, many for good, and our travel was restricted. In a shocking display of government hubris, we even heard about elected officials who deemed some people essential workers and essential individuals. And then they said those essential people had permission to work. Governors who had no business creating such classifications of individuals began granting certain rights to classes of individuals while shutting off the livelihood of so many others. One brazen governor, Governor Whitmer in Michigan, even dared to tell people what they could buy in a store. How dare she? How dare any of them? This is exactly opposite of what our government was designed to do. What we've seen in the past 2 years would have shocked our founding fathers. Think of that first generation of American patriots: Washington, Jefferson, Monroe, Madison, Franklin, Adams, and the others. They were the first to put into place a government based on the revolutionary concept that all men are created equal, endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights, and among those are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And that to secure those rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. Rights flowed from our creator, God, to the individual. And then we loaned some of those powers to the government, a government tasked with securing those rights. It says so right there in our founding document. More than a decade later, after having fought for and won independence from the greatest military power the world had ever seen, these founding fathers were still struggling with forming a government based on these principles that actually worked. So they gathered together again in Philadelphia to begin amending the Articles of Confederation, and instead tossed it out and wrote an entirely new document, the Constitution of the United States. And when they were done, Benjamin Franklin was asked what kind of government the assembled delegates had given, and he famously said, a challenge, not just an answer to a question, but a challenge. A republic, ma'am, if you can keep it. Well, I'm here to tell you that I am bound and determined to keep our republic. What would Jefferson and Franklin say if they were alive today with the endless emergency powers our government has granted itself? What would our founders think about depriving people of their jobs and liberties because of a medical decision not to receive the vaccine? We all know that the government we have seen over the past 2 years has very little in common with the government our founders established. Right now, Canada is showing us what happens when a government feels free to clamp down on liberties, shutting down all free speech and dissent. The Canadian government of Justin Trudeau froze the bank accounts of the people who had the courage to show their support of the Canadian Freedom Convoy. And they showed their courage by writing small checks, as in $50. These are small dollar donors who write small checks because they have big hearts. These people have been convicted of no crime. In fact, they haven't even been charged a crime. This isn't money to finance international terrorism or international narcotics networks or human trafficking. This is money given to support political speech. Yes, free speech, and that's all. But freely speaking one's mind in Canada is a direct threat to Trudeau's government. And what's terrifying to me is this is not some third world country with no appreciation for the rule of law. It's Canada, a country that has its roots traced to the same country ours does. If you don't think this kind of donor persecution could happen here in the United States, I'm here to tell you it can and it has happened. Remember, the IRS targeted Tea Party patriots and our donors. And in the last couple of weeks, hackers leaked information about the donors to the Canadian convoy. And our government has said nothing to condemn it. And what's even worse is that the mainstream media have joined in to distribute the illegally hacked information. The Washington Post even printed a heat map of the donors from the leaked information. All of this has led to some of our fellow citizens losing their livelihoods due to leftist bullies and weak-willed employers. We have fought for and actually won the right to make anonymous donations. The Supreme Court has agreed that the Constitution recognizes anonymous speech as a protected part of the First Amendment. And we even won the battle with the IRS. But the far left never gives up. Have you noticed that Chuck Schumer, Joe Biden, and Nancy Pelosi are still pushing to make donor disclosures mandatory? Why? Why is this such an obsession for them? As the Washington Post helpfully reminds us, with that invasive heat map, the left isn't interested simply in gathering information. The left is interested in harassment and punishing people for their political beliefs and ultimately canceling them. The left's relentless attacks to cancel Joe Rogan and doctors like Peter McCullough, Robert Malone, Harvey Risch, Pierre Corey, Richard Urso, the great network of doctors at My Free Doctors, and others is straight out of the progressives' playbook. They will not give up until they have fully canceled their political opposition, and that's why they want our donor information. But we can't let their tactics stop us. We must keep our republic. Today, I want you to commit to taking action, because it's time to end the lockdowns and to stop the medical mandates. It's such a nice, simple phrase that we have a website, stopmedicalmandates.com, and you can go there to sign a petition and find out what else you can do to help get our lives back to normal and end this constant nanny state. Our government's powers only come from the consent of the governed, not from edicts and not from emergency declarations. If you believe our children have the right to go to school in person and the right to breathe freely without a mask, then it's time to stand up. If you believe that each of us has a God-given right to live free, it is time to stand up. And if you believe each of us has the right to make a decision about whether or not to inject a drug into our bodies without the government telling us what we must do, it is time to stand up. And if you believe that we have the right to make our own healthcare decisions with consultation from our doctors, not our employers or our local, state, and federal government, it is time to stand up. Stand for liberty. Stand for liberty. Stand for liberty. Thank you so much. Thank you. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
We the people are back. This corridor is more than an energy project. It's an attack the weak against the strong. Freedom of speech is under attack.
We as conservatives have ultimate faith in people.
In here, no one tells us what to think. This is Bethlehem, the birthplace of Jesus.
Give it to God. He is doing this for a reason. There is a way to find justice.
Has anyone told you look like Joe Exotic? Hands on top of your head!
Good or bad, I'm not gonna let anyone take my glory.
Daytona is a place where magic can happen.
At home with me, Paula Dean.
I'm Waters, and this is my world right here. The future for all freedom-loving people.
Hey everyone, and welcome back. We are live at CPAC 2022 in Orlando, Florida. I'm Liz Willis, and I'm here joined by the one and only Grace Saldana. So we are just a couple hours, almost 2 hours in to general session beginning. We have met so many incredible people. We've been able to give you guys these speeches all morning, so we hope you've enjoyed them. We've got some really good interviews coming up later today. Grace and I behind the scenes have been working on scheduling those as people walk by, grabbing them. Ken Paxton, we've got him later today. Scott Wrestler, Corey Mills, and James O'Keefe. Those are some of the names we've got for our interviews later today, so you don't want to go anywhere. And also, I had a text message. We confirmed it. Mike Lindell speaking. I think it was 4:30. So let me double check that one. In the meantime, Grace, can you remind people how they can support Mike Lindell?
Of course, yes. You guys can absolutely support Mike Lindell. As you know, he's a great patriot who has always supported President Donald Trump and is very involved in the conservative movement. He was just out there last week trying to pass out a truck full of pillows to the truckers, the Canadian truckers, and I hope that we can get him to do that for the American truckers in BC. But you guys can continue to support Mike Lindell and support us by heading to mypillow.com and using code RSBN for up to 66% off your entire purchase. And you guys can get all kinds of items. You can get dog beds, you can get the Giza Dream Sheets, and you can get you can get American patriotic gear as well. I believe I saw American flags on there, if I'm not mistaken. There's all kinds of stuff you guys can buy outside of pillows.
Also American themed pillows.
Beautiful, yes, American themed pillows, patio gear, all the things. So make sure you guys use code RSBN for up to 66% off your purchase at checkout.
Mike Lindell will be speaking at 4 p.m. Eastern time today, is what I've been told. So you guys are gonna want to tune into that one. It's really crazy because I remember 2 years ago he wasn't even invited to CPAC. I mean, just
so much has changed since
I remember I literally had to give him like one of our booth passes so he could come. And once he walked in, like the whole audience just erupted. They were so excited to see him. So I'm so glad that, CPAC is giving him the platform, and he deserves to be on that main stage speaking. He's got a lot to say, as we all know. So super excited for that one. I'm probably most excited about that one today. We also just had Getter. Kaylin Dorr, who is the VP of VP of Marketing at Getter, but he was just on the main stage. The guy with the cool tennis shoes that you just saw. So Getter, they did a great job, and don't forget about them if you want. You can go to Getter.com and sign up, or rsbnetwork.com/Getter. Make sure you sign up. Grace and I are both on there actively. Grace, you're super active, but I try to be too, and I think my Getter is like one of my most interactive social media platforms that I have right now. I'll post identical things on Twitter and on Getter at the same time. And even though Getter has like a third of the followers, I get so much more interactions and like comments and love over there. So it's nice.
There's a lot of organic engagement on like Getter and Gab and Truth Social. It's so much easier to connect with people. And I think that's what a lot of you guys want to do. Is
Life's good when we're not being censored.
Yeah, absolutely.
Much easier.
America Uncanceled.
Yeah.
You won't be canceled on Getter. You won't be canceled on True Social. So, we will have a lot coming to you guys later today and especially over the weekend. So stay tuned for all of that. And what speakers are up next? So it is 10:45 a.m. So it looks like if the schedule is accurate, Fighting Woke Inc. is the topic of the next speech by Scott Shepard. So that will be here at the the venue in Orlando. For those of you who are just tuning in, we are doing CPAC 2022. Today is day 1. RSBN will be live streaming all day long up and through tomorrow, the next day, and Sunday. So 4 days straight of the top prominent conservative leaders that you guys want to hear from. We will have them on our program. So stay tuned for all of that. And while you guys are here, while I have you, make sure you guys follow RSBN on all of our social media platforms. So I know we just talked about a couple. We just talked about Getter, but also follow us on Gab, on Facebook, and on Twitter. We're trying to stay away from those kinds of big tech platforms, but unfortunately they're still a part of our social media landscape. So make sure you guys follow us everywhere and don't miss a thing. Those of you who are in line for Truth Social, we're there too. Truth Social is seeing most of our content first, so make sure you guys head there at RSBN. All of our others are RSB Network.
I know, I've messed up. I think you saw it. Because I know Grace is running the Truth Social right now, and then I went to like type something in and I tagged on my Truth account at RSB Network, and then I noticed that. I was like, oh, this is getting a lot of engagement. And I noticed that RSBN had reposted it, even though I spelled the name wrong. I was like, sweet Grace had to have like gone and found it to like repost it. Might not have been you. I don't know. But I have to. It's like engraved in my brain to type at RSB Network.
Yes.
So I'm gonna work on it.
But it's kind of cool on Truth because we can get all of our usernames first.
Yes.
So we're kind of switching it up a bit.
I'm at Liz and she's at Grace.
Yeah, literally just Liz and Grace.
What?
Search us and we'll be there.
That's our TV. That's our podcast.
Yeah,
Liz and Grace. It's like Will and Grace.
Every time we do
Willis
CPAC, it's like our personal podcast. But regardless of that, throw some questions in the YouTube chat. We want to connect with you guys and answer any questions you might have. I know this is a big event. It might be new to some people who aren't so involved in politics, but we're happy to help you guys understand anything you'd like to know. Let's see, is Truth Social working for everyone? No, it is not working for everyone right now. It is only for Apple iPhone users. So you guys can find it in the Apple App Store. It is coming soon to Android. So not quite there yet, but when it is, we will be the first to let you guys know. We are all very excited to be on Truth Social as well. Dan Bongino, is he must be one of the speakers. There must be hundreds of speakers at this event this time. They just added, I think, 40 new speakers last night.
Jeez.
That's what Jane said. So it's crazy. I mean, we're getting right into that campaign season. Everybody wants to get out there and kind of talk. And,
this is true, yeah.
We have about 2 years until campaigning will really kick in for the presidency. So. Woo! President Trump will be here Saturday at 7 p.m. He will be giving a speech here at CPAC 7 p.m. So mark your calendar. Don't miss this one. This is going to be huge because, you know, Russia just invaded Ukraine, did a full-scale attack, and there's a lot going on with that. We'll have some very special interviews pertaining to Russia and Ukraine. So it'll be very important to hear what President Trump has to say and to hear like what he would have done differently. I think that's one thing that he's very good at doing is showing the contrast between what he would have done versus what the Biden administration is doing, and it's not pretty. So stay tuned for that, and we will continue to bring you live coverage all day, every day throughout CPAC.
Thank you, Grace. And yeah, we're so excited. I like what you said. I mean, I think most of the time we speak our minds here, and I try to be politically correct half the time, but that's the beauty of Right Side Broadcasting. We get to say whatever we want. And when we brought it up earlier, and we were talking about how they invited Tulsi Gabbard to speak, and I, for one, I'm all for it. I always thought that if someone had to win out of that group of people, that I would rather it be her. I think the lesser of the evils at that point. And no, like, we don't agree on everything, but at the end of the day, like, I would love to speak to her. And a lot of people were very upset that CPAC was allowing her to be here. They're like, well, you might as well just take off the C, which is the conservative, and stuff like that. And, you know, I just think that that's not true. And at the end of the day, CPAC is a wonderful platform for many different people who are not necessarily, we all shouldn't be an echo chamber of the exact same thing. Yes, of course, there are larger issues that, you know, we all do need to agree on politically, but we're all not going to be identical. And they're giving this platform to so many people with midterms coming up. There's nothing like this. There's nothing else like CPAC. There is nothing that I can think of that's, I was trying to think of it earlier, like the DNC, I mean, Is that it? Do they have anything like this?
Not that I know of. They may have smaller things, but they have grassroots. They have a big grassroots campaign, so.
Well, I'm just thinking, like, of course, during like a political, like a presidential season, it's huge and everyone, like, those candidates get coverage, but this is so important right now. I think this might be one of the most important CPACs because with midterms coming up, if we don't get the House and the Senate aligned right, I mean, we are in trouble. We are in so much trouble, and it's so important. And if people are coming up, or I'm asking, oh, what state are you from? And if they'll tell me, and I'm like, oh, and I'll just like mention candidates. And half of them are like, oh, I've never heard of that person. I'm like, this isn't right. Like, you should know about the candidates in your district and in your state, and that's who we need to be supporting, these, you know, conservative candidates. And thank God for CPAC being here this weekend and Right Side Broadcasting Network live streaming the entire thing. We've also had people come up and ask us questions about that, asking where their friends can watch. Well, I don't know if you can see me, but we've got this TV right behind us, and we're live streaming probably 95% of this entire thing. We're only cutting when we need to come and talk to you guys from the booth and when we do some really big interviews later on today. But for the most part, you're seeing what's happening in there, and that is, like Grace said, I mean, plus 40 speakers. So what does that bring the total up to?
I don't know. It has to be at least like 150.
Yeah, at least 150 people being able to go speak in there about, most of them politicians, but about what they're doing and what they're doing to try and better America, which Lord knows we need it right now.
Absolutely. So who's next for the day on the agenda?
Yeah, are they editing? Like, is CPAC updating that?
I don't think they're updating it. This may not be the most accurate because I don't think CPAC is updating their website's agenda, but I can tell you some of the people that were scheduled to speak today. So we have Representative Andy Biggs from Arizona, Charlie Kirk from Turning Point USA, who Liz and I are both ambassadors for.
Yes.
And
so that'll be a good one. What
that'll
time
be a
is
great
that?
one.
12:45.
That one's under a tribute to Andrew Breitbart. Charlie Kirk, James O'Keefe, Matt Boyle, and Larry O'Connor.
It's gonna be a really good one.
12:45. That's
I
gonna
might
be a
have
really
to sneak
good
in there
one.
and listen.
Yeah, if we can.
Especially because we're gonna have James O'Keefe later today, so I would love to be able to ask him questions about, you know, what he speaks on.
Absolutely.
So again, we've got the James O'Keefe interview, and that'll be around 3:30 p.m. today. Man is a warrior. Ooh, is that today?
SBS Governor Ron DeSantis will speak at 1:30 p.m. today.
Huge.
How excited are we
Huge.
for that?
That's probably the biggest one of the day, I think.
Yeah,
DeSantis.
absolutely.
I mean, especially being in Florida, and everyone wants to know, like, do you think he would be VP? No.
I don't think so. I think that's a no-go. I don't think that he will run against President Trump.
What if President Trump doesn't want to run? Do you think?
Oh, yeah. If President Trump doesn't run, I think Ron DeSantis will probably throw his hat in. But I think that could be a risk because I've talked to a lot of Floridians, and they do not want him to leave the state.
Yeah.
And Florida's a big deal when it comes to national elections. And if he loses the vote simply because they want him to remain.
Yeah.
You know, it's not quite how it works when, you know, a governor drops out to run for president. But I think it'll strike a nerve with some Floridians for sure. But I would love to see DeSantis come in hot in 2028.
Jesus, I mean, great dude, and God bless his wife and what she's going through right now.
Yes, absolutely. She's going to be cancer-free this year. Or she already is.
Is she?
One or the other. It's soon
Lucky.
or already.
And we've got Ted Cruz. I'm looking at the schedule later today. They're nailing. Oh, Kimberly Guilfoyle, too.
At 4:15. Carrie Lake will be on a panel.
Oh, she's a rock star. What a rock star.
4:30.
She's going to be the governor of Arizona.
She will be.
Pretty sure.
Josh Hawley at 5:45, just following Senator Ted Cruz at 5:20.
They make it hard for us to want to be out here interviewing because I want to watch all of these. You guys have the best seat in the house. You get to see what's going on in there. I want to be in there so bad.
Absolutely. And to see any of the interviews that we do today, some of them will be done live. We'll cut back into the booth from CPAC, but all of them that we do will be on Rumble. So make sure you guys stay tuned to Rumble. They should be on there within the hour of when they were filmed. So make sure you guys stay tuned for those. Our first interview will be coming up very soon. Possibly at 11:45 with Ken Paxton. So it's not quite on the books yet, but we are trying to get that scheduled.
Yes, we are. So we prayers for Brian. This man had a crazy travel day yesterday. A big storm coming through Texas. So his travel plans got changed. He should be on his way now. I wonder if we can get an update Brian Glenn, if you're watching, are you in an Uber? What's your situation? How close are you? We need our Brian here. Ken Paxton's team specifically asked for Brian, so
Okay, of course.
So we're waiting for him to get here so we can bring you all that interview. And then later we're going to have Scott Pressler, Corey Mills, and James O'Keefe. Those are just some of them. As the day progresses, it's crazy. This place gets swamped and people come up and just like...
Especially at lunchtime.
Yeah, lunchtime. I mean, it's still early. It's the first day. It's crazy.
Yeah.
But CPAC has done a really great job putting this together. And another wonderful event. We want to say thank you to everyone who's tuned in. If you're new here, we are live with Right Side Broadcasting Network in Orlando, Florida for CPAC. That's the Conservative Political Action Conference 2022, the largest annual event for conservatives of the year. So big event here, and it's pretty much everyone. Every single politician you could think of is going to be here today. They're going to be talking on the main stage or in a panel or doing interviews with us, and we're able to be here because of our viewers and your support. We're almost entirely viewer funded, so we do rely on your donations to stay in business and to cover these events as well as President Trump's rallies. If you'd like to donate, you can go to rsbnetwork.com/donate, credit or debit card. Every penny helps us. We actually met this really nice guy earlier today. I know that I'm ADD and I'm sorry, but I have to share this story. So he had his son with him, who's this adorable little boy, and they call him Tiger, and he is an artist who has autism, so they call him the Autistic Tiger.
Aww.
And I'm not sure if there's a website or anything, but I bought this little tiger because we are all cute.
I don't see a website.
I know, I'm making my camera guy work. I just love him. But we're actually, the majority of us, not all of us, Grace, are Auburn University graduates, so War Eagle, and we love Aubie the Tiger. So I had to buy this from him today. This is now going to be our mascot. And he's going to go with us to every single rally and every event. And he'll probably have his own Getter and Truth Social. And we'll post photos of him from all these fun places so you guys can follow along. But moral of the story. His dad came over and he said, I've never donated to a politician or anything like that, a PAC, nothing. He said the only person and the first person I've ever donated to was Right Side Broadcasting Network. He said I gave him $100. And that was after, after we met and after I already bought the little tiger. I literally bought the tiger just because I loved him. But I just thought that was so sweet. And it was so generous of the guy. And it's a way to see, because he supported us and we're able to be here, now I get to support him and his son. And it was a very full circle moment. So thank you to everyone who's donated. We truly do love you guys. We want to support you. We want to provide you this service. And we're going to keep doing that. We are going to have a crazy busy next 2 years.
Yes,
Crazy busy. I hope that we're friends by the end of it, Grace.
Yeah, me too.
Nothing can stop us.
Yeah, nothing can tear us apart, Liz. Yeah, so we're already getting started though. Just the past couple of weeks have been very busy for RSBN.
Yeah, people they blow my mind. Someone came up to me and they're I get this question all the time. They're like, so if you're not doing rallies, what are you doing? We're just sitting around. I'm like, there's other stuff. I don't even know how to answer the question.
They
it's
have
so loaded.
no idea how involved it is.
So we just pop on a flight once a month or something. I'm like, that's not how this works. Constantly planning, organizing, strategizing, marketing, ads, sales. Social media. You can never do enough. You literally can never do enough. You know that.
It's a machine.
And you are our social media queen. I have so much to learn from her. Articles, Grace, and I'm like, she constantly has articles going up. The website has to be monitored 24/7. Our live streams. Our guys at headquarters, shout out to them. I was saying earlier, so we have really long days, but at least we get to have all this entertainment walking past us and stuff. They're sitting in computer screens, and today's a 14-hour day roughly.
Yes.
For them. So Miles and James and our CEO Joe, if y'all are all watching together, we appreciate you so much. And this is life. This is life. But we're doing it for you guys. So please consider supporting us, donating to us, and you can also use promo code RSBN. Tell all your friends and family. I want this to be the biggest week ever. We spent, I don't even want to tell you the number, but I could buy a new car with it, that much money, on this booth and being here today. So I really want to make up that money. If you guys can help just rally support and donations, and use our promo code RSBN at mypillow.com. We got to make this back so we can profit off CPAC and make sure that we're able to attend all of these great events. And lots of rallies coming up, so I keep getting a lot of questions. They're like, Liz, when is the next rally? I don't know, but I do know. Oh, there's Nigel Farage. Like, this is what's cool. You'll see him on the split cam. If we can cut to that really quickly, he's walking right in front of us. I'm going to give the headquarters, I don't know if they're going to be able to grab that in time.
He's a very nice guy, too. He'll just talk to anyone.
Yeah, I've noticed that. We got to grab. This is why we need a third person. We need our fishermen.
Yeah.
Like when someone's here, if Brian's here, we can be like, Brian, go grab him. Or like they generally have a comms person, and that's who we'll get in touch with. But we'd love to grab some people. Right now, it's just the two of us, so we're making do. But later today, we'll be pumping out some more interviews. But again, I think I was saying use promo code RSBN, mypillow.com. And up next, we're going to be throwing it over to O'Keefe. And what time was that?
Let's see. 11:20.
Okay, so we still have a little bit of time. Got about 20 minutes. Oh, it looks like Pressler is speaking at 11. Did we?
Yeah, so
did they mess that up?
I don't know. Maybe they switched around. We're not sure what's going to happen, but there is something scheduled at 11 and 11:20.
Yes.
So programming should resume at any moment now. I do hear music going on in there, so I'm not sure.
I do too.
There's some people heading back in, so.
Sorry, our headquarters is watching what's going on. We're not able to see or hear what's going on in there. So.
Maybe like a promotional video for Project Veritas or something.
Probably,
I'm not sure.
probably.
But nevertheless, thank you guys for supporting RSBN through all of this. This is our third CPAC in 12 months. So we are working hard over here. Send us some questions in the YouTube chat. We're happy to answer anything you guys want. And a lot of people have been asking questions about Truth Social. One question that got a lot of attention was, what is exactly the Truth Social app? So Truth Social it has a little purple icon and a white T in the middle. If it doesn't look like that, it's not Truth Social. There's one that, I don't want to mention the name, but there's another one that is charging money. It is not that.
Do I want to show them?
Truth Social, it's free. If you can zoom in that small, sure.
Cameraman hates me. I love you, Gage. Oh, and I have a screen protector. Can you see it? So it's going to be this little guy right here. This is what Truth Social looks like. And then if I open it for you guys, this is my page. And you can scroll through the user interface just like that. And then you can go to my profile. It's like I have 1,500 followers. Click on that. You're getting like a behind the scenes tour of Truth Social right now. My profile is not cool, so we're going to go to RSBNs, which is in my bio, of course, where we have almost 14,000 followers already. And you guys, this is President Trump's Truth Social. This is his media thing. So we have 14,000 followers, which is huge. It's probably one of like the most followed accounts, maybe not.
For all of you. Where do I even begin? We live in crazy times. Thank you. There's the book, American Muckraker. You're holding it up. American Muckraker just released this book, American Muckraker. But I'm here to talk about something very important and something quite serious as I make an announcement here, with all of you in a few minutes. We've done a lot of stories about CNN over the last 5 years. And a very special thing happened this month. Jeff Zucker resigned from CNN. But I want to play a few clips to remind you of the things that we've done before I bring out a very special guest. This is a story we did just this past year on CNN. Control room technical director named Charlie Chester. I want to play a clip or two from what we exposed.
I think we got him through this term. We would always show shots of him jogging, him in aviator shades, and like you paint him as a young geriatric.
We were creating a story there that we didn't know anything about. So that's I think that's propaganda.
Charlie Chester calling the network propaganda. They call themselves the most trusted name in news. Listen to this. You all saw this clip. saying that COVID was gangbusters for the ratings.
COVID, gangbusters at ratings. COVID, gangbusters at ratings.
Also talking about the death toll on the screen, saying that they want more people to die so the ratings can go up at CNN. Horrible stuff caught on a hidden camera back in April of this past year.
Which is why we constantly have the death toll on the side. Let's make it higher. Like, why isn't it high enough, today? Like, it would make our point better if it was higher.
Make our point better if more people died from COVID, says Charlie Chester. And this is a really interesting moment at Project Veritas. I think of all the things we've done, people say, what's one of our favorite stories? I love this moment because it exposes how horrible they are. See, at the end of the day, it's all about fear. What is going to change things? It's people ceasing to be afraid and ceasing the approval of the powers that be, that have the power to affect your reputation. Now, this man says it's all about fear. He says, quote, fear drives ratings.
Like, fear really drives numbers. Fear is the thing that keeps you tuned in. If it bleeds, it leads. Yeah.
If it bleeds, it leads?
Yep. No one ever says those things out loud, but it's obvious.
No one ever says those things out loud. Fear. It's all about fear. Very revealing moment. Now, after we did this story, one of the biggest in our history, Twitter banned us. Twitter banned me for quoting CNN. Why didn't Twitter ban CNN? I'm not the one who said these things. Misinformation. Well, you could see their lips moving, so I'm not sure what you mean by misinformation. I didn't make any claims. Now we're not even on Twitter, although what's interesting about that is almost every story we've done since April is trended on Twitter, even though we're banned on Twitter. So let me fast forward. We've done a lot of stories on CNN over the last 5 years. You all remember this one. They'll never say these things publicly, but they'll say them privately.
Hey, man. We met in Palm Springs a few years back.
Good to see you, man. You good?
Yeah. How you been? What are you doing?
Good.
What do you think's going to happen this week? I mean, with the whole Russia thing.
The Russia thing is just a big nothing burger.
Russia thing, a big nothing burger. He's talking about Trump and Russia. Welcome to CNN, home of the nothing burger, Van Jones. But these people, what the O'Keefe video a hoax? I'm not sure what's a hoax about it. You could see that was the raw clip that we played. And we've done other stories about people inside CNN engaged in unfortunate acts. This man was a producer for Rick Salibi. He was soliciting pictures of his fiance's underage daughter. He resigned from CNN in December after we exposed what was going on there. And we confronted Rick Salibi like we always do. They used to do this. They used to confront people in the street. Journalists used to sort of, be adversarial and expose the powers that be. And now they just all work in concert with the powers that be. And that's not really how journalism ought to be. Journalism is exposing what powerful people do not want published. When they relay to you what they do want published, that's called public relations. That's not journalism. So we've done all these stories through the years, just some headlines of the things that we've done, resignations at CNN. CNN thinks it's fine. Jeff Zucker acted like nothing happened. But in the course of doing this, I met a man named Kerry Porch. One of our whistleblowers came on stage 2 years ago. And Kerry was a whistleblower at CNN. He said he had to record what was going on inside the network. He felt compelled to do it. He said, I have no choice, James O'Keefe, but to secretly record my colleagues.
I decided to wear the camera because I didn't see any other option, because I noticed that I was in a very unique position in space and time to just do something to protect the Republic.
And one of the men that Kerry recorded was actually not a bad guy. He was CNN's Washington Bureau manager of field ops. His name was Patrick Davis. He sort of said the things that you might say. He was an unwitting whistleblower. He worked at CNN for 25 years, and this is recorded at a DC restaurant. Listen to what he says about the most trusted name in news.
I'm not super thrilled with what we do. All we gotta do is take an anchor and put them at the desk and tell the news. We're so busy trying to get appointment viewership. Well, and you learn that in journalism school. We're supposed to be middle of the road. That's our job. Now it's just infotainment. It's all it's become.
Just infotainment is what Patrick Davis says. He also talks about Jeff Zucker in this undercover meeting. Again, he does not know that he's being recorded by one of our undercover people who works at CNN.
95, I've been here for a little while. Hate seeing what we were and what we could be and what we've become. It's just awful. And the buck stops with him, and he, we've had other I've been through so many presidents now. Some that are just so hands-off that you don't even hear from them for a month. You know what I mean? He's involved every day, has a plan, whatever. I just don't agree with it. I haven't listened to 9 a.m. call in about 15 years. Okay. I just stopped.
Speaking of the 9 a.m. call, Veritas, by the way, has sources everywhere. We have people everywhere. People say, what's next? I say, what is not next? You name it, we got people, Defense Department, Department of Justice, Education, everywhere, including still inside Network News, and someone gave us the dial-in for the Jeff Zucker conference call. And we listened to that and recorded it for 2 months, and then on the 61st day, I said hello to Jeff Zucker.
You're unmuted. Hey, Jeff Zucker, are you there? Hey, this is James O'Keefe. We've been listening to your CNN calls for basically 2 months, recording everything. Just wanted to ask you some questions if you have a minute. Do you still feel you're the most trusted name in news? Because I have to say, from what I've been hearing on these phone calls, I don't know about that. I mean, we got a lot of recordings that indicate you're not really that independent of a journalist.
Okay. Thank you for your comments. So everybody, in light of that, I think what we'll do is we'll set up a
new system. I'm surprised he talked to me. That, by the way, if you if you set up the new systems, we'll just get on your new system, Mr. Zucker. Zucker resigns from CNN, and now it comes out some unethical things that may have occurred. Apparently, a symbiotic relationship with Andrew Cuomo, and all these things that have happened. So, I want to make an announcement in 1 minute, and someone's going to come on stage and say something very profound to you. I'm not sure this has ever happened before in this way. Going back to the case of Patrick Davis, who worked at CNN for 25 years, Carrie Porch, who recorded him, felt guilty about doing so. It was an important story. We did the story, but Patrick Davis is not a bad guy. And in November of this past year, a federal agent showed up to my house, raided my home, and took my phones. And it was a grossly unconstitutional action, maybe even against the law, for the Department of Justice to do that to a journalist who had the audacity to receive a document from a source and try to corroborate it. So we live in dystopian times, but people here will say, well, what can I do? How can we change it? Some of you are so cynical, you say, well, nothing ever happens to these people. No one will hold them accountable. Okay, well, with that attitude, nothing will happen. But there are a lot of good people in these institutions who need to speak up, who need to be brave, who need to do something, who need to expose them. And that's not a political mission. It's a one of revelation, exposing the reality of things, more maybe even an artistic mission more than it is political. Patrick Davis, 25-year veteran of CNN, was recorded by Carrie Porch, was brought into CNN's headquarters, and in some other cases, people have recanted their statements. Patrick Davis stood by his statements when he gave a talk at CNN headquarters, and people actually applauded him.
And everyone applauded. I was shocked. I mean, I owned my words.
You
and I told
owned
them
your
that.
words, and they applauded you for it at CNN.
Right.
Patrick Davis, I sat down with, and the 25-year veteran, the man who's worked in the Washington, D.C. bureau at CNN, doing stories on Obama, Biden, all throughout the years, has just today, this week, accepted a position as executive producer for Project Veritas. Patrick, come on stage.
It's me.
He's here today.
Thank you. It's great to be back in Florida where people still believe in freedom. Always love visiting here. So yes, as James just said, I worked at CNN for a very long time. 25 years, I had a front row seat to history covering politics in the Washington Bureau of the largest news gathering organization in the world. And now I'm the executive producer of Project Veritas. Truth is truly stranger than fiction sometimes. Now, I'm sure a lot of people are scratching their heads right now, wondering, how James and me could become friends after they so publicly threw me under the bus 2.5 years ago. But it's actually a funny story. The night before my video was published, it went viral, and Donald Trump Jr. retweeted it, and everyone else retweeted it. James called me seeking comment, as he does with every story he does, and we actually had a really good, heartfelt conversation. I mean, everyone thinks he's the boogeyman and scared of him, and we actually had a really good conversation about journalism and ethics. But at the end of the day, I said, I'm not going to talk to you. I'm finishing out my contract. What little he didn't know is I was actually getting to retire 2 months later. I was walking away from journalism after 25 years. It was an amazing career. And I really actually did love the majority of my time there. But they kind of stole my Jerry Maguire moment. I was planning on writing this, the whole thesis on, journalism 101 and the importance of the Fourth Estate. And I was gonna, grab the cute girl and the goldfish and walk out the door. maybe not the cute girl. But anyways, as James said, I own my words. I stood up at a big managers meeting. After they've been dropping tapes for a few days, and I stood up and I said, look, I own what I said. I don't apologize for it. I've worked here for 25 years, blood, sweat, and tears. I pulled a George Costanza during the Reagan funeral and actually slept under my desk for about an hour. So anyways, I basically told him, look, at the end of the day, if you publish this, we're done. We can continue to have a conversation or not. But if you publish it, I'd much rather you not. I've been through a lot in my life. I've had a lot of, personal tragedy in my life, and I just really wanted to walk away quietly. And unfortunately, Project Veritas didn't allow that to happen. So anyways, we go our separate ways. And a few months later, he's texting me. He's like, "Hey, did you see I broke into Jeff Zucker's conference call?" So I would just screenshot the cover of the book, How to Win Friends and Influence People, and send it back to him. You got to earn my trust, and you haven't done that yet. So after a couple of years of these smart-ass texts going back and forth, I'm sitting on my couch one night, getting ready to watch a movie, and my phone starts blowing up. And I look down, it's James. "Why aren't you at work right now? Yeah, I gave you an assignment, and you didn't finish your assignment. I'm here doing your assignment for you." And I just laughed, and I'm like, "Hey, dude, you got the wrong guy." So I said, "You know what? We've been kind of going back and forth for a couple of years. Why don't we sit down and have a conversation?" He was like, "Hey, I'm actually going to be, in Annapolis for a wedding this weekend. Why don't we meet?" So we did. And we sat down for, a solid 2 hours, and we talked about everything under the sun. We probably spent maybe 5-10 minutes on my situation, and he explained, how difficult it was. They stayed up late that night trying to decide whether or not to publish my stuff, because I was like, I'd rather you not. I'm getting ready to walk away from this. And, but we really didn't spend that much time on that. We actually talked about life and love and loss and heartbreak and literature and being on the water. We're both big boaters, and so we kind of bonded on that. And sure enough, a few days later, I ended up in New York, meeting the rest of the team. He said, "Why don't you just come up and meet everyone and see how this goes?" So for anyone who has ever uttered the words, Project Veritas is this nefarious right-wing conspiracy theory group that selectively edits videos, I am here to tell you today that is unequivocally false. I know journalism, and I know good journalism, and the people at Project Veritas are some of the most dedicated, hardworking people I've ever met. They love our country. They love the First Amendment. They love seeking the truth. And it's not easy working there. I mean, our undercover journalists have no life. You know, a lot of us do. I mean, you know, a 12 to 20 hour day is pretty typical at Project Veritas. You know, and we've broken some, you know, pretty big stories since we've been there. But what I found is, like, we're all from all walks of life, races, religions, beliefs, right? Life experiences. The beauty of Project Veritas is everyone there, regardless of what your title is, has a seat at the table. Everyone's got a voice. You know, regardless of whether you agree, disagree, you're not afraid to speak up. I had more conversations about ethical journalism in my first week at Project Veritas than I did in probably my last 10 years of my network career. We discuss it daily. If anyone wants to know what Project Veritas is about, just look at our mission statement and our core values. They're published on our website. I invite everyone to go look at them. We live by those standards every day. And yeah, we're going to make mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes. But when we do our best to rectify it as quickly as possible. The other thing about Project Veritas that's great is we like to have fun. And a lot of people don't understand, like, you know, how we can go from dropping a huge story like the DARPA, you know, COVID gain of function story, which was a huge story. I mean, it was a big break in, you know, trying to get to the bottom of the truth of what happened 2 years ago. We dropped that story, and a few days later, we're in Miami having a dance party, right? Because that's how we do it. We love to have fun. We love to do serious journalism, but we don't take ourselves too seriously, and that's a huge difference, and it's very refreshing. Before I walked on stage today, very few people knew that I was going to be here. I was talking to an old childhood friend, and I was like, hey, I'm going to work at Project Veritas. He was very happy for me. I mean, he's a fan. But he's like, really? You're like, why would you leave the comforts of retirement? Like, you realize they just got raided by the FBI, right? To which I simply replied, I'd rather die on my feet than live on my knees. Most people would run away from a situation like this. You know, the FBI blowing into doors of journalists. Most people would run away from that. I ran towards it. That was one of the biggest, if not the biggest, abridgments of the First Amendment I've ever witnessed. And if anyone who knows me and knows my heart and knows how I feel, I am truly passionate about the Constitution, especially that First Amendment. Without that First Amendment, there's a reason why it's first, right? Our founding fathers knew. So yes, I told my friend, yeah, this is either crazy or it's genius, or maybe it's a little of both. Now look, being center stage like this isn't easy for me. Now I've lived a very, very private life throughout my career on purpose. You know, I always remain behind the cameras for a reason. I wanted to keep my personal life, my professional life, you know, separate, you know, mainly to protect my family. You know, I've got a young daughter. But for the past 2 years, you know, in retirement, I've been kind of just sitting back and watching this crazy, bizarro, dystopian world that we're living in right now, where people are afraid to go out of their houses. I mean, it's crazy to me. I never stopped living my life. I mean, I was out on the water every day and paddleboarding and everything else. You know, governor's like, you can't do that, and I did it anyways. But when a grandmother in Canada is peacefully protesting and gets trampled by police on horseback, when the FBI raids the homes of journalists, enough's enough. It's time to stand up. Yes, this has been a nightmare for all of us, but my heart truly breaks for the children. What they've had to endure is insanity. Children aren't meant to be in isolation. As adults, we're supposed to pass down a better world to the next generation, and we failed our children miserably in the last 2 years. So when people ask me why I'm doing this for my daughter. I'm doing this for her friends. I'm doing it for every kid who's had to suffer wearing a mask all day in school, while the elites of the world, you know, gallivanting around at the Super Bowl, however they feel. The same people who put these bizarre policies in place, you know, it's rules for thee, but not for me, right? We've heard that time and time again. I could easily stand up here and throw a bunch of red meat at this crowd all day long about politics and the media, but I'm not here to spike the football. I'm not here to say, I told you so. Though Jeff Zucker, I told you so. I'm here to reach out to all journalists, all of my friends at CNN, Fox, ABC, CBS, NBC, The Washington Post, and everyone in between. We need to do our jobs. There's an appetite for good, credible, middle-of-the-road journalism, where we go out and seek the truth. When we got the DARPA documents, people were like, well, how did you guys get those? You know, we got them because people feel they have nowhere else to go. They don't know who else to turn to, but to turn to Project Veritas. These massive news organizations with billions of dollar budgets and huge staffs, and here we are, tiny little Project Veritas breaking this major story in January. The fact of the matter is, 2 years into this pandemic, we still don't have answers. No one's been held accountable. We used to run to the podium with our mics in hands, asking the people in power the tough questions. Now we stand in front of the podium with a megaphone, blasting what the people in power want to hear to the people at home. That's not journalism. That's propaganda. It's time for us to get back to the basics of journalism. Just put an anchor at a desk and tell the news straight. No agendas, no opinions, no spin. Just tell it straight. Stop telling people at home what to think. The American people are much smarter than you give them credit for. Tell them the news without the spin, the way we used to do it, without the opinion, without the scare tactics, and let the people at home decide for themselves what to think. Without a credible, unbiased fourth estate, the First Amendment crumbles and our republic fails. We can do better as journalists, the entire lot of us. It's our obligation to do better. Let's seek the truth, research, dig, investigate, find the answers, hold the people in power accountable for their actions and their words. Our country needs that right now, more than ever. The world needs that right now. Be brave. Do something. I did.
Hey everyone, and thanks for tuning into Right Side Broadcasting Network. We are live in Orlando, Florida with CPAC 2022. Don't forget you can support us by going to mypillow.com using promo code RSBN. Save up to 66% off your entire order, and Mike Lindell will be speaking at 4 p.m. Eastern today. Grace, some updates?
Yeah, we have updates. We just did our first interview of the day. Woohoo! We got warmed up
you
here.
You got yours over with.
I got mine over with.
My first one's going to be Scott Pressler, though, and
that's easy.
That's so easy.
Easy peasy.
I can't wait to talk to him.
So you guys should be able to see our first interview with DC Drano. I'm sure a lot of you guys know who he is. He's a big social media influencer, over 1 million people on Instagram. Used to be on Twitter, but he got banned. So he was a speaker here this morning at CPAC. You guys probably saw him, so that interview will be up. He talks about Ukraine, Russia, the economy, all kinds of important issues. So stay tuned for that. We have some new people on our schedule. It looks like Ken
Should
Paxton.
we do Kaylin?
We should absolutely do Kaylin. I'm happy
we do
to do
live
Kaylin.
Now?
I don't know how long we're going to be here because the audio is out in the ballroom. So we may switch back.
We've got the VP of Getter here standing in our booth right now. So if we needed to, we could. Headquarters, if you think that's a good idea,
let us know. But until then, we'll tell you what else we have lined up for those of you guys who have just tuned in. We are at CPAC 2022, but we will be live streaming all day, every day today. So Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. This ends Sunday at 2 p.m. President Trump speaks on Saturday at 7 p.m. So we will have lots of exciting programming for you guys soon, and later today, starting at noon, we'll have Scott Pressler, we'll have Corey Mills on, we'll have Alex Bruzewitz, and James O'Keefe at 3:30, the journalist of the hour. So
killing it.
Yes, we have lots of fun things planned for you guys, so make sure you guys stay tuned, like and share this stream with all of your friends and family, and make sure that they are tuning in to the event of the year. This CPAC is so busy, and that's
getting busier and busier. I'm going to step aside and see, because while they're here, I want to see if we can do something cool.
Yeah.
Let me call headquarters. You chit chat for 30 seconds, okay?
Okay.
I love you.
All right. So, in case you guys are wondering, everybody lost audio. So it's not just our stream, but everyone else too who is taking the CPAC stream live. So while they're figuring out those issues, we're going to bring you guys updates from the booth. So we are here to do that. And who is next for the day? Liz mentioned Mike Lindell will be on around 4:30, I believe. And right now it is 11:34. So we'll have Rep. Andy Biggs, Max Miller, Charlie Kirk at 12:20. And Woke Not Woke, Matt Schlapp he is the ACU chair. He will be giving updates, or giving his speech. We're going to do, okay. All right, we are going to bring on Kalen Dorr from Getter. So he is, I believe, the VP of Marketing. So we're going to bring him on for a fun interview, give you guys some exclusive insight into what's going on at Getter, future updates, and all that good stuff. So send in your questions in YouTube real quick. I can take a few. Let's see if we can get some questions. And while we have you guys, follow us on Getter. Follow us at RSB Network. Kaylin, go ahead and have a seat. We are live right now. So, yes, here is your mic. Oh, no problem. So I don't think I've done an interview with you face to face yet.
I don't know. We actually haven't met face to face yet, so this is kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
Grace is a must follow on Getter. You're an incredible
thanks,
follow.
Kaylin.
You're posting good stuff. And of course, we love everyone here at Right Side. You guys having fun so far? Or?
We are having fun. We just did my first interview of the day with DC Drano, and now you're the second interview of the day. So
I'm honored.
Yes,
That's huge.
yes, it is
That's
huge. And Getter is huge. Tell us about what's been going on with Getter.
Absolutely. So I'll sum up a couple bullet points. We're nearing 5 million users.
Wow.
Big deal.
Yeah,
right?
it's massive.
We just last week launched in beta our, I'm calling it the TikTok killer. So we've got a competitor to Reels and TikTok that's coming out. It is freaking awesome. Now I am not good at TikTok. I don't know how to do the dances or anything. So I don't know how to create content
You'll have
like
to create your own Getter dance.
Do people still dab? Is dabbing still a thing? Has anyone dabbed live on Right Side Broadcasting?
No, you can be the first.
I'm the first guy to dab. Is this how you do it?
That's how you do it. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
Good.
I can confirm.
Millennial
As a
approved.
millennial,
Millennial approved. So we went ahead. We launched that last week in beta. We'd love to get you guys onboarded to do that.
Absolutely.
We're still doing our live streaming. We're still killing it. Actually, Jason Miller is abroad right now. In the midst of all the Ukraine stuff, he's in France and the UK, which has been pretty crazy. So he's actually there kind of on the front line.
One
so
thing
we're
I've
killing
noticed
it.
about Getter is you guys have been doing a lot of live streaming and news that is more worldwide.
Yeah, and actually, you guys are great. Right Side actually owns the most viewers live stream record on Getter.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That is all because of you guys. So continue to tune in. I think we're live there right now for CPAC.
I hope so.
So I actually have Getter open right here because I'm posting articles and doing CPAC at the same time. So making sure we get our content up. But you are a rock star too. Every time we need any little thing from you guys are right on it right away. Like, Kaylin, I need a meme with my face on it. It says Getter.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Is Twitter would never in a million years do any of the kind of community building that we try to do here, right? Like, if you wanted to talk to someone at Twitter, like, how would you even do that? Like, you can't do that. They're not going out. They're not doing interviews like this. They're not mixing and mingling with people. You don't see them at trade shows. They go to lectures, right?
Right.
And so I think that's what really makes us different. We're just trying to capture the heartbeat of the movement and give everyone a place to organize. Again, like, when you feel like you're alone, they're winning. And like we can't have that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love the little feed that you guys have right here on the right-hand side. If you guys go to that, it's a Getter News, because you'll find all the most breaking news there.
That's right.
And if anything related to the trucker convoy, you guys have had a lot of coverage on that.
Yeah, we actually sent someone out for the first days to cover the launch of the trucker convoy. Yeah.
That must have been what I saw.
Yeah. A good friend of ours, Ian McMath, who works in our war room, was out there, and he just got in the car and started driving around with the truckers, and he had a lot of fun. And
cool.
I mean, it's absolutely incredible. And what makes the news section so great is that it's kind of all done by hand for the most part.
Yeah.
So there's no censoring it, and there's no algorithm to hide behind, right? Because for years, what makes us so much different from like a Twitter is they can hide behind whatever barriers they put up and use it as an excuse to just do awful things.
Mm-hmm.
And so we just try to be transparent. I go out there. I went to the bar the other day and interacted with literally everybody who was posting at me at the bar. So again, if you're watching, I'm at Kaelan, Kaelan. Post, mention me, and I'm going to go through here in a minute and just start interacting with you guys, because you're not going to see that on Twitter. You're not going to see that anywhere.
No, you'll see the CEO come on there and say we're going to crack down more, but
Seriously.
they won't talk to you.
No, and they think so little of us that they just kind of do it out in the open at this point. It's truly just disgusting.
Absolutely. It is disgusting. So where do you see Getter going a year from now?
Yeah, so obviously we'd love to get this TikTok competitor up and rolling and try and find. It's really crazy to think about how we don't even know what great conservative content creators exist, right? Because they've been algorithm out of existence. So we could find the next big people all on Getter, and that's something that really excites me. But even further than that, we're going to do direct tipping via Getter Pay. So if you like, for example, what Grace says on Getter, you can absolutely send her a couple of bucks if you want. Things
That's
like that.
awesome.
So
does it 100% go to creators?
We'll take kind of a small. That's kind of how we'll monetize the platform a little bit, because right now it's all being done without any. No one's selling ads. We're never going to sell your data either, which is a huge point for our people, right?
Right.
So yeah, I mean that's like the next big tier is really just enabling people to engage in the influencer and creator economy, and go out there and make some cool stuff. That's what it's all about.
Awesome. Will you guys be doing anything like stories?
Yeah, so the TikTok stuff we kind of want to.
It's along those lines.
Stories.
Yeah.
You'll see. So actually, you guys do have access to it here. It's its own tab called Vision on the app, and in the thing, and you can kind of scroll down. It's exactly the same.
Awesome!
This is cool. Live reaction here. This is good.
I will need to check. Yeah, it's great content.
I mean, it's not loading now. I swear it'll load later. But
well, I'm on my hotspot too, so it's probably not the best connection ever. But
right.
I will be checking into this later. So guys, there's so many new features on Getter. Make sure you guys follow at RSB Network there. Follow Kaelan. Kaelan _door? What is it?
No, it's just at Kaelan, Kaelan. That's the best part, is that there's not, for years I wanted Kaelan on Instagram and Twitter, and they would never give it to me.
Yeah.
So this is the one incredible perk of getting to work at Getter. That and getting to hang out with you guys.
Of course, we love hanging out with you too. All right, well, I guess that's a wrap, and I'm
All right.
sure we'll see you again soon.
Yeah, we'll see you around for sure. I'll come heckle you a couple of times.
Sounds good.
All right, awesome. Thanks for having me, Grace.
All right, thank you. And there you have it, guys. So that was Kaelan Dorr, VP of Marketing at Getter, which is part of the social media revolution, I'm going to call it, because, you know, we've had big tech for so long. We've had the mainstream platforms, Facebook, Twitter, the others, Snapchat, and we've witnessed extensive censorship on those things, and we want to put our money where our mouth is, and you know, joining a free account is still putting your money where your mouth is, and we want to make sure that we are doing that with platforms that align with our views, because we want to put platforms that censor out of business. So make sure you follow us on Getter at RSB Network, and also follow us on Truth Social at RSBN. I know there is a big waiting list there, but they are working really hard day and night to get all of the users onloaded by the end of the week. So that's the goal. We'll see if it happens, but you guys can find us at RSBN. We're seeing a lot of our content first, so we'll post our articles, we'll post exclusive updates. I'm going to be doing a lot of content from CPAC when time allows. It's really crazy right now, as you guys can see, just things are popping up all over the place. Kaelan's like, I want to do an interview, so come right on, we're live right now, so stay tuned for more on that. Where are we at right now? It is 11:43. What do we have next? 11:45 is supposed to be a panel or a topic called Fighting Woke Inc., and that is the theme of this conference, is awake, not woke. We don't want to promote this, oh, I'm woke, I do what's cool, I do what's trendy and progressive. We want to promote knowing the facts, sticking by those facts, and that's what conservatism is really all about. It's about conservating our values and our freedom and everything that we believe in. So let's make sure. It looks like a red panel is next. All right, so it looks like as soon as this next panel starts, we are going to be tossing it over to the ballroom. So about a couple more minutes here, and then we will let you know as soon as we do that. Liz, what's next?
Thank you, Grace. Great job with Kaelan. Gosh, so many cords. 2022, everything should be wireless. I am just now joining you. Thank you for doing that interview, and I'm going to pull it up. Let's see. I wish they would update the schedule online. Let me pull up the cpac.org and see.
I have the schedule right here, but it's not updated, I think. And guys, throw your questions in the YouTube chat. If you want to know what's going on today or something that we haven't thought of that you're wondering, just throw it in there and we'll be able to get you answers, hopefully. People over politicians. I love that. And I think that's the main theme here with the America First candidates.
That'd be a good, like,
be a
whole
good theme.
yeah.
Yeah, next CPAC. The schlaps. Let's see.
Thank you guys again. For those of you who are just now joining us, we are live in Orlando, Florida with CPAC, Conservative Political Action Conference 2022. Lots of different media and stuff here. We're right next to Fox. I believe Rumble has a booth down there. This is Town Hall Media next to us. I know Epic Times, Freedom and Liberty University have a booth as well. Lindell TV. There's lots of different people here, up and coming media networks that are really just trying to broadcast what's going on. So thank you to everyone for tuning in. Don't forget, Mike Lindell's also speaking at 4 p.m. I know a lot of you are looking forward to that, as well as Ron DeSantis, who is scheduled to speak at 1:30 p.m. So I think that's probably our next biggest, if I'm not missing anyone. Matt Schlapp is speaking. It doesn't say. Okay, that's Yeah, there's not a time on that one. So it looks like their schedule's a little fluid right now, so we're just working through that. And we're going to cut back to the main session ballroom as soon as one of them takes the stage. But again, I'm pretty sure that they'll have to have the Ron DeSantis on time because that is big dog. So we're about an hour and a half shy of Ron DeSantis taking the stage. And let's look at our schedule. I want to make sure we're not missing anyone. We should be doing a Scott Pressler interview coming up in just about 13 minutes here. So we're going to be able to pump that out as well.
And I saw someone asking in the YouTube chat, I know our mods keep posting it up, but President Trump will speak Saturday night at 7 p.m. Eastern. So make sure you guys tune into that. President Trump is always a great time, but especially in his home state of Florida. He's going to be coming up from, I assume, West Palm Beach to speak to you guys here. And it's going to be a very important speech to pay attention to because, as you know, Biden is planning to give his State of the Union address in about a week from now. So a lot of people, kind of consider President Trump's speech as the real State of the Union because we already know what the Democrats are going to say. We already know what their narrative is. President Trump speaks the truth, the real story, and that's what everybody fully expects him to do this weekend. So stay tuned for that. More information is on our website, rsbnetwork.com. And make sure you guys pay attention to our website because we've been doing a lot of new updates. So you guys can now watch, you can watch our entire live streams right on our homepage. You can do it right there, and you can also see all of our top stories, our latest articles about news that is important to you guys. We make it a point to really spread the word about news related to President Trump, Ron DeSantis, America First candidates, issues important to conservatives. So if you guys ever have any suggestions, please, you guys can message me on Twitter, and we will make sure that we take those into consideration.
I think the next one that we're going to have, it's going to be it's scheduled for 12:20. That's going to be Rep. Andy Biggs, Max Miller, and Charlie Kirk. This one is called Power Play, but let me just make sure that's correct. Actually, no, we've got something else going on right now. Back in general session, we've got, Are You Ready to Be Called Racist? The Courage to Run for Office. This is the Leadership Institute's Stephen Rowe, Heather Sellers, Marie Rogerson, and Matthew Hurt. So back to you, general session.
So Matthew, as we decide to run, and hopefully people in this room, want to run for office and make a change in their community. If you're on the edge of your seat and you're like, I should run for office, I should do it. Please do. But Matthew, you're an expert, especially when it comes to training people. And what do you think separates a good candidate from a
knows the issues? They're involved locally. They're involved in the level of government that they want to be elected to. They understand backwards and forwards what's going on in their communities. They're involved and engaged. The second one is, they raise money. A lot of conservatives, you say, I'm going to run a grassroots campaign for office, and that means you're not going to raise any money. But, fighting for our conservative principles means investing and asking investors to support your candidacy and your campaign. And the last one is ask for votes. You will be surprised. I live in Arlington, Virginia, which voted for Joe Biden with 80% of the vote in 2020, right? Not the most conservative community. But last year in the gubernatorial election, I met progressive women in Arlington who said they're Democrat voters, but they're voting for the conservative candidate for governor because he knew the issues, he was personable, and he had solutions. And so that's something that I encourage you to do. Ask for votes, ask for money, and get the training that we provide at the Leadership Institute.
Leadership Institute, fantastic training. And Heather, I do want to come to you on this too, because you were a fantastic candidate. And I know that you help a lot of candidates take that next step and run for office. What do you tell those people that are trying to run for office and make a difference in their community?
So I can tell a good candidate right here in their heart and where they're really wanting to run and getting out there. And so it just takes, you can't sit back. You've got to, like Matt said, you've got to ask for, if you're not asking for money, you need to be asking for votes. You're asking for money, you're asking for votes. But be passionate about what you're running for. The reason I really wanted to do well is for my children, right? I was just passionate about it. If it's not the school board, if it's running for the legislature, if it's running to be a judge, if it's running to run for U.S. Senate, be passionate about what you're running for. Make sure people know your message. You can't just run for office and expect people to vote for you.
That's true.
You are doing the voters a disservice if you don't get out there and have a good message and a good plan and want to be part of the solution. And being part of the solution is understanding the problem. If you know the problems. Again, when I ran for school board, it was low test scores and graduation. Now, a lot of the school board members that are running, it's because of COVID and because of the mask mandates, right? And COVID being that they stayed at home and started seeing the problems that were going on in the system because they started paying attention. But, you know, make sure that you know the main issue of what the voters care about. Talk to the voters, understand what's going through their head, know how you can be that solution. And that is what I feel like is a great candidate.
Yeah, absolutely. We need a lot more great candidates out there running for office. So again, the person on their seat right now, you're like, okay, he's telling me I should do it, and you're going to do it. Please do. We've got a lot of filing deadlines coming up. Yes.
Stephen, if I could add, you know, the reason I ran for county commission at age 19. I grew up in a Southern Baptist church, and there was literally a local property rights issue. And this gentleman by the name of Jim, who's since passed away, he leaned back in his chair at church one Sunday and he said, you know what? You ought to run for office. I make too many people uncomfortable, and you would be a nice candidate. And I ran and came within 90 votes of defeating a 16-year incumbent with just about $1,000.
As a 19-year-old.
And as a 19-year-old. And one of the things is, these local races can be decided by just a handful of votes with just a few $1,000s. It doesn't take a $10 million campaign to, hopefully not, to run for county mayor or county commission or school board.
Right.
No,
You're
that's
exactly
so
right.
true. So true. And we talk about the issues too. I mean, the wind is at our backs right now. You see the evils of CRT. You see these mask mandates in schools across this country. And when conservatives are stepping on the gas pedal, we're winning across the board. I know we just had Hannah Smith on this stage who won a huge victory in Southlake, Texas. I actually saw one that you'd never believe. It was in Minnesota. Minnesota of all places. Not a lot of conservative victories happening there. But in Minnesota, in Waconia County, because parents and activists went to that school board meeting, they were able to make sure that mask mandate was removed. And so even in the most leftist of areas, you can still make substantial change. And that's where I want to direct this conversation to, because there's people in this audience that are like, you know what, I want people to run for office, but maybe I'm not the right person. And I want to be an activist. I want to help these candidates get elected.
Right.
And so for activists out there who are trying to nudge their friend to run for office, what can they do to make an impact in their community?
So I will say that I have a great example, and that was we had schools when I was on the school board that were only 30% of occupancy. So we had to go in and we had to evaluate to make sure we were doing a good steward of taxpayer dollars. And so we would listen, and it was not popular to close a school, right? Especially a community school. But one area, which was Pentlala, I'll never forget. They band together. They came up with a solution to bring children in from this area and this area to make it whole and make it full of children from 30% up to 90% of occupancy. And that was through activists. That was through a pastor that lived there. That was through people that lived in the community. They made a difference so that when they came to our board meetings, I was able to hear them as my other board members were. And we were able to listen, and we were able to realize maybe they have a better solution than what our superintendent had recommended to us. So don't think that you're not making an impact. I definitely say that activists are what makes the difference. Look, you're all activists here, right? Look at CPAC, it's huge.
Absolutely. Taking action.
I mean, when it first started, you could barely get 100 people to go, and back in the 70s. Look at this, it's bursting with seams with people.
Like I said, I haven't felt this energy really since the Tea Party movement, and we are really going and growing. But let's go back to the title of our panel again one more time.
Okay.
Are you ready to be called a racist? And one of my favorite quotes around this is that a lion doesn't concern themselves with the opinions of sheep. And in a lot of ways, you got to stick up and stand up for conservative principles in this country. And Heather, when you were a school board member, you were outnumbered. You were outgunned in some situations. What does that look like to be in the lion's den?
So when I went in, like I was 30, I was gonna make all this difference and everything. And then I realized, oh, there's 6 other people I've got to work with. And I had 3 Republicans that I was a part of and 4 Democrats. And so I learned that you have to work together. If you talk together, you work together, and you explain what you're trying to do, that you're much more likely. 3 votes is not gonna get something passed, right? So that made such a difference. But I mean, there was some very tough times that I was called names, that people didn't understand what we were doing. I mean, they weren't happy with our school board. They weren't happy with me. Got a lot of those calls. In fact, I had some police or escorts home some nights because people were not too thrilled about some of our votes. But if you look down the road of what is the most important, which I go back to children on school board and what's going to be good for them, the names don't matter. It doesn't matter what they say about you, because if you're making a difference and you're truly escalating the scores, the test scores, you're making a difference in the safety for the children, you're doing a difference. Words don't matter. Haters can hate, but if you make a difference, then you can know that you've made a difference in those children's lives.
I love that. Haters can hate, and we're just gonna shake that off, and we'll be totally fine.
Shake it off.
Good to go. Keep moving forward, because our eye is on the prize, and it's preserving and protecting this beautiful country of ours. And so, Matthew, I want to turn to you for just a moment as we start getting towards the end of this panel. People, again, want to take action, want to be better communicators. They want to be more effective at campaigning. You work at Leadership Institute, and for a moment, could you just explain what LI is, what Leadership Institute is to the crowd?
Yeah, sure. The Leadership Institute has been around since 1979, and we've trained more than 243,000 conservative activists across the country and across the globe. And we meet you where you are. So when you go back from CPAC, you go back to your hometown and you're involved and engaged in your activism, we can bring training out to you. We have on-demand online training at leadershipinstitute.training that Stephen just launched a few weeks ago on a new platform, and at our headquarters in Arlington, Virginia, what I call behind enemy lines in progressive Northern Virginia. We'll bring you up there if you're interested in running for office or managing a campaign or engaged in a lot of our more professional training. You want on-camera training, public speaking workshops, we do all of that for you at a nominal or no cost because of the generous support of our donors. I was a college student, a rabble-rouser in college Republicans at Middle Tennessee State University, and I took my first LI training in April of 2007, and it really set my career. And now I have the pleasure and honor of working with conservative and liberty activists across the country and across the globe, and it's just really an awesome opportunity to be here at CPAC.
Yeah, 100%. So we are less than 290 days away from November 8th, 2022. Election day is just around the corner. There are filing deadlines that are still available for you to run for office and take that plunge. So again, if not you, who? If not now, when? And I want to point this last question to you, Heather.
Okay.
Just words of encouragement, again, especially for someone who, as a mom, decided to run for office. We need more mothers running for office in this country, especially conservative mothers. What are some final words of wisdom to the people out there?
Know what you're running for, know why you're running, get out there, don't give up. Always, always stay at it. If you stay true to yourself and what you believe in, you will be a winner. And you have to know that running for office is something that is a big deal once elected. So know what it is when you're elected, what that brings and what you can do once you're elected. But also know that, you're going to have, I had 7 board members, right? And I was one of 7. And so just know that, it is working with people. You can get so much done if you work with them and you get if everybody has the goal, which on school board, it was children. Everybody has the goal for better education, stay together, work hard together, and I always say, go fight, win. I encourage you, if you're not running, to get out there and to tell people what's important, because go to city council meetings, go to school board meetings, go and absolutely tell your voice and let them know what you're concerned about.
Yeah, that's so powerful, because we know, absolutely know, that leftists, whether they're in the media, whether they're in education, they're in college campuses across this country, that they're not sharing a conservative message online or to a lot of apathetic people who care more about the Bachelorette or the football game, right? We need to tell and spread our conservative message to those people. And if the left won't do it, then we will. It's up to us in this room. Really encourage you to spread the movement, grow our base, and run for office in 2022. You have the courage to do it. Don't be afraid of the name calling. Thank you all so much, and have a fantastic
Thank you,
CPAC.
guys. Woo!
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a power play. Please welcome from Arizona, Representative Andy Biggs. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a power play. Please welcome from Arizona, Representative Andy Biggs.
Welcome to the great conservative movement of America and of our time. Sam Adams said, "We overcome a majority with an irate, tireless minority that burns brush fires." You are the brush fires of freedom. And guess what? With your brush fires, us here today, and the brush fires that are lit all across this country, the convoy coming from California, the convoy fighting up in Canada, these folks, the convoy in France, for Pete's sakes, those are brush fires of freedom. But you know who's worked tirelessly to put out those brush fires of freedom? Joe Biden. Joe Biden. Let's go, Brandon, right? Donald Trump ignited the fires of freedom in everywhere, not just in this country, but everywhere. So when I look at it and I say, Joe Biden's big accomplishment, he thinks, is spending U.S. taxpayer dollars to fund abortions in other countries. And Donald Trump was the most pro-life president in the history of this country. Joe Biden has given us inflation like you can't believe. And CBS is telling us, oh, it's because of Ukraine. No, it's because of Joe Biden's failed economic policies. And Donald Trump gave us low inflation, more jobs than ever, and a robust economy. That's freedom. Those are the brush fires of freedom. When I look at Joe Biden and I say, you know what, the border. I just came back from the border last night again. And the border is in disarray. We are being invaded. And right now, 26 people have died just this year alone trying to cross the Rio Grande River into this country. Last year, over 2 million, about 2.2 million people illegally entered our country. Biden administration let loose hundreds of thousands into our country illegally. We have an opioid epidemic because of our border being open. You know this. Donald Trump gave us a border under control. Donald Trump gave us that. When I think also about parents being told you should not be involved with your children's education, when I hear them say, we're not going to let you have access to the curriculum, and I see parents rising up, including Democrats and liberals rising up and saying, wait a second, you don't know better how to take care of my children than I do. And I want transparency. I want my kids to be educated, not indoctrinated. That's a brush fire of freedom. It's being lit all over this country. You know, there was once upon a time a contract with America. And that contract with America came out in 1994, and it rallied conservative voices to take over the United States House of Representatives. Well, I've been working on something that I call the America First contract with America. That's where we need to be returning to. We don't need to be looking at the left and saying, hey, you've got a great model there for reducing crime. We need to say, stop empowering violent criminals to take over our cities. And we can do it. We can do it. Americans want to live safely, and quite frankly, I think most Americans just want to be left alone from their government. That's what I want. It's called freedom. And if you participate and you light the brush fires of freedom, we, as an irate, tireless American populace, will overcome the few radical leftists that control the levers of power today. We've got to do that. So let me tell you, let me tell you where we go. We're facing Joe Biden, who is the titular head of the United States. He might still be there in presence at the end of this election cycle. We need Republican leadership in the United States House of Representatives to say, we will take you on. No more of this lip service. We need to use every tool we have. We need to say, when you want a bill passed, a must-pass bill, then we want the border secure before we're going to consider that. When you say you're going to fund our woke military, then what we want is we want to make sure there are clean, transparent, free, fair, and open elections in the United States of America. When you say you want budgeting, we're going to put guide rails on it so you can't overspend. And in the meantime, by the way, we're going to start reducing that spending so we balance the budget, we clean up the inflation problem we have in the United States. And by the way, we're going to unleash America's energy sector. Because when you unleash America's energy sector, you flood it, we start exporting gas again like we did under Trump, the cost comes down. And guess what? That's a twofer. That helps our economy, and it also means Vladimir Putin can't engage in adventurism because it takes him $60 a barrel just to fund his government. So in effect, our president is funding with the $20 million barrels a month that we're taking from them. He's helping to fund Vladimir Putin and the Russian government. But most Americans don't care. What they want is America to be free, prosperous, and last. I'm not going to quit fighting for you. I know you're not going to quit fighting. We're going to light these brush fires of freedom, and as we do so, America will continue on for a millennium of peace and prosperity that our children, grandchildren will rise up and say, you're blessed. You gave us everything we needed to fulfill the measure that God gave us of our creation. God bless you all. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Max Miller.
Hello, CPAC. How's everyone doing? Come on, let's get it up a bit. All right. Look, I want to help launch this conference by pointing out one thing. Trump was right about everything. Right? He was. And today, one thing he was right about, that Biden's weakness would invite Putin's aggression, should give us a serious and somber pause. As we meet to celebrate American conservatism, Ukrainians are battling for their lives and for their country. But none of this had to happen. And with President Trump, it never would have happened. It wouldn't. But serious, too, are the hardships and the miseries Biden has forced on our people. Inflation destroys workers. It destroys the working poor. It destroys our parents and our grandparents on fixed incomes. It wipes out savings. But serious, too, are the cost of open borders. The massive flow of chemicals that kill Americans like fentanyl, human trafficking that often cheats, rapes, kills, and enslaves its victims. The uncontrolled and unvetted flow of people. For every terrorist and child sex offender we capture, unfortunately, many more will slip through the net. And perhaps the most serious are the vaccine mandates that we face today. Look, I want to tell you one thing. As the truth comes out about the CDC and the crowd that runs it, we'll realize that the only science that they used was political science. Because that's what it is. By repudiating President Trump on every issue, Biden has immiserated this country and has set us back half a century, if we're lucky, okay? Every headline of Biden's failure was something solved by President Trump. Economy, booming. COVID, managed without mandates. There were no wars, there were peace deals. Illegal immigration, at historic lows. Trade, fair trade that this country never had. And as somebody who worked side by side with President Trump at the White House, he could find the Oval Office on his own, okay? We got a guy who doesn't know where he's going. It's unbelievable. But look, it's terrible to see how much can be destroyed in under 2 years by a vacant president and a radical left-controlled Congress. But this is the world that Joe Biden made. He created this. Right now, American taxpayers are funding hundreds of millions of dollars a year to pay for the legal and housing bills of illegal immigrants. This is unacceptable, period. Every federal dollar spent should be redirected to our veterans. We must restore our energy independence and end the radical policies that have sent the prices of everyday goods skyrocketing through the roof. We must fight these mandates, rein in government, and fight for our individual rights that have been eroded through the government's unconstitutional response to the China virus. And that's what it is. Call it the truth. We have America First warriors fighting for President Trump's agenda, because when he returns to the Oval Office, he's going to need each and every single one of us here, okay? That's right. This is our country to save. Let's go save it. Thank you, CPAC, and God bless you all. Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk.
Thank you. Hello, CPAC. Great to see you guys. It's great to be in a free state. Ron DeSantis is doing such a great job, isn't he? I mean, he's been probably the greatest governor. He's been unbelievable. I want to thank CPAC for having us. It's so great to see so many grassroots activists from all across the country. There's something special happening in America right now. And a year ago when we met, things looked pretty bad. Now, I understand things don't look great, double-digit inflation, border wide open, all these crime going up. But there's something that's happened in the last 12 months that is very significant. And every single one of you have played a role in that. You could have gave up. This election, the last election, the 2020 election, was the most interfered with, corrupt election in our lifetime. And we need to say that over and over again. $400 million from Mark Zuckerberg, the inability to talk about these issues on Facebook or Google. And it would have been very easy for all of you to give up. Instead, the opposite happened, and the people in charge of our government, Hollywood, the media, they couldn't really understand why all of a sudden moms and dads kept on showing up to school board meetings across the country. They couldn't understand why all of a sudden people started to run for precinct committee positions. They couldn't understand why the energy of the conservative movement only increased when they controlled everything. And what we saw over the last year is the regime controlling every aspect of our life. Literally, whether or not and how you can breathe. Vaccination status. Let me just say one thing. No one should ever be forced to get a vaccine against their will. Period. End of story. Hard stop. And instead, we have seen an unprecedented rise of the citizen in the last 12 months. And the regime doesn't know where this is coming from. CNN's ratings are collapsing. Their top cable news hosts are taking time off. They're already getting ready. They're bracing for impact for something completely and totally historic. But I don't know about you, but I don't just want to win. I want to look at what's happening right now, and I want to be part of an extinction event for the political woke left to put them into complete and total irrelevancy for the next 20 or 30 years. Now, in order to do that, though, we as conservatives must get our priorities right. We must be very honest with each other, and our leaders must be honest with you about what really matters. You see, we are a nation in multiple crises right now. We are $30 trillion in debt. We have the most suicidal, alcohol-addicted, drug-addicted generation in history. We got a lot of problems. So we have to demand from our leaders not just solutions, but direct addressing of what actually matters. For example, the U.S. southern border matters a lot more than the Ukrainian border. In fact, I want every Republican leader that comes up on stage the next couple days to call what's happening on the southern border an invasion, because 2 million people waltzed into our country this last year. I'm more worried about how the cartels are deliberately trying to infiltrate our country than a dispute 5,000 miles away, cities we can't pronounce, places that most Americans can't find on a map. Now, I'm not defending the actions of dictators halfway across the world. What I'm saying, though, is when your own country is falling apart, I don't want to hear lectures about why we need to send our troops halfway across the world when we are being invaded. Priorities. The left wants to talk about how men can become pregnant. They can't. Men are men, women are women. There's only two genders. End of story. Thanks for shopping. These are smokescreen tactics to try to distract us from the fact that we lost over 100,000 people to drug overdoses in this last year. They don't want you to talk about how the generation that I speak to, college and high school kids, they are being priced out of the housing market. They're being told to go to college to study things that don't matter, to find jobs that don't exist, to borrow money they don't have. Everything costs twice as much in most of the metropolitan areas of Phoenix and Dallas and Orlando, Miami, Tampa. No, instead, our leaders want to talk about systemic racism or climate change. The conservative movement must be very clear that we're going to talk about things that matter to our voters, matter to American families. And one of the things that we must be very clear about is how the lockdowns, the vaccine mandates, and the mask mandates was generational theft. Now, some people in this audience don't want to hear this, but it's immoral and it was wrong when we decided to deliberately hurt the younger generation to try to protect the older generation. It was a moral tragedy on this country. And our leaders need to talk about a national recovery program. We need to talk about how we can elevate young people to do the three things that create conservatives. You want to create conservatives? We all do. Make it easier to buy a home, make it easier to get married, and make it easier to have children. You have a lot more conservatives. Instead, we have a generation of renters, a generation of people that are the least married generation in history, having the least children in history, and we wonder why they find purpose in Leonardo DiCaprio, Greta Thunberg, climate change type movements. We wonder why they want to confiscate the wealth from business owners. They don't own anything. People that pay mortgages don't burn Wendy's at night. Just good rule of life. So we must demand from our leaders clear priorities of what actually matters. So we have a choice. We could do the Republican Party of old, where we do nothing but talk about corporate tax cuts for the richest people. We just talk about stopping socialism and the conversation ends there. We talk about how we need to go send our beautiful and amazing armed service members to countries that have no relevancy to our immediate future. Or, here's the amazing thing though. If our conservative leaders learn something from our wonderful 45th President of the United States and actually decide to not just talk about, but deliver some very common sense things, such as representing the muscular class, such as, how about this? The Republicans should say what happened in Canada and what Justin Trudeau did against those Canadian truckers is a moral outrage and a human rights abuse. Where's the Republican Party been on that? So I'll say this in closing. I want to win. I don't want to win elections. That's fine. That's a small thing. Elections come and go. I want to win the civilization. I want to live in a country that is free. I want to live in a country I recognize. I want our leaders to care more about you and our fellow countrymen and our fellow citizens than some sort of abstract idea or some sort of undefined GDP number. The conservative movement is trending towards a movement that will represent 60, 70, 80% of voters of all backgrounds and all colors. It's going to require our leaders and you to make sure they do it. The citizen is rising, everybody, and the regime is falling. We're going to win. God bless you guys. Thank you so much.
Such an invaluable experience. Coming to CPAC is like coming home to family every single time you come here. You can go to some events, it is not warm and fuzzy. I come here, I feel like I'm home and with family. And because of CPAC, I have met so many people who will help me save America and save the people in my district. I have a healthcare expert now, a veterans expert, national security issue experts, and so many investors that can come into my district to help bring jobs, revitalize my communities. And I would never have been able to do that without CPAC. So being at CPAC is an incredible experience.
I'd not be excited for Trump, you know, he's coming back in 2024, gonna put America first. What's not to love?
It's fun to have conservatives from all over the country coming together, share best practices, see who the future leaders are, hear what current leaders are saying, what's going on in our country. So it's just a great place to come and get rejuvenated and get fired up about the conservative movement and, you know, where our country is heading.
Everything. I can't wait to hear the speakers. I'm looking super forward to hearing Ted Cruz and Candace Owens and of course President Trump. I'm really excited.
What gets me excited about CPAC is the ability to network and to meet individuals and get my message and word out there. Vote early, vote Eller.
Anybody ready?
Be a complete stop put to immigration legal and illegal. You know, the elites, they're flooding our workforce with low-skilled labor, and they're really transforming our country into something totally different than what our ancestors experienced. So that is the change I would most like to see in this country.
Gone too far to the left. I think the fact that you've got Democrats and conservatives coming here from all across the country that are interested in an alternative to the kind of liberal progressive policies that Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer are pushing. So I think there's a lot of optimism out there, and the Republican Party, and particularly the conservative movement, is offering an alternative that is looking very appealing to Americans.
Candace Owens, she's my favorite. Lauren Boebert, Ron DeSantis, Donald Trump, and pretty much everyone who's here.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a conversation. War, a tribute to Andrew Breitbart. Please welcome, from Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk. From Project Veritas, James O'Keefe. From Breitbart News Network, Matt Boyle. And your host, Larry O'Connor.
Hey guys, let's hear it for Andrew Breitbart.
Oh, he's more than just a name on a website, especially here at CPAC. It was, guys, it was 10 years ago this week that Andrew Breitbart gave his last major public speech. We lost him on March 1st, 10 years ago next week. But that speech, like all of his speeches at CPAC, instantly became legendary. I just watched it last week.
I literally just watched it as well. It was weirdly prophetic, wasn't it?
Yeah.
All the major issues that he's talking about, the critical race theory.
Oh, yeah. I mean, literally the major story that he was ready to break right after CPAC leading into the 2012 election was how Barack Obama had been infected with critical race theory in Harvard. Critical race theory. Remember when critical race theory became a big story this last election and people went on MSNBC saying, they don't even know what critical race theory is. They just, found out about it. No, Andrew Breitbart, as usual, ahead of his time, talking about it 10 years ago. We each represent a very different relationship directly with Andrew Breitbart in our own way. Andrew plucked me out of the world of commercial theater. I literally worked on Broadway, not as an actor, but in management of the theater management. I managed a theater in Los Angeles. He took me out of that world and put me into the world of political commentary with my first column at his first site, Big Hollywood, that then eventually morphed into Breitbart News Network. So I got to work with him for 3 glorious years and have a whole new career. Matt, you ended up working with Andrew for his company right after his passing, right?
Yeah, so I was a reporter at Daily Caller, got to know him really well. Tucker Carlson introduced me to Andrew, and then Andrew passed away in early 2012. After the 2012 election, I came over to work at Breitbart and build out our DC bureau.
Right.
But yeah, it totally changed my life. I could have went to go anywhere in the establishment media. I was breaking all sorts of big stories and whatever. Andrew changed my life. Like, I literally chose this path to build out a new conservative media outlet, and guess what? We're kicking their butts all the time right now. So,
I think it's fair to say Andrew changed all our lives. James, I mean, I mentioned Big Hollywood. That launched January of 2009. I believe it was September. Along came this brand new site, Big Government. And it launched with a little expose about an organization that no longer exists called Acorn. Remember that? James?
Well, I had got a message from Hannah Giles, and she said she wanted to go into Acorn as a prostitute. So I said,
Did you often get messages from Hannah like this? Or?
I get a lot of messages from a lot of people. And I said, well, why don't we go in there? I'll go in there as a pimp.
Sure,
why
a
not?
logical response.
Do a sting investigation into Acorn, and this is right before Project Veritas even existed. So we did the video, did the whole story, for those of you who remember it 10 years ago, actually 12 years ago.
12 years ago, right?
And I didn't know who to go to with the tapes. And everyone sort of said, well, there's this guy named Andrew Breitbart. I didn't know him, and I called him up, or he called me, and he said, I don't believe you have this information. So I said, well, can I come to Los Angeles and show you? He's like, sure. So I went to his house, I opened up my laptop, I played the first Acorn video of me with a hidden camera in my tie recording these workers, and he instantly said, this is going to change everything. This is going to embarrass the New York Times. And he came up with this strategy to release the tapes one at a time.
Because you had investigated multiple Acorn offices.
Yeah, we had a whole bunch.
On the East Coast.
So he predicted rightfully that these CNN and everyone would say it's isolated, and then the next day the second tape, and the third day the third tape, and the fourth, and by like the end of the first week, Congress, democratically controlled Senate, defunded Acorn.
Defunded Acorn. 82-6 vote, if I remember right, or maybe 89-2 vote.
It was 83-7. South Park covered it. The Daily Show covered it favorably.
Yeah. And then Charlie, and frankly, I think your representation here is most meaningful because you didn't meet Andrew personally, but you represent so many people out there, so many people in this room who were inspired by Andrew Breitbart, who have started a movement on their own because of the inspiration Andrew gave you.
Yeah, not just inspired. My first piece I ever wrote was for Breitbart.com, and it wasn't, kind of unpacking a interstate government-funded prostitution ring. By the way,
well, raise the bar, Charlie. Come on.
Oh yeah, exactly. I just want to say, isn't James O'Keefe doing great work in Project Veritas? They're doing unbelievable work. They really are. I want to make sure I say that, James. You're continuing the legacy of Andrew amazingly. But I was in high school and I found a textbook that said kind of really incendiary things, at least what would have been considered that 10 years ago. And I emailed Joel Pollack. I just saw his email on Breitbart.com and as a tip, and he's like, why don't you just write the piece? And it got on Drudge Report and kind of all of that. And without Breitbart.com, I don't know if I ever would have been involved in this at all. And I got to know the whole team at Breitbart really well. Matt, you and I have been working together for quite some time. Got to know Alex and got to know Larry. And, you know, the legacy of Andrew was always believing in younger, aspirational, entrepreneurial talent. He was the best at that. And, you know, there are a lot of names we could go through, but, you know, if you look at the kind of roster of people that are now in conservative politics and media, so many of them were kind of nurtured and also kind of given a platform by Andrew. He was a movement guy. He was not an empire guy. And I never had an opportunity to meet him. In fact, my piece was written a month after he passed away. Wow. So almost exactly a month after. I want to say one other thing about Breitbart and Andrew, which is we take for granted this kind of idea of making things go viral, right? And so for some of the younger people here, if you're in high school or college, you might not know how good Andrew was at this. He was the pioneer. He invented this. He was the one that was able to get Anthony Weiner completely resigned in disgrace, right? Amongst many other things. But in perfect Andrew Breitbart fashion, where he actually ended up at the podium at Anthony Weiner's own press conference. That's right. Taking questions across all the cable channels. It wasn't enough that Anthony Weiner had to resign in disgrace. Andrew had to be there to MC the entire event.
It was a total surprise, too, by the way. I remember on his way in there, he called me, and I was like, we're all sitting there waiting to see Anthony Weiner come out. And he's like, I'm like, where are you? He's like, I'm about to walk into the Anthony Weiner press conference. I'm like, what? Like, I was shocked. It was, and then next thing you know, there's Andrew on TV.
I wish I would have kept, he gave a group text message to us, because a couple of us were like, Andrew, are you sure you want to go into the Anthony Weiner press conference? And of course, we always second guessed him, and he was always right. I wish I'd have saved this. The text message was, don't worry, I'll keep a low profile. Next thing. Sorry, but you were saying, sure.
No, I mean, it's, and it's exactly right. And so the movement we have at Turning Point USA, Project Veritas, they're all offshoots from the energy of Andrew. Yeah. And it lives on in more ways than one. He was the first person that mastered the viral medium of getting a video in front of millions of people. And, you know, we take that for granted now. But he really was the architect.
Oh, an incredible pioneer with it. Yeah, please, absolutely applaud anytime you want, because it's for Andrew. He was a pioneer not just for the media, but certainly for the intersection of media and politics and culture and everything. I want to say something real fast, though, because the name of this panel is War. And you've all seen the video of Andrew saying war, right? And that was the trailer for the film Hating Breitbart. And there were a lot of hashtags about Andrew Breitbart, war, and Breitbart's army. And there are all these viral, you talk about viral videos of Andrew Breitbart, he's always in the trenches fighting. And it was great to see somebody fighting for us for a change. This was 10 years ago when we were used to the, you know, blue jacket, khaki pants, penny loafer, country club kind of conservative. No offense, James. And Andrew would show up in his, you know, beat up Converse and Hawaiian shirt and his hair everywhere, but he was fighting for us. He would go toward the crowd, and he was a fighter. But I don't want us to forget something. The term happy warrior is thrown around a lot. He was the quintessential happy warrior. Andrew Breitbart was hilarious. The funnest time I've ever had in my entire professional life was the 3 years I worked for him. I never stopped laughing.
He was so much fun hanging out with all the time. I mean, that's okay, so first off, I highly recommend that everybody go out there and watch some of the old speeches, because he is pretty funny, and you see the sense of humor come through. Like, that 2012 CPAC speech is probably the best one. In it, he talks about going to dinner with Bill Ayers and Bernadine Dorn. This was a thing that Tucker, so these two lefty, Bill Ayers.
These are the terrorists from the Weather Underground who inspired Barack Obama's political career.
Right, exactly. And so they put out a thing during the beginning of the Obama administration, an auction for a dinner with them. And I remember when it came out, I was a reporter at Daily Caller. I encouraged Tucker Carlson to go buy it. So he did. He got it. And then he invited Andrew as his guest to go with him. And then Andrew's talking about
Tucker
it.
wins this dinner with them, and the first thing, we got to get Andrew at the table.
Right.
Yeah.
And so now in this speech at CPAC in 2012, Andrew's talking about how excellent a cook Bill Ayers is, right? Like, you know, he made very excellent ribs and succulent squash and everything. But then he's like, you know, they were very charming people. But, you know, then he goes, but so was Ted Bundy, right? So, so again, Andrew, very funny guy. And that personality and that fun mentality, that happy warrior mentality, I think carries through.
Yeah, and I'm afraid we don't often see that part of it. It's out there. We need to see it. But I mean, James, the audacious way you presented the Acorn videos, and then the just flat out fun Andrew had with it.
Yeah, what I remember about Andrew is a couple things. He simultaneously was able to hold the media accountable, yet speak with them and work with them. That's a very fine line. And now, I mean, people in this room, I mean, people hate the mainstream media, but Andrew was able to sort of hack the mainstream media and get them to cover things.
Yeah.
And right before he died, a few days before he died, he died 10 years ago on, I believe, March 1st, Tuesday.
March 1st, the evening of the 28th. It was a leap year. It was the 29th evening to the 1st.
A few days before that, you know, we were going through a lot at the time. You and I were working together, and I was doing videos, and he said, James, and I'm paraphrasing him, he said, they want us on a leash. They want us to dance with them, but we're not going to dance with them. He had this very profound, intense way of speaking.
Yeah.
And he said, and there was a quote that he said where if you keep running towards the fire, if you keep going, you send a message to other people that are rooting for you, that they in fact can do it too, if you keep going. But he was a force of nature. I mean, I have so many stories, but there was one story about the alpaca, right? The alpaca retracto, the correction alpaca.
All right, so we started getting these newspapers and websites to retract fake stories. Fake news. Andrew knew about fake news well before it became a catchphrase. And this actually was the brilliance of Alex Marlow, who's now the editor-in-chief of the Breitbart sites. At the time, he was the first person Andrew ever hired. He met him giving a speech to young conservatives at Berkeley, by the way. No, but this is a lesson. When you're Andrew Breitbart or any conservative, there are conservatives even at Berkeley. And Alex Marlow was one of them. And he gave a Young Americans for Freedom, Young Americans Foundation speech at Berkeley. Alex went up and said, I love you, I want to work for you. And he hired him. I think his first day on the job, he helped him move his desk out of his...
That was, the alpaca was Alex's
so
idea.
Alex came out, he says, we got all these retractions on these fake stories. And Andrew said, well, you got to brand the retraction somehow, brand it. It's like, how do you brand a retraction? They created a byline at the big journalism site called Retracto the Correction Alpaca.
And he lives on to this day.
Obvious, that's a logical thing to do.
And I
It
said,
does come up on our editor calls
Andrew
every
called
now
me
and
because I was arrested in New Orleans and everyone was lying about what happened to me. And then at like midnight, Andrew calls me and he goes, James, the mascot for the Retracto theme song is an alpaca. And we laughed until we cried. I don't know why, but it was just so random and he just goofy and funny. I mean, we laughed until we cried on midnight in February 2010.
Oh, man.
That was a pretty amazing moment.
Yeah. And actually, Charlie, this is important because his humor and his love of life and how the vivacious way he approached all of this stuff as a happy warrior, this attracted young people to him. And how old were you at the time? 20?
I was in high school, I was 18.
18. Yeah. And for God's sake, how many times have we gone to these conferences and we hear somebody who's 90 years old saying, how do we attract young people to the movement? How did Andrew attract you to the movement?
Yeah, I mean, he was authentic and he was willing to push the boundaries. It was the videos of him going up to protesters, asking them, what does your sign say? And they didn't know. They didn't even know what sign. They were like, I don't know. He was the first one to do that, right? He was the first one to actually go straight into the fire. And every enemy Andrew Breitbart had, it was a good list. That list still is pretty good to this day, I can tell you. He would go to all their conferences and just show up in the lobby. And look, we're kind of used to that now, and not used to it, but there's a lot of different people that kind of do that sort of work. This was unheard of in like 2010 conservatism, right?
Yeah.
It was like, hey, we don't control the White House, Obama's president, like just wait your turn.
Keep your head down, lay low.
Yeah, keep your head down. Mm-hmm. And Andrew was going around talking about, how Barack Obama is destroying the country from within, and he's doing it, intentionally. And I mean, Breitbart.com and Andrew completely changed the way that conservatives fight the left. This is one of his great legacies. And Andrew fought to win. is that he didn't just...
He fought to win. Thank you.
And
it wasn't just to be in the fight. It was like, wait, we're doing something
No,
here.
it was like, okay, you know, the other side decided to end kind of the coffee shop dialogue a long time ago, right? It's like, we're in a street fight. And Andrew's like, okay, if we're in a street fight, then we're going to win because the country's at stake. And I think that's inspired millions of people in a very profound way.
But I don't want to overlook the fact, again, I mean, I remember going with him and Brandon Darby, who still, he runs Breitbart,
he runs our
Texas,
border
right?
team.
Brandon Darby and I accompanied Andrew to a protest of I think it was America for Prosperity out in Palm Desert, California. And Andrew says, all right, we're going to go to the protesters, we're going to confront them, we're going to start challenging them, we're going to ask them questions. And Larry, you're going to be the cameraman. Brandon, you're going to do tactical. We're going to make sure that we, got to watch our back and everything. So we're getting all set. So we park, we get out, he goes to the back of his Range Rover and he starts putting on rollerblades. Like, wait, Andrew, we didn't talk through the rollerblade part of this. What are you talking about? He goes, oh, yeah, no, the whole time I'm taunting them and challenging them, and I'm going to be on rollerblades. Which was, of course, brilliant in its insanity, but that went viral, right? You said he was and so it was always with a smile. It was, in fact, at the end, he said to all the protesters, all right, come on, we're all going to Applebee's. And I kid you not, we were tracking them on Twitter and on social media. They all went to Applebee's. We almost went.
Hilarious.
We should have gone to Applebee's as well.
Can I say one quick thing?
No.
Everyone here has heard the expression multiple times, politics flows downstream from culture.
Oh, yeah.
That was him. He identified this early. He made conservatives reorient what mattered as well. And he wrote about it in his book extensively. He said, look, the arts, the culture, Hollywood matters a lot more than whether or not, ours versus
He also had this understanding of the institutional flaws of the establishment media. So if you listen to people that work at the New York Times or CNN or any of these other places, they claim to be objective. They claim that here's the problem with that. We're human beings. Any decision we make has the opportunity for the insertion of bias, intended or not. And in some cases, a lot of the establishment media, it's unintended. But what we see is what stories they cover, what stories they don't cover.
Yeah.
That's the most important thing. They ignore important stories. And what's happened in the time frame since Andrew passed away is, I mean, look, we've built out Breitbart.com and these other institutions, what Charlie's doing at Turning Point, what James is doing, what Larry's doing, what everybody else is doing out here throughout the conservative media. I mean, we've literally built these things into a strong institution that didn't exist before. And so, I mean, frankly, just Breitbart in the last 3 months alone, we beat the New York Times, the Washington Post, The Hill, and Politico combined. And I think we're seeing similar stuff from a lot of these other places as well. And I think that again, these institutions wouldn't have existed had Andrew not paved the way for all of us beforehand.
James, Charlie just mentioned something very important, too, about the tactics. I remember you rolled out a lot of the videos utilizing Saul Alinsky's rules for radicals, remember? Like the headline of each new video took one of Saul Alinsky's rules. Because let's be clear, I mean, Saul Alinsky was a terrible, horrible anti-American communist. But that doesn't mean his rules weren't correct. I mean, the rules actually are effective. The difference was he used their rules against them.
Yeah, Alinsky, Andrew and I, when I met him in his basement with Larry Soloff.
Yeah.
Alinsky rule number 4, make them live up to their own book of rules. And Alinsky says in his book, Rules for Radicals, well, you can destroy them with that because they can't live up to your book of rules, but they have to live up to their own. So, I mean, another story was he was a leader, but he was also very tactical. So he would tweet, I don't know how many times a day. It was like a machine. I mean, he would tweet hundreds of times, and he would get into every little fight, no matter how big or small, he would fight the person. The rule is you only punch up. Well, he'd punch down. I mean, he'd tweet, reply to every single person. And there was one video we did, Teachers Gone Wild in New Jersey.
Oh, yeah?
In 2010. And we did this video, and I had just got off the set with the IFB and doing a local media hit, and he'd already transcribed Chris Christie's entire speech about it. He transcribed the speech, so he wasn't just this leader, he was fighting in every little trench, and it was all about narrative. And again, I don't know of anyone else who's really filled his shoes.
Oh, everybody said after he died, who will replace Andrew Breitbart? No one.
No one did what he did.
No, but let's talk this through for a minute. Couple names you might recognize, couple names you might not, because they do vital work behind the scenes as well. But we mentioned Alex Marlow, the new editor-in-chief, or not new, but he's the editor-in-chief of Breitbart and hosts the Sirius XM radio show for Breitbart. Joel Pollack, a vital voice at Breitbart right now, right? The four of us up here, right? How about a Dana Lash, right? How about Ben Shapiro, right? How about, where was Ben Shapiro for, I mean, it was at the Breitbart sites. John Nolte, who was still a vital voice at Big Hollywood, right? Christian Toto, who does incredible work on Hollywood and the culture. I'm leaving so many people out of this conversation.
There's literally hundreds. I mean.
Andrew Klavan, Steven Crowder, right? And by the way, a guy who had a really obscure 4 in the morning show on Fox, thanks to Andrew Breitbart's suggestion, who started writing at the Breitbart sites. His name is Greg Gutfeld. Kurt Schlichter, Krista Gall, I can go, Tony Katz, and all of my colleagues in talk radio right now, we owe all of this to Andrew. He's a great baseball fan, Andrew was, sadly for the Dodgers. But he used to say he didn't want to be the cleanup hitter, he didn't want to be the leadoff hitter, he didn't even want to play on the team, he didn't even want to be the manager, he wanted to be the talent scout. He would say that all the time. He thought his special skill was finding the right people and putting them in the right place. I mean, look.
Well, and by the way, I mean, speaking of which, I mean, we've literally hired over the course of the last 10 years that I've been working here, dozens and dozens of new up-and-coming reporters. I mean, the names that you just rattled off there are, a lot of those people are really well-known names, but we've got new and
the next generation.
Yeah, the next generation. By the way, speaking of which, anybody out there that knows anybody that wants to be a reporter, reach out to me. We are hiring. So, and I know James is a big hire that he announced a few minutes ago. And, but we are definitely hiring. So we are always looking for talented young people. So, but it's exciting to see these young folks come through. That's one of the coolest parts of the job.
In 2010, I want to say, White House Correspondents Association dinner, Andrew goes, reported, James does rock. You just do whatever you, let it flow, buddy.
He's feeling the Andrew energy.
Andrew crashes the MSNBC party at the White House Correspondents Association. Rachel Maddow is tending bar. Andrew goes right up to her and starts talking to her. And she makes him a drink. And he says, well, make yourself one. And she does. And they start drinking and laughing together. And there's a picture, it's a very famous picture, of Andrew at the bar with Rachel Maddow, and they're like toasting each other. Because everyone loved Andrew, even the people who pretended to hate him. And I think that we can take something from that.
One of the things that reminds me of a story with the New Yorker reporter. I don't know if you were there or someone was there, but it was a New York reporter. And everywhere I go, Andrew would have reporters following him, like an entourage of magazine writers. And in the beginning, I was a little skittish. I was like, you sure you want to be interviewed by these people? I don't trust them. And Andrew had a totally unique approach. He would say, no, be yourself in front of them. Just be yourself. Just say who you are. Identify yourself. And I think a lot of people in this room would be very scared about being interviewed by a reporter for New Yorker magazine. Andrew had a radical approach, which was be yourself, be open. And I've become more that way. Kept less secrets, if you will. No bad secrets, but just be yourself. And everywhere I'd go, he'd have a Slate reporter, a New York reporter, a Wired reporter following him around.
Yeah.
And he said, don't just be open about who you are. And that's the way he was. And you got to really know him, and he was who he said he was.
He did Bill Maher's show, and they treated him horribly. I got to hang out with him backstage and in the green room, and they were all just awful to him. And when he was on stage, all the writers were making snide comments, and Marlowe and I were in the green room with them, and we're like, oh, we're here with Andrew. And afterwards, they do a party, after-show party, and Bill couldn't stop. It was just Bill and Andrew in the center of the room, talking to each other and having a great time. And Bill respected Andrew, and Andrew enjoyed being on the show, and they were worlds apart politically, right? but he understood how to utilize that platform and get it. Oh, and boy, all the writers just hated the fact that Bill Maher was spending time with Andrew.
But here's the thing,
that
if
would
he
happen.
connected just a little bit and convinced Bill Maher just a little bit, and by the way, look
at where Bill Maher is now. That's
like,
right.
I mean, he's out there questioning some of the stuff on the pandemic and all these other things.
Yeah.
So if you connect with these people just a little bit, isn't it worth it?
Last thoughts, guys, before, because they made the mistake of telling us before we came out that they were running early, and so screw it.
I mean, look, I'll say one. I have this kind of story that is about Andrew, not that anything I experienced, but that we can all thank Andrew for, which is, so the Clintons hated Andrew because he was really good at what he did, right? So Andrew passed away in the spring of 2012, but his work and his legacy lived on for years after. So he was able to expose Anthony Weiner for all of his, let's say, illegal activities, let's put it nicely. And because of that, there were several federal investigations that were triggered in the years that followed, including seizures of laptops and personal information. So allegedly, Anthony Weiner had a relationship with Huma Abedin as his wife or whatever, and the FBI came and seized Anthony Weiner's laptop. Now, you might remember in the fall, this is all thanks to Andrew Breitbart, by the way. In the fall of 2016, October of 16, like a couple days before the election, James Comey issues that famous memo saying that there's still an investigation ongoing into Hillary Clinton's emails. Now, what was he talking about? He was talking about material that was sourced directly from Huma Abedin, who is friends with Hillary Clinton, and triggered James Comey to write that letter that some people say made Donald Trump win that following Tuesday and Hillary Clinton lose. So even after Andrew Breitbart passed, he was still defeating leftists, and he helped get Donald Trump elected in 2016.
Charlie, it is.
Back to the Acorn story, we had broken the story, released the tapes one at a time. And of course, the media, it's an isolated incident. You know, they got thrown out of the other offices. And of course, my phone rang on that, whatever day it was in September 2009, some 70 times. The media would not stop. They wanted to personalize the story, make it about me. At the time, no one knew who I was. And Andrew said, do not pick up that phone. Do not answer that phone from the Washington Post or CNN. They were trying to personalize the story, make it about you. So I didn't. And then he went on Rush Limbaugh's show. Andrew Breitbart wrote a column, why James O'Keefe does not take phone calls from an intrepid CNN producer. And he read it live on the air. And I mean, my phone would not stop ringing because these journalists did not want to cover the story.
Yeah.
They wanted to make it about who is this guy.
Yeah.
So I never picked up the phone. For the first 3 days, no one had any idea who I was. Andrew Breitbart knew how to play the media, how to force them to do their jobs. I just hired a producer from CNN, and he got up here and said, do your jobs.
Yeah.
Andrew made them do their jobs.
I would just say, thinking back on this whole idea of, again, looking back at some of those old speeches, again, the 2012 CPAC speech, other ones out there where Andrew was weirdly prophetic and ahead of his time significantly. We're at a point now where, I remember back then when Republicans wouldn't fight the culture wars and they wouldn't get, it felt like there were only a handful of us out here willing to ask tougher questions. I think that you're seeing more and more people across the movement, across the party, et cetera, really getting engaged on all of these things. I mean, it's a central part of the Republican Party now to challenge the defund the police, to challenge critical race theory. Before, they wouldn't touch it with a 50-foot pole, never mind a 10-foot pole.
Yeah.
So I think that, if anything, Andrew Breitbart is still winning the war. It's an ongoing war, don't get me wrong. We've got a lot of work to do, but his vision is winning the war for the hearts and soul of the movement and the party, and more broadly, the country. And I think that there is an end in sight, and I think we can beat the left.
Yeah, amen. I loved Andrew Breitbart. The greatest 3 years of my life were the 3 years I worked with him. And I'll never forget that time. And my life has changed because of him. And he'll always be with us. Charlie said that one of Andrew's favorite things to say was politics was downstream from culture. He would give a speech to young people and he would say, you want to change this country? You're a young conservative with a fire in your heart. You want to make a difference? Don't move to Washington, D.C. They'll ruin you there. Move to Hollywood. You really want to make a difference, you move to Hollywood. Let me tell you something. This week, Jen Psaki went on Rob Lowe's podcast, because of course Rob Lowe has a podcast, and revealed that what convinced her to get back into politics, did you see this story? What convinced her to get back into politics was binging every season of The West Wing. No, don't underestimate this. We have legions of Chardonnay sipping, Peloton riding leftists in our American government right now that were inspired by Aaron Sorkin and The West Wing because they think it's real life. And they think that this is what our country is about. And guess what? They're remaking it right now before our very eyes in the model of Aaron Sorkin's Little Pipe Dream. You want to change the country? You change it through Netflix. You change it through Amazon Prime. You change it through creating content that has nothing to do with news and politics and theology, but has everything to do with news and politics and theology. And there's a lot of moms and dads in this room right now, and their kids, when they're 12, 13, maybe getting into high school, they'll go to you and they'll say, Mom, Dad, I want to be an actor. I want to be a writer. I want to be a director. I want to be in the arts. And you're going to say, nope, nope, nope. My kid's going to be a lawyer. My kid's going to be a politician. My kid's going to go into investment banking. Because, yeah, we need more bankers and politicians and lawyers in our world. You wonder why all of the dreck you see from Hollywood is liberal and progressive and leftist and Marxist and undermines this country? Because all the people who were making that content, they had parents who supported their kids and said, yeah, go into the arts. So you want to follow Andrew Breitbart's legacy and really pick up what he had to say? Inspire your kids and don't say no to them, because that is truly how we'll change this country. Thank you so much for your time today. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take on the world. We're gonna take on the world.
Open borders, shameful abandonment, disregard for human life, the prospect of more mandates and lockdowns. And the list goes on. Now more than ever, we need to stick together. Voting alone is not enough. We must use our dollars to support like-minded companies who fight for our rights and beliefs. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider who shares your values. We will give more than $500,000 this year to our causes, and with your support, we'll double that next year. It's time to band together and support companies that truly love America and fight for our freedoms. Will you join us?
The head of the Republican National Committee is taking on the nonpartisan commission that has been holding presidential debates for 34 years.
Chairwoman McDaniel put forth this letter and said, we've got to make some changes.
The RNC is saying enough is enough. We are opening the field to a different way to do debate with a commission that's not biased. They picked a moderator in 2020 that worked for Joe Biden. They started debates after early voting, and many of their committee members publicly disparaged the Republican nominee.
Good for you, because the bias was obvious.
Now, you're not saying you're against debates, you're against the debate commission, and I agree with you.
So we're saying to them, we're going to work on behalf of our nominee and our voters to fight for a fair forum that isn't biased against the Republican Party.
We the people are back.
This corridor is more than an energy project. It's an attack the weak against the strong.
Freedom of speech is under attack.
We as conservatives have ultimate faith in people.
In here, no one tells us what to think.
This is Bethlehem, the birthplace of Jesus.
Give it to God. He is doing this for a reason. There is a way to find justice.
Has anyone told you look like Joe Exotic?
Hands on top of your head.
Good or bad,
I'm not going to let anyone take my glory.
Daytona is a place where magic can happen.
At home with me, Paula Dean.
I'm Waters.
Back. This is CPAC 2022. It is day one. We are here live all day, every day, and right now I am joined by special guest Alex Bruzewitz.
You got that right. Yes, you got it right. Thanks for having me, Grace.
Thank you. So you had an excellent speech today at CPAC. All of our viewers probably saw it. And you got a standing ovation.
Thank you. Yes, I had a lot of fun and honored to speak. Matt and Mercy Schlapp are wonderful friends, and they do a great job with this conference every year, the whole CPAC team. And so I got to speak about social media and some other fun stuff.
So what is your take on social media, big tech, all these new platforms are rising? What do you think is going to happen in the next few years with that?
Well, I'm really excited about President Trump's new Truth Social platform. I'm a big Truth guy now. I'm on there. I was on the beta test program, and it's really good. I'm really excited to see what he's going to do with that. But I also believe that we need to stay on the platforms that we're currently on, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, and fight until the very last tweet is sent, because that's what they want. They want to push us off their platforms. They want to create these echo chambers. But I don't mind the trolls. I don't mind the Twitter bullies. And so I'm going to stay on there as long as I can until I get banned, which I hope I don't. But if I do, I'll have a platform like True Social now to go to.
You know, there's a big debate between, do we stay on these platforms and use them to bring people over to the alternatives, or do we just get off based on principle? So you're more on the side of strategically bringing people over.
Yeah, these platforms, big tech, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, they understand how powerful conservatives' voices are. They understand how powerful our message is. That is why they censor us. That is why they silence us. In 2016, President Trump would not have won without the social media presence he had, and also the freeness for Americans to speak their mind. The stuff I was posting on social media in 2016 wouldn't fly today. Democrats coordinated with big tech in 2018, 19, and 20 to censor President Trump and conservative speech, but they're seeing repercussions because of that. They're seeing consequences because of that. Their stocks are falling, their users are falling, and I hope that they return to the platforms and to the ideals that made them great platforms and made them even trillion-dollar companies. But they strayed from those values, and hopefully they return to those days, because they are needed, they are necessary, and I'm going to stay on until the very last tweet is sent.
Beautiful, love to hear that. And so over the past year, from January to January, we have seen just immense censorship happening on one specific topic, January 6th. Yeah. And you call yourself a victim of political persecution from January 6th. So tell us more about that.
I am a victim of the January 6th witch hunt. I recently got a subpoena from the clowns in that committee, and I waved it around on stage the other day, talking about how I'm going to frame it because it's a badge of honor to be hated by the communists. But I think it's greater than that. It's just not hated. I'm also feared by them. They understand that the Republicans that I work with and that I'm friends with are direct enemies of their anti-American agenda. The candidates and the people that I work with and promote, they love our country. They think our country is the greatest country the world has ever known, and they want to keep it that way. And the folks on this commission, they hate our country, and they hate people like me who speak out about what they're doing. But I'm not going to be silenced. And big tech banned President Trump on January 7th, the day after the fake Ray Epps-led Fedsurrection. And they said he incited the mob, and he didn't do that. And so they should let him back on, but he's not crying. He's not sitting in the corner crying anymore. He's competing with them. He's creating a great platform in True Social, and his voice is going to be heard.
Absolutely, and ever since then, he has been planning this platform out, and we are finally seeing the fruit of that labor, and it's so exciting to see what's going to happen with that. And you mentioned that you're representing a lot of candidates right now, so I assume that a lot of them are America First. So we're here in midterms, right? We're getting into the first primaries of the year. The November elections are ahead. What's going to happen, in your opinion?
Yeah, we're going to have tremendous success in the midterm elections. Our goal is that only America First pro-Trump candidates make it through the primaries, and we're working really hard to expose those who aren't on our team. And some fights are easier than others, and For example, we were just down in Texas, and that's a tough fight. This candidate who is not a fan of President Trump, he has millions and millions of dollars supporting him. He's backed by anti-Trump billionaires, but we're holding our own. We're backed by the grassroots, we're backed by the people, and we're going to push them into a runoff. But we're going to have tremendous success. A lot of our candidates are endorsed by President Trump. We're going to take out the impeachment rhinos. We already knocked out Adam Kinzinger. We're going to knock out Liz Cheney. We're going to knock out Jamie Herrera Butler and Tom Rice and Fred Upton, and John Katko called it quits, and Anthony Gonzalez called it quits. And so the rhinos are on the run, but we just got to make sure that the rhinos don't get back in through some of these deep red seats that are open right now.
That's fantastic, and I love the statements President Trump puts out, like two down, 13 to go, and he does these updates for getting the rhinos out, and we're really just trying to realign the Republican Party with the American people's voice, because it's been forgotten for so long, and I'm so glad that President Trump has been able to get in this political spirit and really shape it to tailor to what the people need. So that's very exciting news, and I'm very happy about that.
Absolutely, and it's important to remember that President Trump left office with a 94-95% approval rating within Republicans. And so shortly after January 6th, all the fake rhinos were all like, well, we need to redirect the Republican Party. Donald Trump is a threat. He isn't a threat. The Republican Party is Donald Trump's is a party of the America First agenda. Donald Trump's nomination in 2024, if he wants it. He set the blueprint for how we win. Every candidate understands that. That's why they all flock down to Mar-a-Lago and say, please, Mr. Trump, endorse my campaign. And they all understand the importance of the Trump endorsement. And so President Trump was the best thing that happened to the Republican Party in decades, and he's not going away anytime soon, thankfully. But we're also going to make sure that his voice and his message is represented in Congress. For when he does run and win in 2024, he has a Congress that's going to help him advance the agenda at 2025.
Absolutely. And what do you think about the theory some people are throwing around, when we retake the House and the Senate, impeach Joe Biden, and somehow get President Trump in as the Speaker of the House? What's your take on that?
Well, it sounds good in theory, and I would be in favor of that, but I don't see that happening. It'd be fun, but we do need we need a speaker who's going to show courage and toughness, and Kevin McCarthy needs to get tougher. I've been to 27 congressional districts last year. I'm going to be in a lot more this year. And everybody wants Kevin to show strength, courage, and toughness, because we are in a fight that we desperately need to win. He doesn't need to be liked and try to be appeased by the fake news media. They are the enemy of the people. He needs to acknowledge that. He needs to stand strong and advance our agenda no matter what. And so I would love to see Biden impeached. I'd love to see him held accountable. Unfortunately, I don't see Trump being the speaker. I love that idea, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Who would you see as the speaker?
Right now it's looking like it's going to be Kevin. Am I going to be a fan of that? I don't think so. But it's looking like he's going to be speaker. If it wasn't him, I'd like to see somebody like Jim Banks or Jim Jordan have the courage to make the play, but I don't see that happening. And so I think we are going to have a Kevin McCarthy speakership, and I hope he does the right thing and he actually represents the concerns and the values of the base.
Right, and I would consider you, Twitter famous these days. You're getting big slots at CPAC, and people are giving you standing ovations. So how can people keep up with your commentary?
Well, you can follow me at Alex Bruzewitz on Twitter. If you're Dan Crenshaw, you probably don't want to follow me. But I am on Twitter, Instagram. I'm on Truth, all under the same handle, Alex Bruzewitz.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for coming on, Alex, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Grace. And Brian Glenn is the man.
Yes, he is. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, CEO of MyPillow. Retailers, shopping channels, and now even banks have tried to cancel myself and MyPillow. During these times, your support has meant everything to us. My employees and I want to personally thank each and every one of you by passing the savings directly on to you. For example, you can get my Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $39.99 a set. That's a savings of 60% and the lowest price in history. And remember, they're made with the world's best cotton, grown where the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River all meet. They come with my 10-year warranty, and I guarantee they'll be the most comfortable sheets you'll ever own. So go to MyPillow.com now and use the promo code on your screen, or call the 1-800 number below to get my Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $39.99, the lowest price in history. If you do it right now, I'm also going to include a free gift with your purchase. Thank you, and God bless.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network. We are at CPAC 2022, day 1 in Orlando, Florida, and one of my favorite interviewees to date, we have the one and only Mike Crispy. So, Mike, thank you for joining us.
Hey, it's great to be back in a different position, but great to be back with Right Side Broadcasting. This is great, Liz.
So, when he says different position, I'm going to fill y'all in here. He has actually decided to run for New Jersey District 4. We might have a future Congressman Crispy here in our presence. Did you ever think that this was in the cards for you?
No, actually, this decision to run and do this came from doing so much work with RSBN. I mean, seeing the grassroots people, everyone out there who supports the America First agenda, who supports President Trump, the passion is there. And unfortunately, Liz, the people who are representing these great grassroots patriots in Congress are rhinos, right? And the guy that I'm running against has been in Congress for 42 years, and nobody in the movement that supports this president support a 42-year incumbent who votes with Nancy Pelosi almost 50% of the time. So I saw President Trump call him out in a statement, got a couple phone calls, and decided to challenge him. It's been a crazy ride ever since, Liz.
Crazy ride. Now, when did you decide to run? Because this is all pretty new to you, right?
This is new. I've never obviously run for Congress before, and before this I was doing, my talk show that many people watch, Red, White, and Truth, and doing Trump rallies and all that with Right Side. So I decided over Christmas, because right around Thanksgiving, Trump had called for a primary challenger in this race to the incumbent because he had voted for Biden's disastrous infrastructure bill. And he's been voting against the Second Amendment, voting against everything really that we stand for as conservatives. So Trump called him out. And I got a couple phone calls, Roger Stone and some other people, and decided that we needed to take him on.
So one of the biggest challenges a lot of politicians face is fundraising. Have you had any luck with that?
Well, I would say right now I'm really enthused that, in this race, in the primary, we have raised the most money out of every primary challenger so far, which is a testament to the excitement we have at the grassroots level. Now, it's going to take a lot more to beat a sitting incumbent for 42 years, but we've done great because we have a lot of grassroots momentum and people who are excited about this, Liz. So I'm grateful for it, and between getting people out, volunteers, and raising money, I think we got a great chance in this race.
And where can our viewers donate if they want to support you?
Well, they can go to MikeCrispy.com, 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 and then go check out the website and the platform. We're standing for election integrity. We're standing for strong borders. We're standing for our Second Amendment.
Yeah. All right. So what is it about you that makes you different than your rhino opponent? What makes you stand out? Why should people, if they say they trust him, they voted for him, they're just used to him, they're comfortable with that? What change can you bring that's going to make New Jersey better?
I think one of the greatest things that President Trump has done in his legacy is he's woke up the masses to what local politicians are doing or what they're not doing. So a guy like Chris Smith, who's been in for so long, he is skated by having establishment support, and nobody really knew about him until President Trump said, wait a minute, you're voting against the wall. You're voting for amnesty and for DACA to expand it. You're voting for a national gun registry. You're voting for Biden's spending plans. You're voting for a federal vaccine database, H.R. 550. These things are heinous. And that's why we love President Trump, because he calls these things out and gives exposure to the real problems, and that are people in Congress or people in local politics who are selling out their constituents. So he stands for those things. We obviously stand for a bold America First platform. It's on the website, loud and proud, and that's what we're going to run on, and that's what's going to carry us to victory.
And what other platforms besides your website are you on? How can people kind of follow your journey? Because it's really cool to see someone, I say our age, we're close enough, but running for Congress, and you have a really good shot at winning here. So it's maybe like the next Cawthorn, who is also really fun to watch.
Yeah, so people can go on Twitter, Mike Crispy NJ, also on Getter at my old handle, Red, White, Truth. That's a throwback. Also on Facebook, Mike Crispy. I'm everywhere. Instagram, Red, White, Truth. So you can go find our campaign, find my profile everywhere, pumping out all the content, pumping out what we're doing, pumping out my opinions on the latest news. We're going to be transparent, unafraid, unapologetic, and that's what the people deserve in Congress, Liz.
Now, what's next? Because New Jersey runs a little different when it comes to their type of primaries. So what have you done so far since announcing, and what's your schedule looking like?
Well, I would say, the first thing that we did is we started fundraising, and we started getting our team in order, volunteers, and we were the only campaign that qualified to run in the local county convention. That's a New Jersey thing, but it speaks to our authority on grassroots and organization. So we're the only challenger who qualified for that. And right now, I mean, it's all about just organizing, right? Organizing our get out the vote, organizing how we're going to reach out to voters via mail, phone calls, door knockings, right? Getting support from local officials, mayors, council people. And it's an uphill battle because when you have somebody who's been entrenched for 42 years, the insiders don't care how much he's sold out the country, how much he's sold out the people out here watching. They vote for him because it ensures their power at the local level. So circumventing the establishment folks, getting right to the voters, kind of like what Trump did when he was firing off on Twitter in 2016. That's the goal, and we're building that operation every single day, Liz.
Now tell me a little bit about your competition. What is that looking like for you? How many other people are running for New Jersey District 4?
Well, there's a lot of people in the race right now, but I think many people know, just look at the media coverage, that we are the campaign that is challenging Chris Smith. I think it is very much a two-way race. A lot of the main figures in New Jersey who are the anti-establishment prominent people are supporting my campaign, our campaign. So we have the support of the key people that are anti-establishment. And also, obviously, we've been getting a lot of news coverage and media attention. And it's going to take something special and different to beat a guy who's been in for so long. So there are people out there running, but I really do believe that this is a two-man race, and many other people have said that, and that's why we have the most endorsements, news coverage, and fundraising, Liz.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but does Chris Smith even have a Twitter? Is he accessible to the people?
He self-censored himself off Twitter. Can you believe that? So President Trump got banned off of Twitter, and it's a whole big thing. Imagine being a representative of the people and deleting your own Twitter account.
If I was smart, I would delete mine.
He deleted his own Twitter account because he doesn't want to have accountability with the voters. He's afraid. He benefits by people not knowing what's going on. That's how he keeps getting reelected. Because if people were able to see what he was voting on and he was posting it, he would have been out 20 years ago. Fortunately, we're exposing it now.
And you're doing a great job. So thank you so much, Mike Crispy, for coming on with Right Side Broadcasting Network. We are going to wrap this up, and we'll be right back. We wish you luck.
All right. Great to be back. See ya.
I'm Mike Lindell. Retailers, shopping channels, and now even banks have tried canceling myself and MyPillow. Well, during these times, your support has meant everything to us. My employees and I want to personally thank each and every one of you by passing the savings directly on to you. For a limited time, you can get my brand new product, My Slippers, for 50% off. That's the lowest price ever. And remember, My Slippers come with an exclusive 4-layer design. These layers combine to give you amazing comfort and support and help reduce stress on your feet. And with the durable indoor-outdoor sole, you can wear My Slippers anytime, anywhere. I personally guarantee these will be the most comfortable slippers you'll ever own. So go to MyPillow.com now and use the promo code on your screen or call the 1-800 number below to get My Slippers for 50% off, the lowest price in history. And if you do it right now, I'm going to include a free gift with your purchase. Thank you and God bless.
All right, we're back here live. Nice to see Mike Crispy kind of on the other side of the aisle, so to say, in the media as for down running for a political office.
Absolutely. It's very exciting to see our fellow friends, former colleagues, or current colleagues, but former correspondents to be really, putting his money where his mouth is, and he's running for Congress to, make New Jersey a better place, turn it red. It almost flipped red in their last gubernatorial election, so that's very exciting.
I ran into him about 20 minutes ago as I came in hot here at CPAC 22 in Orlando. I met him and I said, he goes, hey, I just walked in the door. Where are you guys at? I said, we're right over there. I said, let's come talk to you about what it's like to be on this side of the aisle. But if you're just now joining us, we are kicking off day one here in Orlando at CPAC once again. And last year we had kind of two back-to-back, if you will. One in the fall and one in the spring.
This is our third CPAC within 12 months.
There you go. Breaking down the stats for you. But we're glad you're joining us, and this is a kickoff day. And, of course, it does build up until Saturday night when President Trump takes the stage at around 7 o'clock. And out of all the CPACs that you've covered so far, how does this one fit in from what you've seen today?
Well, if I'm being completely honest, I think this is the best we've seen so far because the first CPAC I went to was in 2020, but it was 2 weeks before everything shut down.
Oh, yeah.
So it was right there before everything just went crazy. But even that one was not as energizing as this because people did not know what was to come, and now we have just a plethora, dozens and dozens of candidates coming to us and saying, we need to interview, please can we interview, because this is what's really going to shape the elections, and we need a red wave in the House, we need a red wave in the Senate, we need to take back the legislature and impose America First policies.
Coming up, we have an interview with Attorney General Ken Paxton of Texas. Now, he's up for re-election March 1st in Texas. I was actually kind of surprised that he's here today, being so close to the election, but I'm glad he's going to come by here. So we've had some great candidates, and we want to remind everybody, if you want to keep up to date to what's going on, go to our website. I mean, Grace does a phenomenal job pushing out. I don't know when you guys sleep, for one thing, because you're always writing articles. But you can go to our website and, of course, download our app as well, as all of this content will be pushed out on social media. But we're glad that you're joining us. And, one of the things that we always like to do here at Right Side is let us know where you're watching us from. We have a lot of international viewers.
Yeah, we do have a lot of, I always loved going to the rallies and reading the super chats. It's like $5 from Iceland or Japan, India, so many places that really support what RSBN is doing, which is, just showing the crowds, showing President Trump's remarks in full. Every event that we can get into that he's at, we cover. So,
and that's been in our wheelhouse, and it's because viewers like you that have reached out and supported this network and allowed us to do an event here at CPAC. I mean, you can probably check from the other camera angles that we have here. We're smack dab in the middle of Media Row here, and we've got a great spot. And so we want to thank all of our viewers for allowing us throughout the years to get to this point where we can do this, and we're hanging out with the big boys here. So that reminds me to go to rsbnetwork.com, rsbnetwork.com/donate, because like you said, a little something in a tip jar goes a long way.
Absolutely, and we also have a new platform that we're using to accept donations to get off of big tech like YouTube, which takes 30% of our proceeds. Go to rsbn.locals.com, because when you go there, it's kind of like a Patreon setup, and you get to see exclusive behind-the-scenes content from events like CPAC, from the rallies. You get all kinds of first-look footage that you won't get to see on any of our other platforms. And you can do one-time donations, you can do monthly subscriptions, and you can interact directly with us. So if you want to tell us, hey, this event is coming up, or I really liked what you did here, you guys can absolutely give us that feedback, and we're happy to hear it.
There you go. Also, these guys stopped by a little earlier, the Truth Social, and let me tell you something. I don't remember an app anytime lately that has gotten so much buzz as Truth Social.
Me neither. I mean, they have almost 1 million people ready to hop on the platform, and there's people I know on the waiting list at number 300,000. It's insane.
I think it's pretty funny that when you sign up for an app and it tells you that you're number 338,000 in line, but you get excited about that. You're like, you're not mad that you're doing that. And I think that all the praise needs to go towards President Trump for rolling out this platform. He delivered, promises made, promises kept. He promised he was going to roll out a platform that we could tell the truth and tell exactly what's going on in this country. That's exactly what Truth Social has done. And we'll have more with them as we kind of get through CPAC. But it is pretty exciting to know that they're here, they're out and about, and it won't be long. And I'm interested to know, like, what was your experience so far with Truth Social? We were so blessed to be able to have some of the pre-sale on it, some of the pre-orders. What was your experience?
We got on, we were able to post truths, we could retruth, we could post photos and videos. It's really just like, it's better than any other platform because you're never going to get censored for your speech. They're never going to get shut down. You're not going to have a situation where they're using Amazon Web Services and then, whoops, it's gone forever, or temporarily.
And it's fun to navigate through there, and it's got a nice familiar layout, so it's not something that you typically haven't seen before. It's easy to navigate, takes a little bit to learn, just like any app does.
But it's nice. It has like a nice user interface. I don't know how to explain it, but it's not super glitchy. It doesn't take forever for something to load. It doesn't have all the bells and whistles yet, so don't expect it to be, something like Facebook right away, but they're going to get there, and they have coders working around the clock to get all the glitches fixed for you guys. So
they have some of the best engineers in the business that are on this project, so we're excited as it continues to roll out and get more and more people on it. So go check it out in your Apple store right now.
On the Apple App Store, not Android yet, but you guys can find us there at RSBN. It's not RSB Network like everything else. It's RSBN.
There you go. All right, coming up, we have Governor Ron DeSantis now. You're a happy resident of the state of Florida.
Yes,
it's kind of nice to live here.
Yeah.
It's nice to step off the plane, have sunshine and warmth, right? But you've got a great governor. Let's talk a little bit about what he's been doing in the state, and more importantly, what do you expect for him to say today?
I think the question is, what is he not doing in the state? He is doing everything from promoting legislation that protects life, from rescinding COVID measures, from allowing parents to sue schools who impose mask mandates. And, he's just doing all sorts of actions. If we're on his press list, we get emails every single day. He's doing a press conference in Miami. He's doing a press conference in Orlando. He's announcing something. So that man, I don't know, he is a machine. He's very Trump-like in that sense. And I think we can expect him to talk a lot about Florida and how it's led the nation economy-wise, COVID cases, and really in every other aspect of freedom. So,
did you see the commercial he did for National Margarita Day? Did you catch that
No,
one?
I didn't.
Oh my goodness, it's great. I would go to Google and search Ron DeSantis, National Margarita Day. He really trolled AOC on that, and it just shows the personality that he has, and that he's a fun governor. He's not afraid to put it out there and be a little outspoken like President Trump, but he's very firm as well. Like, he knows what he believes in, he knows what he wants to get accomplished, and he does just that. So go Google that up. I'm looking forward to. I've never seen him speak live, so I'm looking forward to dipping my head in there and catching some of that.
Absolutely, me too. He's supposed to come on in about 4 minutes, 1:30, if the schedule is correct.
Yeah.
Assuming that it's correct.
One thing I learned when I hit the ground here is that sometimes the agenda here doesn't always match the agenda inside. So hopefully they're close to that schedule today. But man, what a great turnout it is so far. And like we said earlier, I mean, we've got a great location. We've got great speakers coming up. I know we've got some big names going to stop by here and just spend a few minutes with us.
Yes, and there's a lot of Florida candidates floating around here. And tomorrow we're going to have some prominent ones, including Rep. Matt Gaetz is going to speak with us, as well as Anna Paulina, who is running for Florida 13. So we have a lot of important interviews coming up for those primaries coming soon. We have a whole primary schedule of the upcoming ones, and the first one is Texas. So I'm looking forward to the Ken Paxton.
I did early voting, which started on Valentine's Day.
Wow.
And so I did that. I placed my love towards my candidates, right? But that's a big race there. And of course, the Attorney General race has so much to do with the way that the election goes. Secretary of State, Attorney General, very close positions there in any state in terms with election integrity. And of course, Ken Paxton's done so much with the border. He's filed 7-10 lawsuits against the federal government about the border and about mandates, and so he's a fighter, and I'm looking forward to see what he has to say today.
Yeah, me too. What else do we have going on today?
Well, we have not only that, but the close out the day is Ted Cruz. Is that correct?
I think it's Ted Cruz and then Josh Hawley?
Josh Hawley?
Or Jim Jordan.
Okay.
It's one of the J's. One
of those guys closing out. But it's always nice to have the good closer. And of course, we'll be back here tomorrow with the same type of pregame show that we'd like to do to kind of set the stage for the day. And how great was it to have Father Frank kind of kick off the show today with a prayer and some inspiration words. I just love that guy.
It was fantastic. Yeah, he gets on, he's very inspirational and encouraging, and he really knows how people understand how to get involved. So he's going to be here every morning. He's going to do a prayer, and I just love having Father Frank on. He's great.
And just give us some words of encouragement. Speaking of Matt Gaetz here real quickly, you want to talk about somebody who knows how to light up a room when he goes. He's a firebrand. He's a great speaker. I'm looking forward to just seeing him in general, because it's always great. If you can spend a few minutes with Matt Gaetz, your day is a little bit better.
It is. He's so high energy. He has so much to say. He has an opinion on every topic. He's just great. He's a great politician. He's going to do great things for the state of Florida when he gets reelected. And
I agree. All right, we're a couple minutes away, hopefully, from pitching in the inside for Ron DeSantis' speech, but I want to talk about my pillow. It's the number one question I get from everybody when we're out and about is, where's Mike Lindell? How is Mike Lindell? And he is such a patriot. He has really put himself out there for election integrity. We were with him in the very beginning, those conversations we had just after the election about what took place November 3rd of 2020, and Mike Lindell has been there. So I just want to encourage everyone to go to mypillow.com put that promo code in, the most world-famous promo code, RSBN at checkout, and you'll get up to 66% off. The other day in Texas, we were doing an interview, and some guy had his slippers on. And Mike had to stop and go, "We've got his slippers over here." And he's just, he's so enthusiastic. He loves, he loves this country. He loves MyPillow. And I think it's just great. And so help us all out by going to mypillow.com and put that promo code RSBN at checkout. And don't forget about mystore.com. There's thousands of products on there.
You can use code RSBN, but it's not exactly the same deal, but you can use it to get a discount, correct?
You can get a discount. There you go.
Yes.
And I noticed my flag the other day was completely ripped, so I ordered a new flag for that.
That's the thing. Sorry, he has so much gear. Like, it's not just pillows and bedroom stuff. He also has, of course, the dog beds. He has all kinds of patriotic gear. He has flags. He has signs. He has just everything. And you don't have to go there for just pillows. You can kind of use it as your personal TJ Maxx, I guess.
There you go. Get a little bit of everything. So go check it out at mystore.com. And in full transparency, when you buy something from MyPillow, we get a percentage of those proceeds here back at Right Side. So it gives us an opportunity to kind of do what we're doing with that in combination of your donations. All right, it's 1:30 here local time. I'm here a little bit just outside behind us is the doors going into the main ballroom. I don't know. They seem fired up right now. I don't know if Ron DeSantis has stepped on stage yet.
I bet they're pumping up the crowd.
They're hype crowd.
Yes. We may be getting a message soon, so we'll see.
And don't forget to follow us on all of our social media, Facebook, Instagram, Getter, Twitter, Rumble, YouTube. We've got so many. Oh, they're on. Okay, let's go ahead and toss it to the inside. Governor Ron DeSantis.
We are so excited to be here in Florida. This is what we call our date weekend with all of our favorite Patriots. So thank you all for being here. It's going to be a great event. And remember, for those out there who can't be with us here in person, you're missing the biggest conservative party of the year. Remember to go to conservative.org. We'll be live streaming this whole entire event. We have an incredible list of speakers. And let me tell you, this is a time that we all need to come together to make sure that we save America, that we protect our children, that we protect our freedoms. The time is now.
Are you done? Is that? I'm very nervous. I'm very wound up.
The Cuban is never done, okay?
That's right.
Never done.
You all know the story. Not every Republican does the right thing at all times, right? We come from the swamp where we have a governor in the state of Maryland that said it would kill people if we had CPAC. And I looked in the mirror and I looked at my wife and I looked at Charlie and we all said, we'll be damned if we're not going to allow CPAC to happen because of panic over this virus. And we looked around the country and we're looking for a home. And what have thousands of Americans done looking for their new home? They've come to the free state of Florida. And for the second year in a row, it's not just going to be CPAC Florida as much as we love CPAC Florida. We're also going to have CPAC Texas. We want to send the message that there are these mega red states that are driving the economic success of America. And we're here today because there's a governor in the state of Florida I think you know who he is.
They really like this governor, I got to tell you.
Who's made every right move, you name the topic, and with his steady leadership, he's been a voice for the entire country. And with that, I'd like you all to just take a little look at the screen.
Crime is surging. Lockdowns have destroyed jobs. Children forced to live by one set of rules while Democrats live by another. But one governor is fighting back.
We're a free state.
Well said from the governor of Florida. Governor DeSantis is fighting back.
Why don't you do your job? And until you do that, I don't want to hear a blip. If you are trying to lock people down, I am standing in your way.
Standing up to Washington.
We have a responsibility to fight back.
Standing up to liberal media.
Fake narrative. I just disabused you of the narrative, and you don't care about the facts.
Fighting for we the people.
I think we should be protecting people's jobs, and that's exactly what we're going to be doing in Florida.
Governor Ron DeSantis.
Welcome to Florida.
Please give a warm Florida welcome to the governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis.
CPAC. Let me welcome you to the freest state in these United States. We were lucky to have CPAC in 2021, and I'm happy to inform you, 2021, Florida set an all-time record for domestic tourism coming into our state. And those record numbers include a number of lockdown politicians who lock down their own people, restrict their own people, mandate governors, mayors, big TV hosts. They criticize Florida, and the first chance they get, what do? They escape to freedom in the state of Florida. And why do even these biggest critics and lockdowners come to Florida? Well, I think it's simple. From the very beginning, we refused to let this state descend into some type of Faucian dystopia where people's freedoms are curtailed and their livelihoods are destroyed. We protected people's rights. We protected people's jobs. We protected small businesses, and we made sure that every kid in the state of Florida had an opportunity to go to school in person 5 days a week. In Florida, we reject the biomedical security state, which erodes liberty, harms livelihoods, and divides our society. And we not only reject it if it's government, we have done things like ban vaccine passports and mandates. Because it's unacceptable to simply subcontract out Fauciism to big companies. So we've stood for freedom across the board, and the result has been Florida has defeated Fauciism. Freedom has prevailed in the Sunshine State. And Florida led when it counted. We led early on when the weight of the world was coming, bearing down on our shoulders. Everything we did, we were taking incoming. I remember the summer of 2020. We had the kids saying, you got to go have the kids in school. The teachers' unions, they would put coffins outside the Department of Education building in Tallahassee. They sued me to close the school. But we stood strong. And part of the reason we stood strong, because we understand what it means to be a leader. Not just be a politician that twists in the wind, but be willing to make the tough decisions. I look back at President Eisenhower's farewell address. Many of you remember it because he warned about the military-industrial complex. That was smart. He was right. But if you read that speech, he also warned about the dangers of a rising scientific and technological elite. Government was funding more scientific research, and he said when that happens, There's a danger that public policy can be held captive by this scientific elite. And he said, the job of the statesman is not to subcontract out your policy to health bureaucrats or other type of bureaucrats. The job of the statesman is to lead, to take all the interests in society and make sure you're doing what's in the public good. So many governors over the last 2 years would simply defer to health bureaucrats because it was a safe thing to do politically. If things went bad, they can say, hey, the bureaucrats told me I had to do this. Yeah, you lost your job. Sorry, your business is done. The kids are locked out of school, but they're telling me I have to do this. That is not what we did in Florida. And we did it when it wasn't popular. We did it when we were taking fire. And we did it because my duty is to stand up and protect the freedoms and the jobs of the people I represent. And if that puts me in political jeopardy, then so be it. I will stand with them. I'm not going to try to protect my own hide. And I really believe, had Florida not led the way, this country could look like Canada or Australia. We sometimes take freedom for granted. You should not do that after the last 2 years. It is contested. The left does not want to honor our freedoms, and we have a responsibility to fight back on all fronts. People are coming to Florida because they want freedom. Even our critics are doing it, but I can tell you there's one fella that just hates Florida, and his name is Joe Biden. He's always criticizing us, always trying to take pot shots at Florida. He does things like take our medication. He stiffs storm victims of relief just because he doesn't like the governor. He doesn't like Florida, and he doesn't like me because we stand up to him. That's why he doesn't like us. Last year, we called a special session to protect every Florida job from Biden's vax mandates, and we succeeded. We've sent people to the Texas border and are suing Biden over his catch and release policy because he is not following the Constitution by letting our borders be overrun. We stand up against the weak on crime policies that is ravaging cities all across the country and what he supports, and we are standing against his reckless fiscal policies where they've printed trillions of dollars, and now we have rampant Biden-inflation. The inflation is because of his policies, and we're not going to let anyone forget that. So all told, he's had the worst first year of any president since the 1800s. And as Biden flounders, Florida is leading on issue after issue. We have the largest budget surplus and the lowest per capita tax burden in the entire United States, and no income tax, and we won't have that as long as I'm governor. When I became governor, Florida had the most liberal state Supreme Court in the country. I've replaced 3 liberal justices with conservative justices. We now have the most conservative Supreme Court in the country. Since I became governor, we've banned sanctuary cities in the state of Florida. And we are in the process of getting money from the legislature so that if Biden is dumping illegal aliens into Florida from the southern border, I'm rerouting them to Delaware. We'll do some in D.C. and Hollywood as well. Florida leads the nation in school choice, and we have liberated hundreds of thousands of young kids who are living in poverty to get an education and make the most of life's opportunities. We in Florida were one of the first states to stand up and protect women's athletics. We're not going to let Our young girls and our women athletes have opportunities denied for them because of ideology and political correctness. We were the first big state to legislate against big tech censorship because they want to silence us, they want to deplatform us, and we cannot have a free society if most of the speech in this country is controlled by a handful of left-wing oligarchs in Silicon Valley. We are a law and order state in the state of Florida. We reject weak on crime policies. We reject Soros-funded prosecutors. And we have said, after the 2020 summer riots, we called up the National Guard here immediately. We had law enforcement. We said we are not letting Florida cities burn down, and we didn't. But we've also since then signed the strongest anti-rioting legislation in the country, which says we will not let local governments defund the men and women of law enforcement and put their citizens at risk. And if you riot in the state of Florida, if you loot, if you are engaged in mob violence, this is not going to be like Portland, where they arrest you, take your mugshot, slap you on the wrist, and put you right back on the street to do it again. No, in Florida, you're not getting a slap on the wrist. You are getting the inside of a jail cell. Because we will not spend taxpayer money to teach our kids to hate our country or to hate each other, we have banned CRT in K-12 education. And instead, we have the most robust civics education anywhere in the country. We're going to have citizenship exams for graduating seniors, and we're giving teachers the opportunity to go through a civics boot camp and get a $3,000 bonus. Yes, we're against CRT, but what are we for? I'm for the Constitution. I'm for the Bill of Rights, and we need to have our young people understand what that means. Because the rule of law is paramount, Florida has done more than any other state in the country to ensure the integrity of our elections. One of the first things I did when I became governor back in 2019, when people weren't talking about election integrity, was accept the resignation of the Broward County Supervisor of Election and remove the supervisor from Palm Beach County. We didn't change the rules when COVID came. We followed the law. We counted 99% of the ballots by midnight on election night. It was transparent. It was fair. We did a good job. But we also understood there were a lot of shenanigans in other parts of the country. So last year, I signed legislation banning ballot harvesting in the state of Florida, banning mass mail balloting, unsolicited mail ballots in the state of Florida, and maybe most important, we have banned Zuckerbucks in the state of Florida. We're not going to let a tech titan commandeer the machinery of our elections by pouring hundreds of millions of dollars in for partisan purposes. That will not happen in the state of Florida, and we are doing even more this year. Now, people are coming to Florida, yes, to visit, but also just picking up and moving. We have led the nation in net in-migration since COVID started. But I can tell you, this is not just because we have lower taxes, because we've always had lower taxes. These are people who are fleeing leftist governments in this country and even around the world. People will sometimes ask me, Governor, all these people are moving here from blue states. Are they just going to vote the same way and make our state a blue state basket case like the states they came from? Well, when I got elected governor in 2018, there were almost 300,000 more registered Democrats in the state of Florida than Republicans. And Florida has never had more registered Republicans than Democrats in our history of our state. Today, standing here in February of 2022, there are 82,000 more Republicans registered in the state of Florida than Democrats. And it's not just people coming from blue states. There are people that look to Florida as the citadel of freedom who are chafing under authoritarian rule all across the world. I recently got a letter from Samuel from Australia, and he said, quote, "There isn't much hope right now here, and many of us are fearful of what our leaders have in store for us. I look to you and your great state of Florida for hope during this dark time. Thank you for standing up for us." And we have done that. Canadians are writing in, Australia, Europe, you name it. And I think they understand what the stakes are, and they look to us of what protecting freedoms a lot means. And I think about what the left's trying to do. I got into politics about 10 years ago. I ran for Congress. I had never been involved. And my mission was largely to stop Barack Obama, who was president at the time. I even wrote a book, which was read by about a dozen people, that talked about some of the problems, how it was not consistent with the values that the country was founded on. And I stand by that. Those were good fights, important fights. But I got to tell you, I look back at that time, it almost seems a little quaint to me, because the threats we face to freedom, the threats we face to a just society are much more pervasive than they were just 10 years ago. I mean, think of what the left wants to do. What are their political aims? If they had just elected a couple more U.S. senators, they were going to pack the U.S. Supreme Court. They were going to make D.C. a state, so they'd have 2 radical left-wing Democrat senators for life. They were going to abolish the Electoral College so California could elect the president, and they wanted to federalize fraudulent ballot practices. Now, say what you want about that. That is not an agenda that very many American families are sitting across the dinner table from each other saying, "Oh man, I wish we could make D.C. a state," or "I wish we could pack the Supreme Court." No, that's not what people have on their mind. They're concerned about gas prices, crime, the border, all the disorder around the world. That's what they're concerned about. They're doing that, though. The left wants to do that because their goal is not to make our country great. It's to marginalize the conservative half of the country. They want us to be powerless. They want us to be voiceless. They want us to be second-class citizen. And what are these ideological aims? The woke is the new religion of the left. And this is what they have in mind. That's why they want CRT, because they want to divide the country. That's why they remove statues of Thomas Jefferson and Abraham Lincoln and Teddy Roosevelt. Take George Washington's name off schools, because they want to erase that history. They want to delegitimize our founding institutions, and they want to replace that with their left-wing ideology as the foundational principles of our modern-day society. Wokeism is a form of cultural Marxism. It is not just about raising taxes or bad economic policy. It's about tearing at the fabric of our society and trying to replace it with something that will be much, much more sinister. And the problem that we face as conservatives is a lot of major institutions in our country have become infected with this woke virus. You look at academia. Do we even need to discuss that? Their main objective now is to impose an ideological worldview on the people that come through their universities. You look at corporate America. They're mentioning it. They're opposing voter ID. Many of them make a lot of money from Chinese slave labor, but they don't want voter ID in the United States. So they are engaging in woke activism. You look at our bureaucracy and how totally off the rails they have become in many different agencies. And it's not just limited to people like Fauci. You have it across the board where this has become a major behemoth. You look at the corrupt and dishonest legacy media in this country and what they're doing to divide us and what they're doing to prop up the regime. They are not in the business of telling the truth. They're in the business of spinning partisan narratives to be able to benefit their side. They don't speak truth to power. They're defending the regime in power. And if you speak up, they come after you. They'll smear you. They'll defame you. All they do day after day is concoct a blizzard of lies to try to deceive the American people. And make no mistake, that's going to intensify leading up to November. They're going to try to do anything they can to relieve the blame off Biden and to try to fool the American people into keeping Democrats in office. We're not going to let them do it, but that's what we're facing. And then maybe to top it off, you have big tech. Big tech is now the #1 institution for censorship in this country. They are working with the legacy media. They're working with the Biden regime to try to marginalize conservative voices. Anyone that dissents from their orthodoxy is a target. And so this is significant stuff. This is freedom that's being, on all different fronts, that's coming under assault. And so here's where we're at. When you have a society that's veering away from the truth, anybody that stands up and speaks the truth will come under fire. That is going to happen. And so in times like these, there is no substitute for courage. Having the courage to stand up against things like cancel culture, having the courage to reject corporate media narratives, having the courage to take on institutions like big tech, having the courage to stand in the way of the Brandon administration. So we have an opportunity to make 2022 the year that America fought back. We're going to lead the charge here in Florida, but we need people all over the country to be willing to put on that full armor of God, to stand firm against the left's schemes. You'll be met with flaming arrows, but the shield of faith will stop them. You will emerge victorious. And so I can tell you this, in Florida, we will be standing our ground. We'll be holding that line. We are not going to back down. We've accomplished more in this state than anyone thought possible, but I can tell you this, we have only begun to fight. Thank you all. God bless you. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome North Carolina Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson.
Well, that clock is counting down, so I better get started. As always, very first thing I'm going to do is always, I'm going to thank my Lord and Savior, because Jesus Christ is the reason why we live in this blessed and prosperous land. I don't care what anybody says. The United States of America is a Christian nation founded on the principles and wisdom of Jesus Christ. And so we give him thanks first and foremost above everything. So I've only got about 12 minutes, so we're going to get right into this thing, guys. I'm going to go ahead and tell you like this. Guys, it is time. It is time. And what is the time right now? The time is for patriots in this nation to stand up and reclaim who we are as Americans. To no longer let CNN and ABC and CBS and all those leftists on the other side of the aisle from us define who we are as Americans, as patriots, as Republicans. The time is now to define ourselves and stand up and do what we need to do, because here it is. As I said many times, the proof is in the pudding. What conservatives have said about the left over the past 50 years at this present time is being proved true more than any other time in history. If you don't believe me, let's just take a look at the things that we always talk about. Let's take a look at that crucial issue of life. You look at it in New York City, up in New York, one of the greatest states in this nation, they literally cheered for infanticide. At every turn, we see abortion being championed in this nation. And now with COVID, we see people being turned away for crucial medical procedures because they don't want to relent to some type of mandate. Life means nothing to those folks on the left, and they prove it every day. And in this time, they're proving it more and more. You take a look at that crucial issue of self-protection, of Americans being able to protect themselves. You know, we love to talk about the Second Amendment, but one thing we always forget is this. The Second Amendment is a God-given right. God gave us the right to self-defense, and it was enshrined by us in our Declaration and set down in law by our Constitution. And I can guarantee you there are places around the world right now that wish they had a Second Amendment in their Constitution. Places like Australia, where we've seen terrible things happening under what's become almost a totalitarian dictatorship. Places like just north of the border here in Canada under Castro. Excuse me, I mean Trudeau. I forgot what decade I was in. Now more than ever, it's being proven that men need the right. People need the right. Free people need the right to be able to defend themselves and defend their freedoms. And then you look at the issue of education in this nation. You know, back in my home state of North Carolina, we are fighting tooth and nail in North Carolina to straighten out our education system. We spend almost half of our state budget on education in North Carolina, and our children can't read at a grade level. Meanwhile, pornography is in our libraries. We're in classrooms teaching children about adult issues like transgenderism. And we're setting black children on one side of the room and white children on the other side and teaching them to despise each other. If ever there was a time for conservatives to stand up in this nation and fight back for our children, it is now, right now. Parents concerned about their children's education being called terrorists. Politicians who are standing against the evils in our schools being demonized. Folks, it's time to stand up and fight back. The time is right now. And then you take a look at what's going on with our police officers and law and order in this country. Every time I turn around, there's another police officer being murdered, being assassinated, being assaulted, being charged with something that they have not done. And the whole time, the crime rate is spiraling out of control. Why? Because the criminals are watching. The criminals are watching the politicians in their neighborhoods, allow them to get away with anything they want to get away with, and they're watching some conservatives tuck tail and run on this issue. Now is the time for conservatives to stand strong on this issue and back the blue and make sure that police officers are protected as they do their jobs on the street. Then we need to take a look at what's going on with this thing called COVID. You know, COVID is the virus, but you know what the real virus is? The real virus is Democrats. The real virus is totalitarian leftist thugs who have used this virus to browbeat the American people and have used it for political purposes. Now, I'm going to go ahead and stand here and tell you on the stage right now, I'm not against the vaccine. I'm not smart enough to be against the vaccine. I have no idea what's in it. I'm not here to tell you not to take it, and I'm not here to tell you to take it. What I'm here to tell you is that as an elected official, it's my job to make sure you get it if you want it. But it's also my job to make sure that if your doctor wants to treat you with ivermectin, that it's there, ready, and available. And that no medical board, no pharmacist, or anybody else has the right to stand in between you and your doctor when it comes to something called medical freedom. That's your choice, your doctor's choice, and you should make it. Not the governor, not the mayor, or anybody else. And what's been going on with this COVID thing is just a sign of things to come if they get total control. And then there's another issue that we've been looking at also. Been looking at it real close, this thing called election integrity. I don't care what you tell me. 83,000 people did not vote for Joe Biden. I don't think 83 million people know who Joe Biden is. Joe Biden doesn't know who Joe Biden is. Joe Biden is an incompetent, incontinent nitwit who has ruined everything he has touched. From Afghanistan to where you stand, he's ruined everything he's touched. There was ever a time in this country when it was time for us to stand up against the wiles of the federal government. It is now. People ask me why I didn't run for the Senate, why I want to stay in North Carolina, because I need to be there to slam the door in the face of the federal government. That's what we need to do all across this country. And let me just say this in closing. Americans are special people. Americans are special. We are unique in the world. And why? Because Americans do not lie down and take it. We stand up and we fight back. We do not lie down and take it. And people ask me all the time, where did you learn to be so forceful? Where did you learn to fight back? I'm going to tell you right now. I learned it from a lady named Eva Mae Robinson. Eva Mae Robinson was my mother. God rest her soul. She's been gone since 2016. She didn't get to see any of this down here on earth. But see, in 1979, my mother, who had very little education and who had never worked outside the home, she had 5 children in her house, ranging from high school to elementary. Her husband, my father, John L. Robinson, died, left her alone with those 5 children. At that point, my mother's back was up against the wall. See, my mother could have laid down, become a ward of the state, went on welfare and collected all kind of checks and just sat there and waited for the government to take care of her. But she didn't do that. My mother walked. She walked across the street from our house, and she went and got a job as a custodian at a college. She cleaned toilets and floors for other people's children in college so she could take care of her children at home. You see, my mother did not lay down. My mother, she did what Americans do in times of trouble. She found herself with her back against the wall. She found herself down on the canvas when her husband died, but she didn't lay there. She stood up. She got up. She leaned forward and she fought back. And that is what it's time for Americans to do in this country. It's time for us to stand up, lean forward, and fight back. And so, my fine leftist socialist friends, don't be surprised when all of your machinations fail. Do not be surprised when your attempts to subvert our votes fail. Don't be surprised when your attempts to place mandates and demands on us through this virus. Don't be surprised when they fail. Don't be surprised when all of your efforts to indoctrinate the minds of our children fail. Don't be surprised. Don't be surprised when you look around and you see the flag still flying, and you see patriots still standing, and you see the Constitution still as a law of our land, and you see America still free and prosperous. Do not be surprised, because the patriots of this nation are going to stand up, lean forward, and fight back and win. And we're going to do it right in your face, whether you like it or not. God bless the great state of Florida. God bless the great state of North Carolina. And God bless the United States of America. Thank you all.
shameful abandonment, disregard for human life, the prospect of more mandates and lockdowns, and the list goes on. Now more than ever, we need to stick together. Voting alone is not enough. We must use our dollars to support like-minded companies who fight for our rights and beliefs. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider who shares your values. We will give more than $500,000 this year to our causes, and with your support, we'll double that next year. It's time to band together and support companies that truly love America and fight for our freedoms. Will you join us?
Moms for America is a national movement of moms, reclaiming our culture for truth, family, freedom, and the Constitution. With a national network of 500,000 moms, Moms for America has become one of the fastest growing movements of women in America.
The government, just as our founding fathers established it, still gets its powers from the consent of the governed. And we do not consent.
We're in the middle of a mom-led revolution, and Moms for America is at the forefront.
I take full offense to the NSBA and the DOJ referring to concerned parents like myself as domestic terrorists needing to be investigated by the FBI.
I'm a journalist, but I am a mama bear.
Calling these moms domestic terrorists is the pathetic taunt of a schoolyard bully.
I, like so many other mama bears, was in hibernation, but I'm asleep no longer.
We are the change.
We are Moms for America. Join the revolution. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Senator Marsha Blackburn.
CPAC, so happy to be back and to see you all this year. I have to say, you're off to a roaring start, aren't you? So it's a great forum. And the Democrats, they've not had a very good year this year. You know, COVID, their economic policy, the border, it's all a disaster. Their foreign policy is now a war zone, and oh, how we pray for Ukraine and for the people of Ukraine. Also, they've had a little bit of problem with parents. Parents across the country are in revolt. CRT, mask mandates, lockdowns, what we see happening in the classrooms. They are tired of woke policies. They are tired of transgender girls competing against biological girls in our high schools and our colleges. Some of their moves are so over the top that there are times I absolutely have to double check things to make sure this is not a joke being put out by Babylon Bee. This month, the Democrats decided they were going to try to give out crack pipes with taxpayer dollars. And we put an end to that. And at the same time, Homeland Security sent out a memo saying, if you hear anybody speaking against the COVID policies, education policies of this administration, report them to the authorities. It was a slap in the face to free speech. But what we know is the Democrats continue to say, in Democrat fashion, oh, we're doing this for public safety, and we are doing this for the children. But what they're really trying to do is make you dependent, to make you compliant and controlled, and to make you quiet. We are in a struggle for the soul of this country. You know, the battle of ideas used to be conducted in the public square or the city council or the halls of Congress, but that wasn't good enough for the Democrats. That didn't get the amount of upheaval that they needed, so they moved it to the classroom. And what they're trying to do is have these ideological battles in the classroom where they're trying to replace civics with CRT. Their plan is to have a CRT-infused curriculum. Their goal is to replace education with indoctrination because that is an essential step for them. And essential to it with this Marxist CRT is no matter the subject, no matter what it is, then you can tilt it to being racist. They have made 2 + 2 = 4 racist. They have made gifted and talented programs racist, even though Asian students are the highest percentage of enrollees in these programs. They have made it America the Terrible and said, well, it's racist. They have said, if your great-grandfather fought in World War II or your dad is in the military, that is racist, and thereby you are racist. What we know is America as a country, as a great idea, as a republic, cannot survive if our children do not know our history. So, what we need are teachers that believe in education instead of indoctrination. We need teachers that are going to be focused on knowledge. We need teachers that are going to commit to ridding the woke from our education system. And thank God we have some great conservative teachers who have stood up. And you know what? The American people agree with us. It's fascinating, isn't it? During COVID, moms and dads saw what their kids were being exposed to. And they started to fight back. So, from Loudoun County, Virginia, and we've got those Loudoun County moms here, to Richmond, Virginia, all the way to San Francisco, California. You've got the mama bears and the mama grandmamas that are standing up. You've got people that are saying, you might do this to me at my place of work, but you are not going to do this to my child. And they are bringing the pressure to bear. They're saying no indoctrination, no woke, no teachers union. You are not going to tell my child that they're an oppressor because of the color of their skin. They are saying no to mask, no to Zoom school, and no to eating lunch outside in freezing weather and sitting 6 feet apart, because they have had it, and they are ready to begin fighting back. You know, something else they're tired of is political celebrities sitting in booths, maskless, chumming up, or Stacey Abrams, maskless, with a group of masked kids around them. The hypocrisy knows no bounds. Thank goodness people are saying enough is enough and pushing back. Now, there is a solution to this. It is called unmask our kids and get the teachers' unions out of the classroom. And how do we do this? How do we make this happen? Now that everybody's awake, not woke, but awake. So how do we do this? First of all, we have to spread the word that we as conservatives believe every child in this country should have their shot at the American dream. Every child should have opportunity to achieve their dreams. There's a second thing that we need to be doing. We need to drive home the point. We as conservatives have a vision for how this country should be. Democrats don't have a vision. What they do have is an agenda. They have a checklist. And that checklist says people don't know how to function unless the government has control of their lives. And the American people have decided that is not what they want, because that is socialism, and what the American people want is freedom. So I think right here in this room, this is the reason the left is not going to win this fight. When I look around this room, when I listen to you all participating with the speakers, what I see is a movement that is ready to pull their weight, and a movement that is ready to prove the Democrat Party wrong. That is where we need to be starting on this fight. You are patriots, you are freedom fighters, you are happy warriors. You all have a vision, and that vision says America's best days are ahead of her. They are not behind her. Your vision is that this country is strong, it is prosperous, that our kids are going to have the ability to dream those dreams. So, it is time for everybody to get involved. It is time to go be the candidate in these races. Be the campaign manager. Be the door knocker. Be the poll worker. Get involved in these, because it is imperative that we, the people, be the people in 2022. You know, I've got grandkids. And when I think about this education issue, when I look at all the moms and dads across the country that are standing up, I think about what I want my grandkids to learn. I want them to know that the United States of America, that we trace our founding to 1776. Not some arbitrary date that a debunked author from the New York Times decided was going to be the date. I want them to know that this Constitution is our framework, and it is valid, and on it we stand. I want them to know that freedom is worth the fight, and that they should be celebrating their family members that have worn the uniform and have defended this country and have defended freedom. I want them to know the Pledge of Allegiance. I want them to sing the national anthem. I want them to look at the person's character, not the color of their skin. I want them to love free speech. I want them to be able to express their opinion. I want them to engage robust, respectful political debate. I want them to learn to listen. I want them to learn how a bill becomes a law. And I don't want them to go to school and learn how to build a Molotov cocktail for a mostly peaceful protest. Also, I want them to learn the names of our 50 states. I don't want them to feel like they have to learn 50 different pronouns. And I want them to learn that this country is the greatest place on the planet for human flourishing, that this is the country where dreams come true. This is where they can dream those big dreams. And it happens because the people decide they are going to be the people. They are going to fight back, and they are going to preserve faith, family, freedom, hope, and opportunity for all our citizens and all generations. God bless you all. Get ready for the fight. God bless the USA.
This is how you have to visit your son.
My addiction began at the age of 11. This is preventable.
We will cover the biggest issues our kids are facing.
There's something special, and it's going to impact a lot of people's lives.
By the end of the year, we hope to have 1,000 beds.
I wanted to be the first state in the nation that took Victoria's voice and saved life.
I overdosed with pain medicine. Luckily, Narcan saved me. They have these victory clubs which incentivize kids.
Yes, National School Board Association, I know you can hear us. We are loud, we are bold, and we will not be silenced.
What's important about today is we stand for freedom. Now we stand for freedom with the brave people who are taking to the streets in Cuba, but we don't just stand with Cuba. We stand with freedom-loving people everywhere.
But I do want to say to the man that is in that White House, what he has done is simply unacceptable. He has failed the Afghan people. He has failed the Afghan women and children. He has failed our military. He is leaving Americans behind.
You know, all they do is they use us. They've been using us for decades.
We share one thing in common, and that is to protect our children. That is to give our children the best possible education we can in this great country. I am the mother of 5 daughters, and it is a priority that we teach them the good values of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next, all the news the left permits. Please welcome Eric Finman. From the Heritage Foundation, Kevin Roberts. Former CEO, Papa John's Pizza, Papa John. And your moderator from One America News Network, Natalie Harp.
Totally canceled to me, don't you think? Everybody want to sit down? Oh, well, we want to talk about a lot of forbidden topics today, right? But I think we should probably start with the elephant in the room. Actually, no. He's more of a donkey, don't you think? Biden. If only he had gone to the beach. I think even the boss in the parable of the talents would have forgiven him that, don't you think? I mean, hey, at least that bad employee in the story, he at least buried it. He didn't touch it. He left well enough alone. Biden, well, he had to interfere. He had to lose everything. And now we're losing America and the world, really, as we know it. But the one good thing is we may all be in this new and unimproved version of the parable of the talents, but there's more to the story, right? There's us. There's those of us who have been entrusted with so much. And each of you here today, you have a voice. You have a vote. And I know it gets kind of discouraging when you see Biden and his talent for taking 8 circles, kind of like a circle here, turn them into 81 million ballots. But you know what? That doesn't mean we bury our vote. Just because we might be afraid we're going to be canceled, we don't stop talking. We talk even louder because we want to be found greater and stronger than ever before. And that's what our panel right here, you guys are greater and stronger than ever before. So many people have tried to cancel you. And I want to start first with you, Papa John, obviously, because you were the first person to get canceled kind of before it became the thing everybody wants to happen to them, right? It's a badge of honor. But can you talk to us about that?
Well, we were kind of Barbara Mandrell. We were country when country wasn't cool.
Yeah.
It came out of nowhere. We look back on it. We had the notoriety, we had the influence. The company was doing $4 billion, and Papa John's was the American dream. And we were the perfect first target. And they went there, and there was no model. We've since got a program in place. We put it on our op-ed coming up, what to do about this, fighting back, don't let them put out lies, et cetera. But we didn't have a model, we didn't have a program. And I had a board of directors who was really weak, that actually I was behind enemy lines and didn't know it. So you have the target aspect, and you have people around you that let this happen, and before you know it, you have a disaster. And you can relate, Kevin, to being behind enemy lines, being in D.C., yeah.
That's exactly right. The Heritage Foundation operates behind enemy lines every day on behalf of all these great people who are here.
It's so interesting to see, too, because it's so easy. They call Republicans racist all the time, right? And yet you look at what happened with Whoopi Goldberg. Here she says the Holocaust has nothing to do with race. They say, oh, she's going to be suspended for 14 days. It ends up being 13 days. And yet you've been fighting your whole life to break out of this label of being racist. And we were talking earlier, Eric, you actually almost lost your business because your assets were frozen. Can you talk to us about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So a little bit of my background, I got into Bitcoin back in like 2011, and I was, secretly conservative for a long time. And then I decided, hey, if you've got, FU money, pardon my French, might as well try to, say FU sometimes. And I wanted to start a project that would solve all this App Store censorship. Like they banned Parler, completely ruined that business. And I started something called the Freedom Phone. And then literally, we made $3.5 million in 8 hours of our launch. And then right after that, all the payment processors froze every single dime. So you think, well, $3.5 million, that's a lot of money, right? But then they froze all of it. Not a penny of that was ever sent to our bank account. So what they did to us is the same thing they were doing with the truckers now. It was horrible. And and you're on the hook to get all these amazing customers their phones. Right. So we had to pay all this money out of pocket, and they wouldn't even allow us, let's say, hey, like you want a refund, that's normal and things. Like we had to issue refunds out of our own pocket and not even, you're not able to even touch on that money. I mean, it was horrible, right? And luckily we just recently got all those phones out. It was great. Took a while. I won't even go into the Biden supply chain shortages, which is a living hell. But I mean, it's crazy how you cannot have true free speech if you don't have a free financial system, and that shows what they did to Freedom Phone and what they've done to the truckers now. I mean, it's horrible.
It's so sad to see, and Kevin, you've been in conservatism, even academia, we were talking earlier. It's so entrenched where they don't want you to be able to speak up, but people are getting smarter. Now it's kind of the in thing to be canceled. How do you feel like conservatism is really changing for the better?
Well, look, Natalie, I don't want to get into hollow optimism, but I would say two things. The first is that when our friends are canceled, like when Papa was canceled, my kids came to me and said, Dad, we need to go to Papa John's tonight. And I said, the only thing better than that is we could just send him the money directly. But the point is we got to lean into those people, our friends who are taking stands and even thinking about what you do for a living. Thankfully, there are news platforms that are out there. But the second thing I would say is more than 20 years ago, I was the lone conservative. I'm now a DC commuter, having moved to Northern Virginia from Texas. I hope the truckers shut down the traffic. That's the kind of thing that has to happen.
You could be canceled for saying that, Kevin, so you better be pretty careful. I mean, YouTube right now is probably suspended CPAC, but
Sounds
good,
great.
right? We like when that happens. No, but Papa John, too, even when you've seen COVID kind of change the business landscape, so many people having their businesses threatened for not wanting to enforce the vaccine mandate, the mask mandate. Were you surprised by that when businesses started having to close, when you talk about the gyms? Was that surprising to you, or were you just, yeah, now it's happening to everyone?
Well, small business is the heartbeat of American new jobs, some 60%. And I grew up and started Papa John's in '84, which was Reaganomics. I mean, how lucky was I? And, you know, we built her up at $1,600, built her up to 5,000 stores. But I think attitude and the mindset starts at the top. You know, you take Reagan, you take Trump, they love small business. They love entrepreneurship. You know, the Biden administration, I can't think of anything they haven't done that doesn't hurt that small business owner. And the mindset, the attitude at the top is anti-small business. You've already got a headwind of 1 out of 10 small businesses make it. Right. And to have an administration that is printing money and devaluating the dollar and doing, okay, they open up Target, but they don't open up the small grocery. I mean, it's just a double standard, it's hypocrisy, and it's all political. And so walking a mile, you know, when you've built something from nothing, you have your heart, you know, you have empathy for what it takes to run a small business. And to see them do this to the small business owners infuriates me, frankly.
Well, and it's amazing because for so long they kept acting like the Republican Party was the establishment party. We had all the money, the lobbyists. And you see it's the small business owners that are really part of the Republican Party now. You've got Democrats, independents, perhaps they identified as that in the past, but it's almost become the people versus the establishment, and that started with President Trump, wouldn't you think?
Oh, that's exactly right. I mean, President Trump is a hero for many respects. One of them is he understood and understands present tense, as so many of our conservative leaders do. Governor DeSantis, Lieutenant Governor Robinson, the following. It's not even Democrat versus Republican. It's not even liberal versus conservative. It is self-appointed ruling class elites versus the rest of us. We need to start and I mean this in a figurative sense, a second American revolution to take back our institutions.
Well, it's exciting because there were so many different establishment media, even establishment social media, where we would talk about being suppressed. And then last January, with President Trump being suspended, so many other people, COVID misinformation, yes, it's so terrible. Of course, Fauci's still on Twitter talking about masks didn't work. Hillary's still on Twitter talking about Russia, Russia, Russia. But now you see new social media platforms like Truth Social that's coming up. Of course, you tried to do it with a phone. You talked about how Parler, when you saw Parler be suspended from the App Store, Eric, that really motivated you to kind of change the way you did business.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you look at Truth, you know, they're at risk of getting similarly banned by the app stores as Parler. I mean, Parler, I read, I think it was even in the Wall Street Journal, they were almost valued at $1 billion company. And then they killed that overnight. And then that's what I was trying to solve. And again, that's the same risk that Truth is going to experience. And they're going to have to balance, like, you know, hey, if you want to stay on the App Store, you're going to have to ban these people. And that's a horrible choice. You shouldn't have to, right? And then that hurts the reputation of Truth because they get the blame for it, right? When it's actually the App Stores doing that. And again, it's just, if you don't have this whole parallel economy of not just alternative social media networks, alternative phones, and absolutely alternative financial systems, which with my crypto background, that's also what I'm working on too. You know, that's the only way we can fight is just having not just similar, but better technology and our own technology that they can't touch.
It's never been competitive before. That's the sad thing. It's big tech. People were afraid. They're too big. They're the oligarchs. They're too tough to take on, really. And President Trump started the Take On Big Tech movement, which I think has encouraged a lot of people, even the business owners that were giving interviews, not even interviews, they just went viral for talking about the way that COVID had impacted their businesses. Do you feel like you were the first movers in this to actually, especially you, Papa John, to try to get your voice out past the media, past social media, past the label of being called a racist, when you know your life, you know your brand, you know who you are?
Yeah, the two things I'd like to leave the audience with is, one is the darkness and the evilness of the folks really pulling the strings here at the top left echelon are horrific. They'd scare the stripes off a raccoon, the things they do. It's that bad. Second of all is when they do attack you, it's venomous. I mean, it's relentless. They're out to destroy you. But I've always admired Trump. Just think if we didn't have Trump, when we had him, get him back. But the avenues issues and the things he pointed out to get us to the truth. Because if we stick to the truth, we take all their power away.
Right.
We say, you know, and that's we want to just stick with the truth. My issue with the vaccine is they manipulate data, they hide data, they give false data, or they make up data. And how are we supposed to make a good decision with regards to the vaccine if they don't give us all the data? And Fauci, you know, he's the #1 perpetrator of this whole thing.
At least he has his own documentary, right? Everybody wanted to watch that back in November. Nobody's heard of it. Good. I shouldn't have even said it. But no, it really is amazing because the elites and the establishment, they try to make stars out of people that have done so much damage. Whether it's Dr. Fauci, whether it's, well, of course, Biden, they think he's some kind of star, but I don't know, falling star if he was ever up there to begin with, but it's kind of lights out right now for the country. Right?
Yeah, it is. It's sad to see. And I would just really home in on this point about ruling class elites, which John, you dealt with in a bad way, Eric did. This is why Heritage, a couple of weeks ago, laid out a roadmap which harnesses all of the angst and anger and frustration that we have on big tech. And it's crucial that we understand that we fix that problem now by breaking them up. They are enemies of the people, and we need to treat them as such.
It's so true, and really President Trump taught us the art of the counterpunch because people were too afraid. Conservatives especially, we're nice people, at least for the most part. We want to talk nice, we want to try to resolve things, but you can't resolve things with people that are determined to call you racist, to call you xenophobic, sexist, every ist in the book. You have to learn to counterpunch. That's just a smart way of doing business. And that's why so many innovators, we've never seen entrepreneurship really at the levels that we have before as we are now. Eric, do you think last January really was the starting point, or does it go back to even 2015 when President Trump announced?
I mean, you just look at what big tech has done, not just to the US, but you look at even in India, the prime minister over there, they're starting their own alternative to Twitter over there. I mean, I think the questions started popping in people's minds in 2015, but I think after what we saw in 2020, it's like, we gotta have our own technology. I mean, period. That's exactly what you know, just period. There's no other way to put it. And I think that there is a lot more entrepreneurship. That's why I don't think if Trump had that easy election, we didn't see actually what happened in full light and full view, I don't think I would have, you know, jumped into it as quickly as I did. I think it really kickstarted a lot of people off into being entrepreneurial, innovative, and creating this parallel economy of alternative payment processors, alternative, you know, devices, alternative social media. I really think it has.
It's really interesting because liberals probably don't even talk about the way that that works on the backside, where you have to actually go in the back way. Who's really, Amazon's a hosting platform for Parler. None of us really thought of that, or the App Store. What do you do if you can't download an app? All of these different things, even campaigning, Kevin, I want to ask you, because this year you've got candidates, people trying to get their message out. You can't really put an ad on Twitter or Facebook or YouTube without second-guessing yourself, which you're not second-guessing yourself, but you know, you could be suspended for it.
No, it's awful, and the group that I used to lead before coming to Heritage, the Texas Public Policy Foundation, a 501c3, great conservative group, but they don't get involved in campaigns and elections, is a really telling example. We ran some Facebook ads on election integrity, the great laws that passed in Texas. And what happened? When we converted them into the Spanish language, they were taken down because it was quote unquote electioneering. You know what is electioneering about that? They were right. It was the truth. And that's what the left can't handle.
Electioneering is what's happening at the border. You only have to look at all the illegal immigrants coming in. They electioneer all the time, but it's so sad that it's not sad though, because we're getting smarter and there's gonna be a big red wave in November. But Papa John, do you feel, because you were, of course, the first mover in this, but do you feel the momentum has changed, that now people, the racist label doesn't mean as much when people say it, because we're actually learning how to communicate, learning how to fight back, learning how to show who we are just by our actions?
I think so. If you look at the Joe Rogan situation, he's going to make it. He is going to make it. 3 years ago when I started, I wouldn't have, you know, he wouldn't have made it 3 years ago. But if they attack the parents and the truckers and Trump and Trump Jr. and Joe Rogan and Portnoy and me, none of us are safe if we disagree with their ideology. None of us are, because they're angry. It's the leftist side of the deal, the far leftists, they're angry. They're full of hate. They're full of envy. And when you're dealing at the opposite of kindness and love and joy, you're not going to see anything from a rational perspective. Right. It's not that they're intellectually stupid. It's just from a conscious level, they're so full of animosity that they're not going to be rational. Yeah. And that's what we're dealing with here. And that's the part that really scares me.
They want to put you in a box because if they can put you in a box, they can control you. But that's why we're thinking outside the box now. And Eric, what's your message to young people? Because before, if you got into politics, you thought, oh, you run for office, you know, but now it's different. You can join, you can take on big tech. You can actually create your own app, your social media platform. What's your message to young people that want to be in politics but maybe not actually run for office?
Yeah, I mean, my background is, I dropped out of high school when I was 15 years old. I moved just by myself to Silicon Valley, San Francisco, and I was able to, that was my first startup, sold that company 2 years later when I was 17, and I just found out that the beauty of the internet, an uncensored, you know, an uncanceled internet, is that you can learn anything. And I think that's what they're inhibiting now, is your ability to learn. And that's actually the saddest thing they're just suppressing knowledge, not just even political speak, just knowledge. And that's what I think. The internet, there are still places on the internet that are free. So if you're young, you know, go forth and conquer. You know, like I dropped out of high school at 15. Like, you know, I mean, I was able to get a stable life and be in a good relationship and go do and build what I wanted to do. And I think I think there's been no better time for young people to actually go do something in the world than now, because with an uncanceled internet, I think as long as you have that, a young person can do anything more than any other point in history.
Well, it's so interesting because the left, you have to go to the elite institutions, whether it's Harvard or Berkeley. But the right, you're right, it can be the blue-collar workers, it can be people that never go to college, because it's innovation, it's the spirit that really defines. You started your own business, and then when you had it taken away from you, you didn't let them take away who Papa John is.
Yeah, it strips away the non-essentials and gets you back to the basics of who you are as a human being. You know, the pity party lasted about 5 seconds, and you just got to get on with it.
Then you had a pizza party, right?
Pizza party.
After
I didn't say I had Papa John's. But
okay.
You know, it's, you know, things always work out for the best. You know, even on the darkest night, there's a shining star. You've got to take this, whatever this was. And it's been a great education. I'm very grateful what happened. I don't want to go through this again. And you've got to use that as a catalyst to go on to the next thing, whether that's Papa's Farm, whether we can change agriculture, whether we can help the nutrition and the health of society. I don't know what that next venture is going to be, but I know that the catalyst is going to come from the energy by having been done the way I was done.
The best is yet to come, because you're still trying to find the way to be at your best, because the worst is in the past, right? So the best has to be yet to come, right? That's one good thing about bad things happening, if you want to look at it kind of positively. But Kevin, what's your message to the think tanks? Because we were talking earlier, we say think tanks.
Stop
we
using
use
think
that
tank.
term.
That's the first message.
They're action tanks, right?
That's right.
Because we don't want people to think, well, we want people to think, but we don't want people to just sit around and think. We want people to actually act. So what's your message to action leaders, not thought leaders anymore?
I love that question. Two things. The first is, the very first day I was on the job at the Heritage Foundation, December 1st, I'm an adopted Texan, as you might be able to tell. I said to all the staff, yes, we're a think tank. Most importantly, what we're doing is taking back America, and that means that every single moment of every day, we are on offense for the American people. The second thing is, and this is a comment for all of you, people who are watching video, for John, for Eric, there's a lot bad that's going on in the world. Right. There's a lot bad going on in the country. It's easy to get depressed. I'm going to let you know the left wants you to be that way. Yeah. They want you to give up. We know from scripture, we know from history, and we know as Americans now in this century that American people are the last best hope for the world. Don't forget that and be on offense every day.
You don't have to live canceled.
Amen.
Cancel culture is a thing out there, but if you live canceled, then they win. If you bury the talents that you have, if you stop voting because you think it's rigged, which it was rigged in 2020, but if they get you to back down, that's the only way that they win. And you guys are just such great examples of fighting back, and thank you for what you're doing out there. Thank you for what all you are doing out there. Keep it up, because you see this movement, it's only growing. And when the boss returns, he's going to find us not like basement Biden, right? With the country buried. We're really going to come back stronger than ever before. So God bless you all. We're going to save America very, very soon. It starts in the November and the midterms, and of course online. Join Truth Social too. It's awesome. Thank you all.
Great job, Natalie.
All right, we are back out here live at our booth here at CPAC 2022, and I'm joined by Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton, who, by the luck of an ice storm in Texas, is joining us here at CPAC, because I didn't anticipate you being here today.
No, I wasn't going to be here. I just couldn't get a flight back into Dallas, and so I thought I was supposed to come to CPAC. I'd canceled so I could stay in Texas, and then I couldn't get where I needed to go.
Yeah, I think there's probably a lot of people in Texas right now that are finding other places to go, and of course CPAC here, you hear all kinds of stories, all kinds of platforms. You're representing the great state of Texas, my home state. You've got a race on your hand. Early voting kicked off on February 14th, but what's some of the feedback you're getting so far?
Yeah, I think it's good. I mean, we're out there fighting for people's liberties, for the Constitution. We're fighting the Biden administration. We have 22 lawsuits against them. Actually, overall 29. We just filed another lawsuit against big tech. We have 3 lawsuits against Google. We just filed another one against Facebook. I mean, we're trying to save this country.
And you know, you've been around the border. I mean, the invasion that's going on the southern border right now, and I like to compare that to all the concern that we have 8,000 miles away on the Russian-Ukraine border. I wish our administration would pay more attention to what's going on down in Texas, Arizona, New Mexico, and California.
Well, the reality is they could do something about that. If they wanted to, they could actually just look at federal law and follow it, and stop people from coming here illegally, make sure that people are going through the legal immigration process, and it would prevent so many problems: drug overdoses, the transmission of COVID, crime, human trafficking, sex trafficking. It's all going on because Joe Biden has said, we want as many illegals here as we can get.
You said this at our end of year special, that in the state of Texas, the left is trying to basically decriminalize voter fraud. Can you expand on that a little bit? And that's what threatens Texas. You know, AOC came out and said it's only a matter of time before Texas turns blue. Now, you and I both know that's not going to happen unless they are able to cheat.
Yeah, and so the Court of Criminal Appeals struck down right after filing deadlines, so no one could run against them. They struck down a statute that had been passed in 1951 that the legislature told the Attorney General's office 70 years ago to go prosecute voter fraud. They came in and said after 70 years, they overruled their precedent, Texas Supreme Court precedent. They overruled the legislature. They overruled the Constitution and said, nope, you can't AG prosecute voter fraud, which means that local DAs in Austin, Travis County, in Bexar County, which is San Antonio, Harris County, Houston, these are all Soros-funded DAs. They will not prosecute voter fraud, which means we're going to have a lot of voter fraud in Texas.
Yeah. Okay, let's shift over to the Heartbeat Act. You pushed that through November 1st. We were there in the Supreme Court. But what happened today in the Texas Supreme Court? I heard something earlier about that.
So I haven't actually got to read that ruling because I was here, but we had, there was one provision that had to be certified by the Texas Supreme Court as to what Texas law controlled. So no matter what, we got a 90% victory in the U.S. Supreme Court. Now we're trying to get the 100% victory in the Texas Supreme Court, and I think we're on our way to doing that.
Yeah, fighting for that pro-life. Okay, early voting started on Valentine's Day on the 14th, and then the general election is March 1st for the most part. Poll numbers. I've heard poll numbers, and of course, I don't like to believe poll numbers sometimes. We know how the media is like. But what are you hearing that's realistic in your race?
So it's difficult to know because, you know, every poll is different, right? Even I have polls, other people have polls, and you don't really know. All I know is I'm in first place by a wide margin. There are 3 opponents who are all would be rookies at doing this job, who don't have the background. And look, my argument to Texas is, if you want somebody with experience that has a success rate, we've got a 90% success rate against the Biden administration. I need to go back and finish this job.
Day one, when you're reelected, what are you still doing? Fighting for Texas? I mean, is there anything new up your sleeve that you're going to file against the Biden administration?
No, actually, it's a continuation of saving our country from the federal government and from these big tech companies. I just want to finish that fight.
Yeah. If people are sitting in Texas right now watching us live, if you want to get involved, and you know, you've already said, tell your friends, tell your neighbors, but what else? Is there a website they can go to?
Yeah, kenpaxton.com, and then at KenPaxtonTX for Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram.
There you go. The Attorney General Ken Paxton joining us here live in CPAC. It's much warmer than Texas right now, which is great.
Yes.
And good spirits in here. Thank you so much for what you do for Texas and for this country.
Thanks, Brian.
All right, we're going to take a short break. Coming up, the great Charlie Kirk will join us right here at CPAC 2022. Don't go anywhere.
I'm Mike Lindell, CEO of MyPillow. Retailers, shopping channels, and now even banks have tried to cancel myself and MyPillow. During these times, your support has meant everything to us. My employees and I want to personally thank each and every one of you by passing the savings directly on to you. For example, you can get my Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $39.99 a set. That's a savings of 60% and the lowest price in history. And remember, they're made with the world's best cotton, grown where the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River all meet. They come with my 10-year warranty, and I guarantee they'll be the most comfortable sheets you'll ever own. So go to mypillow.com now and use the promo code on your screen, or call the 1-800 number below to get my Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $39.99, the lowest price in history. If you do it right now, I'm also going to include a free gift with your purchase. Thank you, and God bless.
Hi everyone, and thank you for turning into CPAC Day 2. I'm Liz Willis with Right Side Broadcasting Network, and we have the one and only Charlie Kirk. Charlie, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you. You bet.
I'm good. How are you? That's the big question.
Doing great. Yeah, we're
so
fighting
you
hard.
have this is crazy. You have like a whole following.
Oh yeah.
Is this pretty typical at CPAC for you?
I think so.
I
Yeah.
love that. So
Thank
many
you.
people appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you.
And for those who don't know, if somehow you're unfamiliar, you're the founder of Turning Point USA.
That's right.
One of the largest organizations, and I believe, correct me, did y'all just have, it was America Fest, and
It was America Fest.
the largest gathering of conservative
That's
youth
right.
in the
Yeah,
country?
We had 10,000 people. It was incredible. Next year will be even bigger. So.
Did it meet expectations,
Oh,
go
it
beyond?
blew it away. Yeah,
Wow.
for sure.
So what's next for Turning Point or for Charlie Kirk? What are you up to
Well,
right now?
we're starting high school and college chapters all across the country at Turning Point USA. We're doing our podcast every single day. You guys can subscribe to our podcast. We do 3 podcasts a day.
Killing it.
Yeah, thank you. 1 on Saturday, 1 on Sunday. Working very, very hard. So just going to continue to expand, and we want to get our country back. We want the citizen to rise.
Do you have any expectations? What do you think primaries are like? Do you have any candidates you're watching right now?
Yeah, so personally,
personally,
yes,
of course.
Yeah, not Turning Point.
Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, I endorse J.D. Vance in Ohio. I like him a lot. So I have my eye on that race. I hope he does very well.
Okay.
Arizona Senate race will be interesting to see. I haven't endorsed anyone, and I'm not going to. I know everyone running really, really well, so I wish them all the best. But look, I think I want to see strong MAGA candidates win. I want to see candidates that are in the tradition of Donald Trump, that are America first, that are young, that really kind of get it, and I think we're going to start to see that.
Now switching back, I know I'm going back and forth, so we personally, but back to Turning Point. Do you think that there's you see a lot of the youth is what I'm getting at
Yes.
here, the conservatives, the high school, middle school, college. Is there hope?
There is
for
hope.
the future of America?
Yes.
Because right now, a lot of people are lacking that hope when they're looking at what it looks like.
There
out
is hope. I'm starting to see the citizen rise in a very, very special way. And look, young people have been so damaged by the lockdowns, by all these things. I mean, we have a suicide crisis in our country. We have a drug usage crisis in our country. We have an alcohol crisis. And a lot of it can be traced back to the lockdowns and the generational theft that happened. So this is why I propose a national recovery program. I think we need a national recovery program where the adults of the nation come down and try to empower young people to do the 3 things that create conservative citizens, which is be able to buy property, get married, and have children. When those 3 things happen, you have more conservative voters. So I said this from the stage, which is we need to stop talking about tax cuts and say, how do we make it easier for young people to own a home, get married, and have lots of kids, whatever that might look like.
Absolutely. No, I think I've seen you tweet that once or twice before.
Yes.
And I'm like, I haven't done any of those things. I really need to get on it.
That's okay.
But
It's not your fault.
good
It's
advice.
hard, though. And this is the point, is that I'm not saying this critically to young people. It's that it's expensive to buy a home right now, right?
It's horrible. Beyond horrible. I
And-
think it's like, what, at least 20%?
20 to 30%. I don't know where
Over
you're.
market. I'm in Atlanta.
Yeah,
and
so it's crazy, and it's not going down because we inflated the currency, and rent has probably gone up. Right?
I'm not even going to mention what I pay in rent.
Right, and so,
Horrible.
but what this does, and you're a conservative, so you're not going to become a left winger. But I want you
Never.
to imagine though, if you weren't as informed as you, and you see your rent go up $800 a month or whatever, which is happening in Phoenix.
Yeah.
You can't buy a home. You become a socialist really quickly.
I would.
And I'm trying to warn conservative, older people, you don't understand how expensive and how hard it is for a young person to just survive right now.
It seems impossible. And even if I think I'm making money at some, I'm like, oh, this is nice. Like, this is a lot of money. It has gone so fast because of the rising inflation.
Food, travel, all of it.
I'd like to think maybe I wouldn't be a socialist, but also, I mean, I think it also gives us hope. So what I'm noticing with some of my liberal friends, and maybe you've seen it as well, But people are starting to wake up and look at what policies they've put into place
Yes.
with the Biden administration, and that's kind of waking.
No, totally. I completely agree. I just think there's an even bigger opportunity, though, to say to the young person that's paying too much rent and is not having kids because it's too expensive, we're the party that's going to make it easier to do those things.
Yeah.
So there is no conservative out there that can say America looks worse when more young people own property, get married, and have kids. America becomes more conservative when that happens. But instead, we're creating a generation of renters. It is the least property owning generation in history, the least married generation in history, and the least children in history, right?
Yep, that's me.
Well, but I'm
no,
not.
I'm just kidding.
But
I make jokes.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I'm just saying though but you're part of a society that was designed that makes it hard for those things.
No, absolutely, it's difficult.
And we need a national recovery program to make it easier.
I think so. I think it's a great idea. And what you're doing is huge too. Some of your staff at Turning Point, I've been able to watch them move to Arizona and work for you for a little bit, buy a house or buy some property. And I love to watch girls my age. They're just absolutely flourishing.
Yes.
And it's because of some of the opportunities that you've been able to give them. So, I mean, thank you for what you've done
We
for
have
them.
we have a lot of staffers that have been there for 5 or 6 years, and they're finally able to own property, and it changes the game for them.
Yeah, it changes the life.
That's right. Now all of a sudden, what they're paying in rent would actually go into the bank account of building equity.
Yep, as opposed to shredding it.
That's right, which is
how I
rent.
feel about
It's
it.
disposable, right? You're never going to see that money again.
And now, what's the next big event? Is it Young Women's Leadership Summit? Is that
That's the big one.
next big one coming
Yeah,
up?
so that's the next big one that will be similar to this kind of vibe. But I have my campus tour coming up. We got all sorts of stuff coming, but
Wonderful.
that's the next big one.
And okay, tell everyone again, how can they follow you on social media? Where's your podcast?
Just one thing. If everyone takes out their podcast app and types in Charlie Kirk Show and subscribe, that would be amazing and greatly appreciated. We're doing 3 podcasts a day. We might be doing a live stream tonight if Kiev falls. We'll see. Andrew's wincing and pleasure. And
well, I'll be watching if that happens.
Yeah, I think that live stream will do really well if we do it.
Hey, let us know. We'll take it out.
So, so that would be greatly appreciated. And if you guys want to get involved with Turning Point USA, it's tpusa.com. Start a high school or college chapter today.
Yeah, shameless plug. I'm an ambassador for Turning Point USA.
And a good one. Great one.
Thank you. You heard it from him first. And Grace Saldana as well, our editor-in-chief. So we're so thankful to have you on. And honestly, for all the opportunities you've given us personally and professionally at Right Side Broadcasting.
Thank you.
So thank
we
you.
love RSBN. You guys are phenomenal. God bless you.
Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
All right. Great job. Okay. Oh, great. I'll step in here real quick.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell. Retailers, shopping channels, and now even banks have tried canceling myself and MyPillow. Well, during these times, your support has meant everything to us. My employees and I want to personally thank each and every one of you by passing the savings directly on to you. For a limited time, you can get my brand new product, My Slippers, for 50% off. That's the lowest price ever. And remember, My Slippers come with an exclusive 4-layer design. These layers combine to give you amazing comfort and support and help reduce stress on your feet. And with the durable indoor-outdoor sole, you can wear My Slippers anytime, anywhere. I personally guarantee these will be the most comfortable slippers you'll ever own. So go to MyPillow.com now and use the promo code on your screen or call the 1-800 number below to get My Slippers for 50% off, the lowest price in history. And if you do it right now, I'm going to include a free gift with your purchase. Thank you and God bless.
All right, we're back live at the booth. How do you follow the great Charlie Kirk? I don't know if it's possible.
I don't think it's possible. He's so intelligent and so quick that it's difficult.
And Liz got a backup on that. But thanks so much for joining us. We are live here, and this is day 1 right here at CPAC. And, of course, we'll be here Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, because guess who's speaking Saturday night at 7 o'clock?
President Donald J. Trump.
Amen to that. But we're glad you're joining us. And, of course, we had Attorney General Ken Paxton just on before that. And, and it was funny. He told a funny story about if it wasn't for the ice storm, Grace, he wouldn't be here because his flights were canceled. He thought, why not just come to CPAC and talk to, all these great patriots here, because I can't really travel across Texas right now.
Yeah.
But it's great to have him here joining us as well.
Can't stop the Texans. You were a victim of it, and Carrie Lake was a victim of this bad weather across the country. Everyone's getting stalled, but they're all still here. So.
They're all still here. I know on the schedule, it had Carrie Lake scheduled to speak, I think at 4:15. She's not here, unfortunately. She has some travel delays, but she will be here. And, talk about someone that really has come out of the gate as a political candidate. We have our own Mike Crispy, which we love, and he's a firecracker. That guy runs 200 miles an hour. But so does Carrie Lake. I mean, she has rock star appeal to her.
Carrie Lake I see as like the female version of Governor Ron DeSantis. She's so polished, so intelligent, has plans for Arizonans, and just like DeSantis cares about Floridians. There's a lot of parallels between those two. I see both of them being presidential contenders in the near elections.
Yeah, talking about some of the news that's making headlines, of course, Russia and Ukraine, that the whole I was on the plane when I got the notification that Russia had moved in. Of course, we've all seen those viral videos of the missiles coming across. What's your thoughts on that, Grace? I mean, as we kind of move into what seems like another war that I think is completely unavoidable, is avoidable, I should say.
Absolutely. I think it was avoidable. And of course, Joe Biden's weakness played a big part in this, and the fact that Russia is now invading Ukraine. There's different ways you can think about it. Ukraine is an ally. So do we defend them? Do we say, no, we don't need any more endless wars or foreign involvement? Are we taking an isolationist policy? So there's different things. I'm not a foreign policy expert. I would never dare say that I am. But of course,
include me in there as well.
Yeah.
And you can include Joe Biden in there as well. He's not one.
Yeah, and Joe Biden's not one, but I definitely think his behavior has incentivized a lot of the Russian aggression.
Yeah, and I know that a lot of people have been talking about it on social media, and prayers to everyone involved in that part of the world. And I said this before, if you line up 1,000 people and you ask them, give me top 3 concerns as a citizen, they're not saying the conflict on the Russian border. This seems like a big distraction in all that we have, because Grace, take a look at this. Ever since Biden became in office, you've got 40-year high inflation.
Right.
You have the energy costs going through the roof. I don't know what gas is in your neck of the woods. Do you remember?
It's about $3.41.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's
way
high.
higher.
Yeah, that's California prices in a good economy.
Exactly. In Florida. I think in Texas I have like maybe $3.14, $3.09, depending on where you go. So we've all seen what that does to the price of food and goods and everything.
In the supply chain, I'm getting a lot of quotes to paint my house right now, and all of them they're scared to tell me the price because they're like, look, I'll be honest with you, we can barely get materials, and when we can, they're expensive.
We went to a restaurant just the other night in Houston, and I got to be honest with you, I looked at the menu, and it's a chain, it's a regional chain, but Grace, the prices were easily 30% higher than I remember them being. So it's beef, chicken, produce, things like that. It all has to do with rising gas prices.
Absolutely. Everybody is feeling it in their pocketbooks right now, and you see how I think a lot of Democrats are turning against Joe Biden's policies. Like, this is a little bit different, but 4 or 5 Democrat governors just lifted the mask mandates in their states. And I think it's because they're seeing, like, look, we don't want to risk our elections. We want to win next year. Maybe Joe Biden doesn't have much of a risk because, he has another few years left. But these governors and these congressmen, they're like, we're done with these policies. We need to make our constituents happy.
Yeah. I just was talking to a gentleman right before we came on. He's a photographer, works, in D.C. I asked him what the latest was as far as setting up fencings and barriers around the Capitol, because obviously you've got 3 big convoys coming that way, right? As of today, they're starting to stage these massive dump trucks, and we saw those being deployed around the city around January 5th and 6th, and after the big insurrection. They are planning, that this massive truck convoy is going to come to be this dangerous thing. Bouncy houses and hot dogs, and people having praise and worship isn't the most threatening thing in the world. Matter of fact, D.C. needs more of that. But what's your thoughts as you see these truckers move across the country, all in the name of freedom?
I think it's a fantastic sentiment. I hope to God that these California truckers make it all the way to D.C.
It's true, too.
And that more people join on, and it becomes a true movement. I think Americans have become really, really dependent on the Constitution and our laws and our rights and freedoms, which is all great until, there's bad actors out there who want to take those away. And they're like, oh, well, we're fine. We've always been fine and we'll always be fine. It's like, no, that's not the case. If you stand down and you don't try to stand up for your freedoms, they can easily be stripped away, chipped away a little bit at a time.
A little bit at a time,
Yep.
if you just get us to push back inch by inch over time, it definitely, adds up, and you go, how did we end up here?
Right.
Well, through the small steps. We saw what happened in Canada as we tried to make our way to the Canadian border. Mike Lindell tried to get the truck of pillows there. That was unsuccessful. They denied him permits at 2 entry points, and we were denied entry, detained there for several hours. I got to be honest with you, it was a little unnerving because when you cross into Canada, when you cross over the Blue Water Bridge there, you're in Canada.
Right.
So once you enter the country, and for whatever reason you don't have the proper paperwork to do that, then they look at it like you illegally crossed into their country. And there's a sign that says, illegally entry into Canada without this is a $600,000 fine, 6 months in jail, and the list goes on and on. There was a point where my photographer and myself were detained in a room, told very little about what was happening. And the whole time I thought to myself, are we going to spend a couple days here? Is this the way it is? And, these countries are just, and I really think in a way, Grace, is they knew that we were American journalists, and they knew exactly where we were headed, because we had to tell them where we were going. And I don't think they wanted us there. And
I doubt they wanted you there, but if we want to look at the bright side of things, at least they have a border that's secure.
Great point. That's an excellent point. They were doing their job.
They were doing their job, unlike our border, which is a free-for-all.
Oh my goodness,
Mexico,
Grace!
Guatemala,
That might be the line of the day on that. And I will say this: to your point, I cross over to Canada and I get detained for 3 hours. They cross into the U.S. and they get bottled water and a sign that says where you're going to go for medical assistance.
They get a check.
They get a check.
Fly anywhere you want.
That's true. One-way ticket somewhere. But just so much going on in the world today. And, of course, you got Canada, and they cleared that whole area out. And you've seen some of these journalists on social media being detained, just trying to walk down the streets. And they're in the red zone, beat up. Trampled.
It's really sad, and what you're seeing in Canada is very similar to what we saw, a year and 2 years ago in Hong Kong. It is exactly like that. They passed the, what do they call them? Freedom laws, ironically, or something
Freedom
like that.
Freedom for who?
I know, and so the CCP totally cracked down, arrested journalists, and arrested any dissenter, any protester, and we're seeing that happen now. But I did hear yesterday that Trudeau gave back the emergency powers.
So he gave it back.
I think he gave it back. So, he got so much backlash, as he should, very deservingly.
Well, let's talk about this for a second, because I've always asked myself, how does a guy like Justin Trudeau stay in power? He's not liked by the people. The majority of people don't like him. It's that 1% of the Toronto, Vancouver, Quebec, the elitists that love him. So let's shift over the borders to the U.S. Midterms are coming up. You're a editor-in-chief. You follow just about every election, which I don't know how you do that, by the way. They keep your eye on everything. I see this massive shift from Democrats all of a sudden having this awakening that, you're right, these mask mandates need to go away, or these vaccine passports. We know the science didn't change, the politics changed.
Right, exactly. The politics changed, and that's just it. They want to win elections, and they're finally like, okay, we're gonna let go of our powers just so we can stay in office, because right now it's crunch time for them. If they lose this, they lose everything. Joe Biden could be impeached and removed if we win back the Senate and the House.
But don't you think that independents are kind of waking up to this? If you're an independent right now and you said, okay, I've got my vaccine, I've got my shots, I've done everything you told me to do, and I'm still not, quote, free, and I'm still under these restrictions, you kind of start to ask you, like, what's next?
Yeah, I mean, our editorial team writes on it all the time. We write all the time about independence and left-leaning independence and where they're feeling on things. And more often than not, they are saying, I don't like Joe Biden's policies. We don't want him again in 2024. And most of them, I think it's like 60+%, don't want him to be the face in 2024. They want a different Democrat to run.
And you got Liz Cheney up there in Wyoming that I don't know who's telling her that she has a swinging chance to win that thing. You've got, President Trump.
She has the same arrogance that Hillary Clinton had.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Hey, really good with words. You should be an editor-in-chief for a major network. That's really good. That's
Come
good,
here with the
great.
sound bites. I had lunch and.
You are. You had a little bit of Chick-fil-A, and now you're rattling off sound bites. Great point, though. The arrogance and the elitists of the rhinos and the Uber we had on the way over here. I was talking, and it seems like the Mitt Romneys of the world, the Mitch McConnells of the world, the old crow Mitch McConnell, as President Trump likes to say, this is a new conservative party. This is the party of Donald J. Trump, and you and I both know that. We see the supporters, we see the diversity in the supporters, and maybe you could talk a little bit about that. How as a young person, you kind of look at Republicans. When I was your age, I looked at Republicans as being like these country club. It's the elitist. It's the people with money, and they don't like the working class person. And we know that's not the case.
That's not the case, and you have young children too, and are younger adults than me.
Right.
And you should explain a little bit about how they feel about politics right now. One of them lives in Hollywood.
Well, one of them lives in Hollywood, right in the belly of the beast, and he was, I try to think that I've raised my kids right, and not in the sense of politically, but just, putting faith in God and, trying to go as straight as we can. But the world will try to twist and pull your kids in certain directions, without a doubt. And it starts at school. And there's a heated thing, and I'm kind of glad you brought that up right now, because I can kind of run with that for a second. And the school district where my kids go, two of my kids, there are about 248 books that they're trying to get off the shelves there in the library, because they talk about content that you and I don't think that a young person in elementary, middle school, or even high school should talk about.
Right.
I think it's bad news. There's no clinical studies that say if a kid's exposed to this type of content, that it actually benefits them. Matter of fact, there's clinical studies that suggest the opposite. So to your point, the left will get into our schools, which get into your kids, which you can spend your entire lifetime trying to raise your kids. They go off to college, they come back completely radical.
Because they're still so impressionable, I can say the same thing. Like, I'm obviously different from my age. I'm 25. Most of my friends seem to be more liberalish, not leftist by any means, but there's kind of like go with the winds, whatever. And I think that's a lot of younger people these days. But the people who are involved in politics, I truly think are the conservatives. They are fired up right now. It's never been a more energizing time to be a young conservative or a Republican in general. Yeah,
and props to Charlie Kirk. I think about inspiring young college kids. Students, I said kids. Well, actually, he does go to the high school level.
Yeah.
He's done an amazing job, and I think it's important for the Charlie Kirks of the world to reach these kids at such a young age, because, like I said, the older they get, the tougher it is to kind of talk to them, because they're already set in their ways. Okay, here's another quick question for you. What are the chances of someone watching us right now that had, they hate President Trump, they hate conservatives, we're racist, we're homophobic, we're xenophobics, we're anti-vaxxers, we're anti-maskers. What's the chances of them watching this broadcast, watching CPAC, and maybe, just maybe, start to lean the other direction and go, you know what, maybe I was wrong, and that there is something to all of this?
I think it's about getting all those types of people to actually listen, because I think if they listen to logic and they hear us out and what we have to say, that it's not about the vaccine, it's not about the mask, it's about the mandate part of it. It's about making it mandatory for everyone and why that's not okay. I think we need to have a stronger understanding of our constitutional rights and freedoms, which most people just don't have. They don't pay attention in history class in 7th grade.
That's true.
You're lucky if you do come out of high school with a little bit of knowledge about that, and that all comes down from a breakdown in the education system. But I do think that there is a strong chance that somebody who actually listened to these speakers could come out with maybe more open-mindedness at least.
I think so. So get involved with your school board. It is 3:18 here locally. If you're just now joining us, we are live here in Orlando, Florida at CPAC 2022. Grace Saldana and Brian Glenn joining you here in this quick break. We'll toss it back into the general session. But let's talk about that great patriot. And if he was here, he'd be sitting right here between us, the great Mike Lindell, for an hour. Actually, you could just go like this.
Yeah,
and he would just run with it, and we could probably just go back to our hotel rooms. every time I get with Mike Lindell, I got to be honest with you, it's like trying to wrestle a jackrabbit because he is gone.
Yep.
I can't do it. Let's talk about Mike Lindell and for a second. And when I first came on to RSBN, I kind of learned more about him and what he was all about and what he was doing for this country, and I really fell in love with that man.
Oh yeah, I mean, Mike Lindell is doing so much for this country. He's all over the map in a good way. He is fighting for election integrity. He's talking about January 6th. He's talking about the Canadian truckers. What is Mike Lindell not doing on the conservative front? And what's crazy is kind of like the draw for President Trump to win is a lot of people really resonated with him when he said, "What do you have to lose by voting for me?"
That was a great line. He's like, "What do you have to lose?" I think he was talking to African Americans on that line.
Yes.
What do you have to do? You've had years of Democrat leaders promise you all this stuff. What do you have to lose? So Mike Lindell, we would love if you would go to his website, mypillow.com. If that's not the most reached website in the country right now, in the history of websites, mypillow.com, and put that promo code in at RSBN at checkout. And this is what I like to tell people to do, Grace, is load up the shopping cart with stuff that you've always wanted. The Giza sheets, the slippers, the dog beds. I don't know if you have a pet. I got a dog. I'm not sure he'll sleep in it because he'll sleep.
Soon.
Yeah, you will soon. But load it up and then put that promo code at checkout. And you actually see what the savings are. And you go, wow, I can actually afford all of this. And I didn't think I could. So favorite thing on the website is what?
Honestly, the pillows.
Yeah, straight up pillows.
I just like the pillows because they have his special patent for the way he makes his pillows, and it's just like I just think it's so cool. So
yeah, I like it. I like the towels, by the way. So if you like good quality heavy towels that actually absorb the water off your skin, go get it. Go check it out. MyPillow.com, promo code RSBN, and don't forget about the MyStore.com.
Right.
Because you're looking on the screen. There's a ton of products on there.
Yep, use code RSBN and you'll get a portion off of your total.
Yeah, there. And what's great is, and I love to say this in full transparency, that a portion of those proceeds, Grace, goes right back here to Right Side and enables us to do what we're doing right now. Because, we are in Media Row and we've got a prime location.
Absolutely.
And it's really thanks to everyone shopping at MyPillow. So thank you very much for that, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And don't forget to follow us on all of our platforms. We are on the mainstream ones, of course, Facebook, Twitter,
Yeah.
But we are also on Gab and Getter and our new favorite, Truth Social.
Oh, wow.
So find us at RSBN on Truth Social or at RSB Network on everything else. So find us there.
What do you think about these hats right here?
I think they're beautiful, actually.
I love the black.
Is it blue or is it black?
I think it's black. I'm kind of colorblind with dark colors.
So am I. So I'm going to go with your recommendation, black.
But
so.
I love the font. It's very Trump-ish font.
It is.
It's stuck the same font. The Dot Social. Anyway, thanks to those guys for coming by here and dropping off some hats. And we're going to talk more about Truth Social tomorrow. And we're talking about an app that, you and I remember when back in the day when the original social media platforms rolled out, and it was didn't really and excite me too much. I wasn't involved.
Right.
But Truth Social, I feel like I get to see it from the very beginning. I get to see it roll out from day one, and it is so exciting.
It really is very exciting, and it's a nice user interface. It's easy to read. It's nice to use. It's not glitchy, and there's a waiting list right now, but they are working.
Don't you love the waiting list, by the way? What's the highest waiting list number you've seen?
I think 315,000.
I love it, and they're excited that the 315,000.
And yeah, exactly. You have to be very excited if you're getting on a wait list for 300,000. You've
made a successful app that if you roll it out and someone is 318,000 in line and they're excited, that's a successful app. And you know what? And President Trump said it. Promises made, promises kept. He was going to deliver. And I think it's more than just a social media. I think there's a lot more coming behind the scenes that we don't know about. But he has absolutely delivered on this thing.
Oh, yeah, he has. And this is only the beginning, as President Trump likes to say.
Yeah.
This is only the beginning, and it's only going to get better from here. They have lots of big plans for not just Truth Social, but Trump Media and Technology Group in general as an umbrella parent company. They're going to do all kinds of small companies underneath that.
Yeah.
And it's really going to turn into a big competitor to very famous websites that we all know and don't love so much.
Yeah, they're going to challenge everybody on that. And so if you're on it right now, comment down whatever stream you're watching us right now, comment and ask, comment what your favorite aspect of this app is. I personally like the Read Truths. I kind of like doing that. I mean, I'm navigating through there. I got to get, I'm old. It takes me a little bit to get onto there, but I just love the way it's laid out. So let us know your favorite part about Truth Social. And if you're in that waiting queue, let us know what your waiting number is. I think it's always interesting, and we always appreciate everyone's positive. It's just great to see the positive reviews on Truth Social, and so let us know.
Let us know in the chat. I'm going to open the chat up right now and see if you guys have any questions and stuff. Should probably go back. When is President Trump speaking?
He's speaking Saturday night at 7 o'clock is when he is scheduled to take the stage, but as Grace knows, and we all know, that we're on President Trump's time. If he wants to step on stage at 7:30, that's his stage. This is his event. So, but he's scheduled Saturday at 7 p. Now, traditionally last year, he spoke on a Sunday afternoon. I personally think that the Saturday night, and he's an entertainer, I think Saturday night is much better.
Oh, yeah. Much better for ratings.
For ratings, and it just has a vibe. It's a Saturday night vibe. It's a vibe.
Is a vibe. Sunday is sleepy. You go to church, you go to hang out with your family,
Yeah.
Sunday's much better.
I get you.
Yeah.
So he's going to take the stage on Saturday, and then we got some great, closers. I want to say, did we double check the closer? Was Ted Cruz the closer today? I want to say no.
After Ted Cruz.
But we'll check that out. But it's all about closing the show and kind of recap. If you missed earlier today, we kick off the show like tomorrow. We'll kick it off at 8 a.m. Eastern time. That's 8 a.m. Eastern, 7 Central. We'll go live from here. We'll have the special pre-show powered by Truth Social, and then we have Father Frank will come on and do some words of encouragement and pray for us, which is always when Father Frank shows up at anything, it's a good time and you feel good about yourself.
Yep, absolutely. Senator Josh Hawley is going to close out today.
Josh Hawley, nice.
He's going to close out today, and right before him is Senator Ted Cruz.
There you go. So good. I'm excited because I've been trying to pop in the doors here, which is right behind the camera, to check some of these speeches out. And I'm trying to listen to them as well. The one that everyone got kind of fired up on was Governor Ron DeSantis. He brought down the House here.
He did bring down the House. I heard him in the other room. You just feel the energy from outside the room, which is a feeling that I've only experienced during President Trump's speeches.
Yeah.
So I think that tells you a lot about DeSantis' political future.
You just never know, right?
I won't speculate any further than that, but I think that, come 2028,
you never know.
We'll see some progress there.
All right, we're going to take a short break. We're going to toss it back inside for a quick message from one of our, maybe from Mike Lindell himself. Who knows? Maybe it's a Right Side promo. We don't know. When we come back, we've got a special guest from America First Policy Institute. We love those guys.
We do.
We love those guys.
Absolutely.
That's coming up next. Stick around. We'll be right back.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, CEO of MyPillow. Retailers, shopping channels, and now even banks have tried to cancel myself and MyPillow. During these times, your support has meant everything to us. My employees and I want to personally thank each and every one of you by passing the savings directly on to you. For example, you can get my Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $39.99 a set. That's a savings of 60% and the lowest price in history. And remember, they're made with the world's best cotton, grown where the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River all meet. They come with my 10-year warranty, and I guarantee they'll be the most comfortable sheets you'll ever own. So go to mypillow.com now and use the promo code on your screen, or call the 1-800 number below to get my Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $39.99, the lowest price in history. If you do it right now, I'm also going to include a free gift with your purchase. Thank you and God bless.
All right, we'll get to our special guest here in just a second, but guess what? We have a bonus special guest. James O'Keefe, Project Veritas. My goodness gracious, have you been busy?
Very busy man, yeah.
To walk me back and to you, to your career of how you've gotten to this point to be so. And I thought about you on the plane yesterday, as I sat on the runway. Is I can't think of another person in modern journalism that has done more for this country, breaking stories, proving the truth, shedding light on lies, outright lies. And it seems like, where's the CBS, where's the NBC, where's the mainstream media saying, wait a minute, we got to talk to this James O'Keefe guy who's breaking all this news. Why do you think that is?
Well, I mean, I'm here in Orlando, Florida at CPAC, And there's a man standing over there. His name is Patrick Davis. He worked for CNN for 25 years. And today I announced that I've hired him as one of my producers.
Incredible.
So that was precisely the message of my talk today, which is that there are a lot of good people inside these, what we would perceive to be bad organizations. They just have to be brave and do something. And that's effectively our mission at Veritas, is to give them the courage to speak up.
How do you choose the stories that you choose to dig deep on? I mean, I'd love to see your war room and your whiteboard where you're writing stuff out. Walk me through that. How do you choose
a lot
those?
of the time our stories choose us.
Okay.
No, we don't really say, oh, let's go after that guy over there. That guy will come to us and show us something. And usually the evidence is to such a degree that it's self-evident. Like, it's not just someone saying something. You have the actual recording, or you have the actual documents. So it's first-person observation journalism backed up by a source coming to us. In the beginning, it was not that. It was us going undercover, infiltrating. But the problem with that technique is that you often, you could do it 100 times, you might fail 99 times. A lot of dead ends in journalism. So now the whistleblowers choose the stories for us.
Now, when they reach out to you, are they pretty reluctant? Are they pretty secretive? Like, hey, I used to work for X.
Sometimes.
Are they pretty bold, and maybe they're pissed off?
Well, I think when they send that email, they've already crossed that point of departure, the point of no return. When they make that outreach to you, when they send you that evidence inside their own organization, and that's the beautiful thing about it. Like, Veritas is Latin word for truth. Our mission is not necessarily a political one. It's one of exposure.
Yeah, I like that.
And that's how we're defined. It's you're showing people the way the world actually is, and there is only one way that things are. It's just reality.
Yeah. James O'Keefe joining us live here at CPAC 2022. Okay, walk me through the history of some of your biggest stories. What are the ones that really stood out to you? Maybe personally it meant a lot to you to uncover.
I think there were three moments in the last year. Most recently, the DARPA story where Anthony Fauci mentioned me by name in front of the Senate. That was pretty cool, where he backed up our reporting. The second moment, when I was raided by the feds in November, the feds came to my house.
Let's talk about that for a second. Walk me through that. What did that look like?
Well, 10 agents showed up to my door with a battering ram. These are FBI agents. They had a search warrant signed by a magistrate judge, and they were... Long story short, it was because of the Ashley Biden diary that a source had sent to us. We did not participate in the, collection of the document, but someone sent it to us and we didn't publish it. So the feds came to my apartment and tried to accuse me of things like transporting documents across state lines. Just absurd crimes that are not even crimes.
I was about to say,
journalism always transports stolen material across state lines. We didn't think it was stolen. Even if it was stolen, we didn't participate in the theft of it. But more importantly, and this is a huge story, the ACLU defended me, the Society of Professional Journalists defended me. It was awesome. This amazing moment where even the people who disagreed had to say this was wrong. And the third most amazing moment, I would say, in the last decade was in September, when a communist teacher was fired in California. We had reported on, and parents flooded the school board meetings and were so outraged by it. It was really powerful to see all these mama bears upset about what's going on.
That brings up my next thing, that we're starting to see a lot of people come forward with books in various libraries in the school districts, and they want to fight that. This is kind of a grassroots effort. I mean, these are people coming out of the shadows, coming out of the neighborhoods, saying, what, I don't want this book in my library, in my school, for whatever reason. What's your message to a lot of the parents and teachers out there that want to say, look, I don't like what's going on in my school?
Well, information is the accountability that people seek. I wrote this book called American Muckraker, and people, I think everyone, even here at this conference, they want immediately solutions. They want, jail the people that are committing, and they get frustrated when they don't get immediate solutions, and they're frankly frustrated with their Republican leadership and members of Congress. And I think that journalism is the solution, that we need to expose what's going on. That teacher Gabrielle Geip in Sacramento, was fired in California, which is a very hard state to fire a tenured teacher. And what struck me about that particular school board meeting September 1st was that all these parents were not Democrats or Republicans. They were just angry mothers. Yeah. So we need more of that righteous indignation.
Okay, if someone's watching us right now and they are a local journalist, they're a regional journalist, heck, maybe perhaps they just work for CBS or something like that, and they want to jump on doing something right, How do they reach you? How do they go about saying?
It's easy to reach me. I mean, they can go to Veritas website. They can go to veritastips@protonmail.com. They can go to our Signal. They can go to our Telegram. There's a million. They can send me a direct message on Instagram. People are doing it right now. The more important thing is, are you willing to follow your conscience, even if it comes at a price? And I think you have to give up something to attain something of higher value. There are three options. You can do something, speak up. You can donate to the people who do something.
Right.
We're a 501c3 tax-deductible nonprofit organization. Or you can do nothing. And I think more and more people are putting a value on the truth than they ever have, and it's going to require some pain, and maybe you give up something, but you achieve something so much greater, which is the fulfillment of your own soul, really. The reality and the truth is what I've been through a lot. I've been jailed and sued, but at the end of the day, people have to be brave. They have to give up something in order to attain something even greater, which is showing people what's going on inside their institutions.
Yeah, so if you're a journalist out there and you don't like what you see and you want to break a story, give that website one more time. I'll make sure everybody's got it, or the email you have. But
I'm pretty sure everyone knows how to get in touch with us. Veritas, projectveritas.com. We're off Twitter, but you can distribute our stories by downloading the Telegram app and downloading our video. We just released a video today, a 15-minute video of a CNN 25-year veteran at CNN. It's pretty powerful stuff. Go to Telegram, follow Project Veritas, download the clips, and upload them to your Twitter.
It's great stuff. Whenever I get a notification that you're about to go live with the next breaking story, it's like, this is like must-see TV back in the day. I'm kind of old, but NBC used to have must-see TV. You're must-see TV.
Thank
you.
you.
As far as the truth goes, the great James O'Keefe, thank you so much for coming on with us and hanging out here.
Great to be here.
We're going to take a quick break. Listen to this message and come back with another special guest. We're live here at CPAC 2022.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell. Retailers, shopping channels, and now even banks have tried canceling myself and my pillow. Well, during these times, your support has meant everything to us. My employees and I want to personally thank each and every one of you by passing the savings directly onto you. For a limited time, you can get my brand new product, My Slippers, for 50% off. That's the lowest price ever. And remember, My Slippers come with an exclusive 4-layer design. These layers combine to give you amazing comfort and support and help reduce stress on your feet. And with the durable indoor-outdoor sole, you can wear My Slippers anytime, anywhere. I personally guarantee these will be the most comfortable slippers you'll ever own. So go to mypillow.com now and use the promo code on your screen, or call the 1-800 number below to get My Slippers for 50% off, the lowest price in history. And if you do it right now, I'm going to include a free gift with your purchase. Thank you and God bless.
All right, back at the booth, James O'Keefe, Project Veritas. The good stuff there. Breaking news, huh? All the time.
Always.
Always. My next guest, America First Policy Institute, Mark Lotter, joins me. Now, I'm going to tell you, before I get this thing started, Linda McMahon is a rock star.
Absolutely.
I absolutely love Linda McMahon.
It's an amazing. It's amazing to have her as the chair of the America First Policy Institute.
I love it. Let's go. If someone's new and they've never quite, maybe it's the first time I've heard America First Policy Institute. Give us kind of a rundown. How to get started?
Well, I mean, this was a creation, that started to come into being as the Trump administration was coming to an end. And what are we going to do with the amazing thinkers and doers that are in the administration? And so that became the America First Policy Institute. And so we're less than a year old, 140 people. We have some of the top minds from Linda McMahon, General Kellogg, Secretary Chad Wolf, Acting Attorney General Matt Whitaker. I mean, those are just some of the names. I could forget many, many more. And because the key is and President Trump knew this. He talked about it on the campaign. It wasn't a campaign, it was a movement. Well, in order to be a movement, we have to be able to thrive, because there will be a time, I don't know when, but there will be a time when the president's name's not on the ballot. So we've got to build the policy foundation for what he fought for, put the thinking behind it. And we're not some think tank of like academians. We're actually people who are in the White House, in the administration, doing the job, not just sitting in an ivory tower thinking about it.
Let's talk about what you do. What is your role there?
So my role is the Chief Communications Officer, and so I was the Director of Strategic Communications on the 2020 campaign. I was a Special Assistant to the President in the White House and Press Secretary to the Vice President.
What was that like? Whoa, I got to back you up. What was that like? I mean, I can only imagine what a room looks like when you're in there with the President. You guys are, trying to craft the message. What is the narrative on something? What is the press? What do they need to run with? Walk me through that.
I mean, the thing that so many people I don't think get about President Trump was he had an amazing ability to put his finger on the pulse of what the American people were thinking. And he may not have said it the way Washington wanted him to say it, or
Sure.
the elites in New York wanted them to say it, but it resonated with people across the country, especially those who thought politicians had stopped talking for them years ago. So he knew how to frame the issue, identify the issue, and then go out and get it done. And so there was a lot of note-taking from us.
Yeah.
But he's such a great communicator, and so that made it easier for us. And since he always communicated, it really wasn't hard knowing what he was thinking because he told us.
Yeah. And I love the fact that when he would walk out on the South Lawn, he never shied away from a press, impromptu press conference. He didn't shy away from anybody. And I just love that about him. He's very open. He's very transparent.
He's very transparent. And so that's one of the things, though, that we are trying to do with the America First Policy Institute is let's put the academic research, let's put our experiences in Washington, D.C., in those halls of government to good work. So if you're running for Congress, you're running for City Hall, State House, White House, you've got a basis of work, a basis of knowledge, the facts behind
You're a resource.
you. We're a resource. We are a think tank, but we're also an action tank. So we want to arm those people. You can go out and say you're the America First candidate. Go to our website, look at the material, look at the white papers, and they're detailed, and you can figure it out on your own. And then we'll have more people in Congress for years and decades to come that are fighting for the same thing that President Trump did, regardless of whether his name is on a ballot or not on a ballot.
Understand. And it's interesting, as I made my way into CPAC here today, I was talking to a friend, and they said, you know what, I wonder if like a Mitt Romney would show up to something like this. I wonder if, a Mitch McConnell would show up to a convention like this. And we both know the answer. It's no, because I don't think they fit the same agenda as an American First mindset. And it's kind of like the, I hate to say like the country club Republican, where it's like, the khaki pants and the blue blazer. I think it's a new era in conservatism.
But the one thing I will tell you, and I've said this quite a bit today, I want to go back to that old adage from Ronald Reagan that if we agree 80%, you're not 20% my enemy. And so, President Trump opened up so many doors for us with Black Americans, Latino and Hispanic Americans, women, just working blue-collar workers. We want to welcome everyone, even if you might not have loved all the tweets and didn't vote or voted the other way.
Right.
If we're going to build this movement, let's get you in the door with the 80% where you agree that does put the American worker first, that does deal with inflation, lower energy prices, energy independence, a strong national security and foreign policy. If we can get you on all those things, we'll get to the 20% later.
Yeah.
But let's not throw away the 80% good for maybe the 20% on the edges.
That is a great take on that. That's an excellent take. And I think that's how we get independents over to cross over. We just find that common ground that we have,
Correct.
and then we can go from there. That's a great point. I'm glad you brought that up. Okay, so if people want more information on America First Policy Institute or some of the pillars, I know you have a laundry list of ideals that you guys are behind. Best website, and maybe give me top three, maybe main pillars on that website.
Well, it's AmericaFirstPolicy.com, very easy. And, when it looks at obviously putting the American worker first, that's always going to be what we do. Also putting America first when it comes to our foreign policy, our national policy, supporting the police. But we've also formed our own internal law group, which is suing big tech, fighting for election integrity. And so there's so many things that we do. We've got 21 policy centers. And each one of them is led by an all-star.
When he sued big tech, we were there at Bedminster Golf Course when that major announcement, and that really shook up things. And I think that kind of paved the way in a little bit for why we have Truth Social. I was looking for a hat. We don't have it here. He rolled out his own little independent, platform that the truth could be told without censorship. So, man, you guys have just done so much. And I know you guys fight for a number of causes that I just think America First-minded people want to get behind, and you're a great resource for that. So if someone wants to be able to battle the libs, battle the left, and you want to arm yourself with facts, you got to go to the website because it's all there.
We've got it. We even have a Center for American Values, a Center for Families.
Yeah.
I mean, we're studying everything. We're going to put the information out there, what we were doing under Trump, and arm you with the information, the tools to carry that message to every level of government. And let's put America first.
Mark Lauder, America First Policy Institute, joining us here at CPAC 2022. Pretty good crowd today, right, for day one?
Really good for day one.
I mean, I'm looking around going, wow, I love the media setup here. It looks good. We're glad we're here. We're glad we're joining us. We're going to take a quick break, listen to a quick message. Maybe we'll see what the general session's going on, what we can cover there. But we're live here from Orlando, Florida.
We're not just any news network. We show the crowd, we show the energy, we show the enthusiasm, we interview people, we show the smiles on everyone's faces as they fill into one of these venues to support their president, to support their values, their beliefs, their flag, their country. We show all of that to you. We bring it right up to you and make it personal, as if you're with us here experiencing it for yourself. This is one of the things that we pride ourselves in doing, is showing you on the ground experience of how people are seeing it and experiencing it for themselves. Just the energy is so electric and exciting. People recognize us everywhere we go. We have to stop and take photos. There are thousands of people that come up to us after each event and ask us to keep fighting for them, keep showing the truth. They thank us. They thank us for giving them a voice, because nobody else will give them a voice. Instead, they take who they really are and turn them into something that they're not. They try to say that these are white supremacist gatherings and they're neo-Nazis. They spin all these false narratives, but in reality, there are Filipinos, there are Thai people, they're Chinese, they're Brazilian, they're Cubans, they're Africans, they're Jamaicans, they're Americans. There are people from all over the world, to be honest with you. Everybody supports this president. Everybody supports American ideals of liberty, truth, freedom. We can't thank you enough for supporting us at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We are almost entirely viewer supported. This isn't just our network, it's your network. This is a network for the people. This is a network that's about truth, delivering the truth, showing what's actually happening in the world from the perspective of the average person. We don't take money from big corporations. We don't take money from billionaires and big donors. We are all about the people. We're an independent media corporation. Your donations keep us, so support Right Side Broadcasting. Go to our website, go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. Send your checks to our physical address, or donate via Super Chat during our live streams. God bless you, and thank you for supporting Right Side Broadcasting Network.
People who just want to express their political views are canceled left and right. Now we have this terrible specter of a vaccine mandate where you can lose your job or be prevented from going to a restaurant or go to school according to your vaccination status. These are all the things that are happening in this country that are making people realize that America is in a fight to defend the principles that have made her great. If you want to be involved in this important effort, please go to conservative.org, click the link for the First Amendment Fund. Please donate to this C3 to help these victims across the country, including those who are just involved in politics, to make sure they have the legal representation they need to be able to live their great American life.
Outside the United States Supreme Court right now, and it is an amazing sight. Now, this is my very first March for Life, and I really hope it is the last March for Life here in our nation's capital, as the United States Supreme Court is hearing a case that could possibly overturn Roe v. Wade.
I came to march for the sanctity of life, because abortion is murder. Across the board, it's murder.
Abortion was never taught to me in school when they taught to me the scourge that affected the black community. They only told me about slavery and not being allowed to vote, all these different things. They never told us what the Democrat Party and what Margaret Sanger and Planned Parenthood directly did to my people. So when I learned about it, I was purely disgusted, did all the research, and have been pro-life ever since, because I knew that my people had a place in this nation, and racist Democrats believed that we didn't, so they supported all these organizations that shut down our right at the very beginning.
And if you look look at it, the most abortion clinics are in minority neighborhoods. And so the BLM too, not really Black Lives Matter because you're murdering, it's a higher percentage of black babies aborted than white.
Yeah, since Roe v. Wade in 1973, there's been over 60 million babies aborted, and over 60% of them have been people of color, minorities. Would you consider that the idea of abortion would be on the exact same moral ground as the moral of slavery?
Yeah, no, totally. Like, that's exactly the same way I see it. Either we have them serve us on the field, serve us in our house, doing all these different things, or they don't deserve to be alive.
As we wrap it up here in our nation's capital, right outside the United States Supreme Court, I just want to let everyone know what an amazing day it has been here in Washington, D.C.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former advisor to President Donald Trump, Kim Guilfoyle.
Well, hello, hello. How we doing, CPAC? All right, there's nothing former about it. How about current and National Finance Chair to the greatest president this country has ever seen, President Donald J. Trump? It's great to be here with all of you today, all the freedom and liberty-loving Americans that are out there watching CPAC, that live for it and breathe for it every single year. It is such an incredibly important time in American political history. We are all witnessing it. We all need to be a part of it and not be passive observers. Because I have good news for you. Change is coming, and it's because of patriots like each and every one of you in this room. And together we will make America great again. So who misses President Trump? Like every minute of every day, right? You wake up, you go to bed, you're like, ugh, I miss him, I miss him. And I just want to say, and I think you all know, pop quiz people, the answer is Trump was right about everything, right? Trump was right when he told you the Democrats were spying on his campaign, okay? Fact check, true. Trump was right when he said the deep state was undermining the rule of law. Trump was right when he said they would open our borders, allowing drugs and criminals to flow freely into our country. Trump was right about Biden keeping businesses and churches closed and masking our children. Shame on him. And Trump was right when he said dictators and world leaders like Vladimir Putin would see weakness in Joe Biden. Exactly. So you're paying attention, you get an A. You get an A for the day. Just look at what's happening in Ukraine. Look at what happened. Shameless loss of life, American blood and treasure, American equipment and intelligence in Afghanistan. President Trump's philosophy was peace through strength. Biden's is chaos through weakness. I know times are tough now, but believe me, hold dear, patriots, because change is coming. And our country will truly be great again. And regardless of what Democrats may tell you, they're lying, okay? America is still the greatest nation on earth. And this great nation is the home of the brave and the land of the free. And in this country, we stand for our flag. We salute our veterans and the men and women in blue and law enforcement that serve our communities, our cities, fearlessly throughout this country. God bless them. We owe them a debt of gratitude. Now, thanks to Joe Biden, we are a country with this weak administration, and we are at the risk of losing that freedom, that respect,
that respect for our men and women in blue and our veterans, and sadly, the respect and fear that people had from other countries about this country being strong, this country having the moral fortitude, the strength to do what was right. That's the leadership that we had under President Trump, that this country is thirsting for each and every minute, every day. We have seen so quickly, so fast, more probably than any of us could have anticipated what is happening to our nation. We have seen how fast things have gotten out of control. And to those who don't think elections have consequences, take a look around. It turns out rigging elections for incompetent, weak leaders actually has consequences, does it not? Thanks to rigged elections, we have inflation at its highest in 40 years, the price of gasoline going through the roof. Store shelves remain empty thanks to bare shelves Biden. That guy. Can't we just quit him? I mean, haven't we suffered enough? Honestly. Junior's making me ride my bicycle around town because we can't afford the gas at this point. I mean, come on. But we can and we will make change in this country. In fact, we must, because there are Americans, hardworking Americans, that are struggling to provide for their families. And not too long ago, they actually had more discretionary spending and choice and cash in their pockets because President Trump said, you know better what to do with your hard-earned money than the tax and spend liberals in Washington, D.C. And now we have illegal aliens crossing the border in possibly the highest numbers that we have ever seen. And you heard the words of the fearless Border Patrol agent as he spoke so eloquently and with emotion and grace about what he has seen at the border, about the sacrifices and the way that this administration, the country, has turned its back on ICE, on Border Patrol agents that are putting it on the line every single day and night. And we stand and we salute them for their courage and their sacrifice to this country. Forget Miley Cyrus, the new wrecking ball is Joe Biden, and just under here, he's already trying to wreck this country. So what do you say if we give Joe Biden a pink slip and get him out of here? And take Kamala Harris with you while you're at it. And take Pelosi with you while you're at it. And Schumer, and AOC, and the whole group of them. Get them out of here. And Cheney too. Where's Harriet Hageman? We're gonna get rid of her as well. I love it. Harriet Hageman, great candidate in Wyoming. So Biden and the radical Democrats have managed, and I kid you not, to put America last. It's like very obvious they're playing for the other team with every single decision, all the while trying to destroy President Trump's historic achievements. That's why we have to take it back. Because President Trump created the best economy our nation has ever seen. He pushed petty politics aside and did what was best for the American people. Remember that? American people. The people in this country. We apologize to no one for putting America first. That's what a true leader does. He stands for each and every one of us. Meanwhile, Joe Biden canceled the Keystone Pipeline, causing oil prices to soar and destroying thousands of American jobs in the process. And shortly after he canceled the Keystone XL pipeline, he served Putin a gift on a silver platter. Here you go, Vlad. He approved Russia's Nord Stream 2 pipeline. Can you believe this? This is what I'm talking about. Someone needs to tell Joe Biden, you're wearing the America First jersey, not the Russia First jersey, not the China First jersey, and stop exporting the American dream. Because Joe Biden has fundamentally destroyed this country in record order, and including our border. Because the protectors of our border, our national security, are so important. There's a story that really strikes me, especially with what we've heard today in the panel that Mercedes did. Biden's DHS Secretary Mayorkas recently told our Border Patrol, quote, "I know the policies of this administration are not particularly popular with U.S. Customs and Border Protection, but that's the reality. So let's see what we can do within that framework." I mean, can you believe it? Talk about taking a knee. One Border Patrol agent even reportedly turned his back on Mayorkas. That's courage. That's being American and standing up for what you believe in. I believe that Border Patrol agent is a hero for standing up and being fearless for what's right. And what I ask you here today, all patriotic Americans across this country, stand up for what you believe in. Be that Border Patrol agent. Use your First Amendment rights to fight back against the Democrat incompetence that we are seeing throughout the country. Show up. Show up in record numbers to peacefully protest when Democrat officials attempt to destroy the sanctity of the United States Constitution. Show up to school board meetings when they try to indoctrinate our nation's children. Vote in midterm elections this year to put America first, fearless Republicans back in office and in the majority. That is our first step to success in taking back this great country. Ladies and gentlemen, every election matters, whether we're talking about the school board, mayoral races, and even control of Congress. I encourage, I implore you to run for office yourself, volunteer for races, and most importantly, vote. It is so important for us to fight back. Woke leftists are working overtime to strip us of our freedoms. Take a look at what's happened on social media in recent years. Almost every big tech platform has banned conservatives and Republicans for their political beliefs. Every major social media platform banned President Trump last year. If the sitting president at the time of the United States can be banned on social media, no one is safe. In communist China, they have this thing called a social credit where you're punished for having the wrong opinions or for even promoting the idea of free expression. Just look at what happened to Hong Kong. China cracked down on them and jailed people simply for wanting the ability and the freedom to express their opinion, the freedoms that we enjoy in this country. But unfortunately, our freedoms are now at that same risk, thanks to big tech and to the liberal, woke leftists. What's the difference between being punished in China for having the wrong opinions and big tech companies silencing you for daring to have conservative beliefs? Sadly now, there is no difference. These woke big tech overlords are no different than a Chinese Communist Party. They will silence you for holding the beliefs that most Americans share outside of Silicon Valley. And considering that social media is now the public sphere of discussion in the 21st century, they can completely silence you just like they tried to silence President Trump. Good luck, right? You can't shut him down. We are at real risk for losing our First Amendment rights, and most importantly, our freedom of expression. We do a great disservice to the men and women that have served valiantly in this country if we don't stand for the rights that they fought for, that families have sacrificed for. That's why we're here at CPAC today, to stand up for what we believe in, for what you believe in your family and your children. We can fight back. You can fight back. Twitter and Facebook aren't the be-all, end-all. That's right. We have other platforms now. We have President Trump's new Truth Social. Sign up, jump over, and enjoy the freedom of expression. We love it, where free speech lives. President Trump had to fix that too. Good God. We must support freedom-loving alternatives if we want to protect our rights that are ingrained in the Constitution. And we also need our Republican lawmakers to use their power to hold these anti-American big tech companies accountable. No more rhinos. How about some real fighters like President Trump in the Congress and in the Senate, and guess what? Back in the Oval Office. And the same goes for our education system. Are you so tired of public schools indoctrinating young children? I know that I am. And I'm sure many of you had to suffer through it yourselves. Rather than teach our nation's children, our future, the skills they need to succeed in life and in the real world, they are teaching our children critical race theory. They are teaching our children to be ashamed of who they are, what sex they were born, the color of their skin, and making them apologists for history. It is shameful. This type of thing does not happen in President Trump's America. That is the opposite of what civil rights icons like Martin Luther King fought for. Think about that. But it gets worse because public schools are teaching our children as young as kindergarten that they can choose their gender at will. They are teaching our children that doctors are wrong and that we are not the gender that we were born with. I find it disturbing what's happening to our nation's children. As a mother of a 15-year-old, I speak up, I am vocal, and I do not apologize. Don't apologize when you stand for your children and for your family. And the media is complicit for refusing to cover it. I ask you today, most especially, to fight for our children. They are worth it, and they deserve your voice and your strength, and be that example of leadership and courage. But the American people are waking up, and a red wave is coming. Do you all feel it? And like I said, when Republicans retake Congress with America First candidates later this year, the first thing they need to do is stop Joe Biden's far-left woke agenda dead in its tracks. And as a wise man once said, everything woke turns to... Yep. In Spanish, we say mierda. He's a genius, that Trump. I love him. Let's stop George Soros-funded DAs and judges across this country. Don't allow Biden to pass so-called bipartisan legislation where Democrats get everything they want and Republicans get nothing. That's why we need majority leaders and fighters to actually give us what we got coming to us, right? This will be an incredible time in American history, and it is a now or never time to take back America. We have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to change the course. We are at the point of no return, and it is up to all of you to vote and ensure Republicans witness the biggest landslide in our nation's history later this year. I know it is possible. I believe it is possible. We can feel the tides turning. And in 2022, the American people will retake Congress, and we will retire Nancy Pelosi and take the gavel right out of her hands. And send her back to San Francisco where she can wreck that some more. Democrats, we will never allow them to radically transform America in their far left woke image. And as President Trump said, this is just the start. The MAGA movement is alive and well. We will show the Democrats firsthand that elections have consequences when we win a record number of seats in the midterms, and that is just step one. Step two is reclaiming the White House and returning President Trump to the Oval Office. I pray about this. And I am confident that if we are lucky to have President Trump make that sacrifice again, that he will defeat Joe Biden for a second time. And when President Trump is in the White House once again with the Congress in his corner, we will make America great again. We will fix the economy. We will secure our borders and strengthen our national security. And we will be respected on the world stage once again. We will recreate the jobs that Joe Biden destroyed and much more. If you thought the first 4 years were great, you ain't seen nothing yet. But this change, this movement starts with you, the American people. You must speak up, you must show up, and most importantly, you must vote. In 2016, We saw then candidate Donald Trump defeat Hillary Clinton in the biggest political upset our nation has ever seen. I hear she wants some more. Come and get it, Hillary. And that was thanks to all of you turning out to vote, making your voices heard. Now it is time to make history. Once again, who's ready for it? Ladies and gentlemen, and patriots and great lovers of liberty and freedom, one request for you today. Fight. Fight. Fight for your future, fight for your children, fight for your freedoms, and fight for this country, for America, the greatest nation on earth. You are the most powerful force in this country, and I know that we can overcome the far left woke Democrats that Joe Biden has been enabling and empowering. The silent majority will be silent no more, and together we will make America great again. God bless you, CPAC. God bless America. God bless President Trump.
On the National Mall at the March for Life rally, and seeing everyone out here is absolutely wonderful. We got some great interviews, so take a look. Here's what they said.
I like to see, honestly, the youth coming here. I grew up in Catholic school, so it was very much a part of my life in these opinions, and I like to see the youth excited about something.
I'm always excited to see the turnout. It's always minimized on the news and in the media, but being here and seeing how many people there are and how excited everyone is to be here, it doesn't get old, even after years of coming.
I'm excited to see the diversity that's here. I see like a lot of different groups. Like I've seen like socialists for life, Catholics for life, libertarians for life. Like it's just interesting for me to see the fact that people can have diverse opinions and come together under one goal.
This current administration is the most pro-abortion administration that we've ever seen in our country's history. And you look around this crowd and you can see people coming from all across this country to stand firm that Americans do not stand with Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's radical pro-abortion administration.
That's why you see such a great outpouring today. I think it's amazing to see such a diverse crowd, such a young crowd. I think it just shows how neglected the issue is, but how important it is as well. And I think there's a lot of hope in this crowd, which is so important.
It was so great to hear from these motivated patriots here on the National Mall in Washington, D.C. We got some great interviews. Hope you enjoyed it.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Victoria's story. Please welcome, from Seminole County, Sheriff Dennis Lima, Westgate Resorts, David Siegel, and your moderator, co-host CPAC Now, Mercedes Schlapp.
We're getting close to happy hour. Are y'all excited about that? Okay, well, let's get started because we still have a lot of these topics to go through. I know it's been a long day today, but I really hope that this is an opportunity to really learn about what's happening not only across the globe, what's happening in our country, but also what's happening in our communities. And I'm so honored to be here with two very distinguished men who have really been involved in the forefront of stopping the drug overdose problem that is impacting so many lives. I know I've met families that have lost loved ones, and their stories are just so heartbreaking. And so we want to talk about, we're going to really dig in and talk about what we're seeing happening in our communities with the opioids crisis, with the drug overdose issue that's impacting so many young people across the country. And so, David, I'd like to start with you. You and your beautiful wife, the Queen of Versailles, Jackie Siegel, run this incredible organization called Victoria's Voice. Tell us about why you started this foundation and what you all are doing to combat this drug crisis we're seeing in the United States.
Okay, well, unfortunately, 7 years ago, I lost my 18-year-old daughter to a drug overdose. And I could have crawled into bed and pulled the covers over my head and mourned her loss, but instead we decided to start Victoria's Voice because we found out that it's a huge problem in this country that we do nothing about, and ignorance is costing a lot of lives. So we're trying to educate people on what to look for, how to treat it, and so they don't end up in the same boat that we ended up in.
So when you say what to look for, Matt and I are parents of 5 daughters. Many of us have kids. What are the signs?
What are the signs? Well, they come in different forms. In our case, we just thought she was a crazy teenager. And then one day she'd be lovable, the next day she'd hate everybody. And so we sent her for counseling. And when she came home from the psychiatrist, I asked her what happened. She said he gave me a prescription for Xanax. I didn't know Xanax from Advil. And I said, well, that's good. And a few weeks later, she wasn't getting any better. We sent her back, and she came home. I said, what happened? She said, he doubled my prescription. And that was kind of like the beginning of the end. And nobody really, including myself and my family, really knew what to look for. And we found there's 25 million drug addicts in this country, 25 million. There are also 25 million former drug addicts that are out there. When you take their parents, that affects just 100 million people.
Right.
So it's a problem that no one talks about, no one knows what to look for. So we're basically trying to educate people and on what to look for, how to prevent it, and also if your daughter or son or anyone overdoses, we're educating them about Narcan, which is the greatest drug ever invented. Somebody could be laying on the ground, one breath from death. And if you have Narcan available, you can bring them back to life. So there's so many things. As I said, ignorance is killing a lot of people.
Right.
We're trying to educate.
And with Narcan, we were talking about this with Victoria's Voice, then it's this other step of making sure that they get the treatment so that they don't fall into this cycle of drug dependency as well.
I'm sorry.
That with the Narcan, then we worry about the fact that they could fall into this drug dependency as well. Right. Again, so part of it is not just the Narcan, but then following up with the treatment so that they don't go back to the cycle.
For those of you that don't know what Narcan is, this is Narcan. It costs $1 to manufacture. This has been out 51 years. Nobody knows about it. Until a few years ago, the police departments didn't even know about it.
Right.
When the first responders came to my home when my daughter had overdosed, they weren't carrying it. She died on the way to the hospital. They could have saved her life with this right here. The chemical is, or the drug is called naloxone, but the trademark is Narcan. We're trying to get it in every police department, every first responder. It should be in everybody's medicine cabinet if you have a teenager or anyone that's using drugs.
Right.
This is called the Lazarus drug. It brings people virtually back from dead. If you have one breath left, this will bring them back.
So,
Good.
Sheriff, we were talking about this overprescribing. David mentioned this with his daughter. Why is this such a horrible, critical problem that we're seeing happening where you have doctors overprescribing individuals with opioids? Is this changing based on more public awareness that we've seen with the opioids crisis?
Yeah, thank you. It's an honor to be here with David, but the overprescribing really does not occur anymore. You know, we know the story about Purdue Pharmaceutical and many others overprescribing, and by the way, military veterans were the population group that was most overprescribed because they had legitimate medical conditions that needed to be treated, which created unprecedented dependency and addiction. When we closed those pill mills down across this country, people turned at record number to heroin. And if you don't know that we got a problem at the southern border, you got your head in the sand, because these drugs are coming. They were being manufactured at one time from China with rogue chemists and then shipped over here either through the mail or across the border. And now we have fentanyl that's mixed in everything. And fentanyl is 100 times more potent than morphine, 50 times more potent than heroin, and there's carfentanil on the street that's 100 times more potent than fentanyl, or a microgram, not even enough to be visible to the human eye, is a lethal dose, and people are dying immediately in record numbers.
Now, you mentioned to Sheriff that while China was the one to first start producing the fentanyl, the Mexican drug cartels, they've been involved in creating fentanyl. They've learned the process. Tell us more about it.
So the Mexican cartel has learned the process. Normally, poppy fields and the cultivation of poppies took time and a lot of labor and a lot of energy. And what they've figured out now is they can synthetically process heroin in clandestine labs, or a fancy term for somebody's bathroom. They can mix it in the drugs, send it across the border, and mix it in every single substance that you can find. It is absolutely horrifying to see the amount of people that we're reviving with Narcan, asking them, how long have you been doing heroin? And their response more often than not is, I don't do heroin. And I think it's important to say, if it happens to a billionaire's family, these are not people who are living under the overpass. These are people who are loved ones that are going to work, going to school, and have a loving family, 100% preventable, and that's what we need to do.
So, David, you all have also, in Victoria's Voice, been very involved from the policy perspective, really changing policy in America to help deal with this drug crisis. Tell us about the CARE Act.
Well, I went to Washington and I got the CARE Act passed in Congress. It's the largest drug bill ever passed. It was signed by President Obama 5 years ago. And it provides Narcan to every first responder, police department, sheriff's department in the country. It gave $1 billion it also talks about education and rehab and several different parts of the bill, but the biggest part was the Narcan. And so I've been politicking to get laws changed. Like every time a drugstore gives out a prescription, they should throw a Narcan in with it. And it should be in everyone's medicine cabinet.
So, and one of the interesting things is with these bills, they're bipartisan. It's one of the few areas where you will find Democrats and Republicans coming together, right?
This is not a political thing. This is the entire country should be behind it. Enough fentanyl has come across our border in the last year that could kill every man, woman, and child in this country 10 times over. And nobody's talking about it. We got to get this everyday conversation, not just when we have panels but this should be people should be educated on the drug problem. I mean, we're losing our entire next generation. We're losing our future Bill Gates and Steve Jobs
and David Siegel's of our
losing the cure. Probably losing the cure for cancer. We're losing music we'll never hear, and movies we'll never see, and books we'll never read. So it's not just I used to think that drug addicts just lived under bridges and slept in parks, but this is every walk of life, and we're not doing enough about it. 500 people died today from a drug overdose. 500 people.
Sheriff, let me ask you, I mean, these statistics are startling, they're shocking. You know, do you find that since the COVID pandemic, with all the mental health issues, especially that our young people have had to suffer because of the lockdowns, because of the isolation, has that made the problem worse in what you've seen in your experience?
Yeah. Unquestionably, the unintended consequences of COVID-19 and sheltering in place and wearing masks have led to unprecedented turn towards substance of choice and mental health conditions. There's no doubt about it. Think about a youth that started in a COVID environment at 15, who is now 18, but going off in the world to college and doing all of these things, but has the social development mindset, the cognitive ability of a 15-year-old. So this is why the numbers are skyrocketing. It is not only incredibly important to get people clean, the help that they need, but it's equally important to charge these drug dealers with murder when they're dealing deadly doses of narcotics on the streets. Yes. We have to charge them with murder.
David, I want to get your final thoughts in terms of what message do you want to leave our CPAC audience? What do you want them to know about what Victoria Voice is doing? You're starting these Victoria clubs as well across the country where you're educating teenagers of the dangers of this. I mean, really for them to understand what if they need help, where do they go? If their teenager or their parent or their spouse is in trouble, how do they get help?
Well, the first thing they need to know is their child using drugs or not? And that goes from marijuana on up. Everyone starts with marijuana, and even though marijuana won't kill you, it's a gateway drug to cocaine and meth and crack and heroin. And we need to stop legalizing it, and although most states have now not only legalized medical marijuana is okay, but all the kids here is marijuana is legal.
Right.
They don't distinguish between them, and they start with marijuana, and then they get a high, and after a while they want a higher high, and then eventually they go from marijuana to other drugs. But no one starts with heroin; they end up with heroin, and you need to, if you have teenagers from 13 to 22, of course, 22 is not teenage, but any children in that age group, you must make sure that they're not using drugs. And if they are, you need to try to talk to them and educate them and not just ignore it, and make sure you have Narcan available in the event they overdose. But parents don't know what to look for. And I met a woman a year ago in Washington at the Trump Hotel, and she sat down next to me, and I said, do you have any children? She said, I have a 16-year-old son. I said, does he use drugs? And she said, oh no, he's so square, he would never do that. But when she went home that night, he was sleeping. She looked at his backpack and it was full of marijuana.
Wow.
So 6 months after, she put him in rehab for 6 months. And after 6 months, he's now actually working for Victoria's Voice. He's now so well educated on what to look for. But people don't know. I mean, and like I said, ignorance has caused a lot of another thing I'd like you to know is if you do have a child, and I'm sure in this audience, there's quite a few people that either lost a child or have a child that's using drugs, or maybe it takes tough love to talk to your child about, are you using drugs? And they'll look you in the eye and they'll say, oh, I would never do that when they are. But you have to be aware. I mean, it's your child's life, and if speaking at functions like this or going around and educating people will save one life, it's well worth the effort. And the sheriff told me today that in his county alone, last year they saved 700 lives using Narcan, and a few years ago they didn't even carry it. So my daughter's legacy is that thousands will live as a result of her death. So it makes, even though it's unbearable, it makes it a little bit more bearable that she's accomplishing it through her death, saving all these lives, people that she would have never known about.
Sheriff, let me get your final thoughts on the correlation between what we're seeing in terms of the uprise in criminal activity and the uprise of drug use in our cities.
Yeah, so I think, to David's point, the legalization of marijuana, the use of recreational drugs, it diminishes the social norms and customs that when we grew up, druggie was a bad thing, right? And we don't need more people that are under the influence of substances in this country. And if you think about all the promiscuous behavior that is directly associated with substance use, alcohol use, and then the direct correlation to other types of crime. If you're addicted to drugs, trust me, you are engaging in other types of criminal activity. You're smashing people's windows, you're taking their property, you're doing all of these things to support your habit. Right. And we need to make sure that we're mindful of that. And parents and loved ones, you need to give your kids, in my opinion, an excuse. For me, in my home, my dad's the sheriff. He's got a big gun, and he will make an absolute scene if he sees me using drugs, is what's going on. But we have to be involved, and we have to give them an excuse of why they should say no.
Yeah, I think my children are scared of match slap, too. So, especially if they have to bring their boyfriends home. That's going to get complicated.
I just want to leave this with a few words about your child overdoses, brought back to life with Narcan. You have 90 minutes to get them to an emergency room because even though they've been brought back, they still have the drugs in their head that's stopping them from breathing. You have receptors in your brain that control your breathing. The drugs slow down those receptors, and that's when they pass out. They're brought back, got 90 minutes. When they get out of the hospital, at the hospital, they're detoxed. When they get out, you want to put them in rehab. The worst thing you could do is a 30-day rehab, but that's all the insurance companies will pay for. It's usually $1,000 a day, and some of the rehabs are not that reputable. But you put them in rehab, it takes a minimum of 90 days to get over an addiction. Sometimes it takes a year, but a minimum of 90 days. So if you put them in rehab, all they do is they get counseling and they get detoxed, and then the money runs out, they kick them out. And the worst time ever is right after they get out of rehab because they've been detoxed, but they fall off the wagon, they go back to the same dose they were taking when they overdosed, right. And they can't tolerate it, and more people will die right after rehab than any other time. So just remember, 90 minutes is to get to an emergency room and minimum of 90 days in rehab.
Well, thank you. I think this is really helpful. This is when we go beyond politics into what really impacts our families' lives, and we appreciate the incredible work you're doing at Victoria's Voice. Sheriff, thank you, too, for your leadership as we continue to spread this awareness for our children and for our families and our loved ones in helping to stop this drug crisis and helping to save lives. Thank you all so much. Thank you for joining us.
Hey everyone, this is Matt Schlapp with CPAC, and it's my privilege to tell you that we've got a very important project that we've just announced. The First Amendment Fund. It's a brand new fund that we've created through our criminal justice reform efforts to raise money to take care of you, Americans who are being canceled and desecrated out there around the country. We know it just happened in Virginia, where parents were called domestic terrorists by the Biden administration, where people who just want to express their political views are canceled left and right. Now we have this terrible specter of a vaccine mandate where you can lose your job or be prevented from going to a restaurant or go to school according to your vaccination status. These are all the things that are happening in this country that are making people realize that America is in a fight to defend the principles that have made her great. If you want to be involved in this important effort, please go to conservative.org, click the link for the First Amendment Fund. Please donate to this C3 to help these victims across the country, including those who are just involved in politics, to make sure they have the legal representation they need to be able to live their great American life.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a conversation on war through weakness. Elections matter. Please welcome author and CPAC board member Gordon Chang and former Deputy National Security Advisor K.T. McFarland.
KT.
We're getting right down to business here. Yes, sir.
Russian forces are advancing on Ukraine from the north, the south, and the east. There are reports of Russian military activity across the country, not just at the border. The Russians have captured Chernobyl, just north of Kyiv, and they've also got an air base recently, just south of the capital. But today we're going to start with your outfit.
Oh my God, we're going to talk about clothes. Can you believe this? The world's going to pieces and we're going to talk about clothes. Yes, Gordon?
This morning, you were in emerald green.
Yes.
And now you're in yellow. So what gives?
Well, I don't know if anybody's looked at the Ukrainian flag lately, but it's yellow and blue. And so I've actually put this on because I want to be in solidarity with the Ukrainian people. The next 48 hours, they will determine whether they have their own nation or not.
Very soon, Ukraine will fall.
Yes.
But when you were Deputy National Security Advisor in the Trump administration, and when your team left office, the world was peaceful. Mm-hmm. Now it's falling apart. So what accounts for this? This is just 13 months.
Yeah. You know, okay, so my job in the Trump administration is Deputy National Security Advisor. That's the person who comes up with the policy. The Secretary of State, the world's diplomat. He negotiates the treaties. He's the guy that the world sees. The National Security Advisor is the person who's at the president's elbow at every meeting, everything that's going on. The Deputy National Security Advisor is the one that's supposed to sit back and say, okay, what's the plan? And so the plan in the Trump administration was, the central part of the plan was energy independence. We knew that if we could use American energy, oil and natural gas, which had recently been discovered in shale rocks. We found that we could, the American engineers and technicians and really smart people realized we could get oil and natural gas out of rock. and we had the most abundant supply of any country in the world. So President Trump understood, well, if we can use that, not only would we be energy independent, which would be terrific for the American economy, but it would help us in national security. And here's how, because it would get us out of all of those forever wars in the Middle East. And because of our ability to export oil and natural gas, we could replace Russia, we could replace other countries in the world as the world's dominant energy supplier, but it would also drive the price of oil down. That's really key, and it's key for Russia. If oil is at $40 a barrel, which it was when President Trump left office, the Russians are broke. They can't afford to go to war. War is expensive. They could not even meet payroll unless oil is at about $80 a barrel. And why is that? Because look, nobody buys anything that is made in Russia, right? Who buys Russian computers, Russian cars? Nobody. And so we knew that the Russians had to have high oil and natural gas prices to fund everything else. And we knew that if they didn't have it, they could never play big on the world stage. We also knew Iran couldn't play big. And then finally, there was a third part of American energy independence, which is that we would really help the environment, because dirty coal would be replaced by the market system. Companies and countries would say, well, I'd rather have clean American natural gas than I would dirty coal. So that was the plan, and that's why when we left office, Vladimir Putin, oil was at $40 a barrel. He couldn't go to war if he wanted to. He also knew that he couldn't really exploit his situation because countries in Europe and elsewhere could use American energy. Now, President Biden comes in, what does he do? Well, if President Trump liked it, Biden hated it, right? So he immediately shut down the American energy industry, oil and natural gas, the energy that we were exporting to other countries, that stopped as well. What happened? The price of oil went sky high. Vladimir Putin's rich. He gets to choose when to invade.
What you're talking, it just reminded me that during the Reagan administration, Reagan purposefully went after Russia's commodities.
Yes.
He made sure that the price of oil and gas and coal and all the rest of it fell, and not bankrupted the Soviet Union.
I worked for President Reagan during that period, and that was the plan then. And the plan to defeat the Soviet Union without firing a shot was to go after them economically. And the same strategy that Donald Trump used, Ronald Reagan used, and that was to have the price of oil fall by 50%, bankrupt the Russians, stop exporting American technology to the Soviet Union then, and now Russia today, because they're not very good at that. We're terrific at it. And by doing that, Russia would be in a very difficult position economically. The other thing that in the Reagan administration we did was we shut down Russia's access to the international banking system. So they were broke, they couldn't borrow any money, and they couldn't make anything. They really had no choice. And then the final straw that broke the camel's back was the Star Wars Initiative, Missile Defense Program. And once we announced that, and I'm very proud that I wrote the speech, the part nobody remembers. Reagan wrote the part everybody remembers. But when the Russians heard that, they threw up their hands because they knew they couldn't beat us in an arms race. That's the plan to have again.
And Putin knew about what Reagan did to the Soviet Union, and Putin had his own ideas about how to reconstitute.
How do you say your last name? Grace. Okay. Schnatter. And welcome back. We are live here from CPAC 2022, Day 1. I'm Grace Saldana, joined by Papa John Schnatter. Okay.
Thanks for having me, Grace. Appreciate you.
Of course. So you are the Papa John from Papa John's Pizza. You're the founder, and are you still involved with the company?
I'm a shareholder.
You're a shareholder.
I'm not on the board. I'm not an employee.
Awesome. So, what are you doing here at CPAC? You spoke on a panel earlier today. Tell us about your involvement in conservatism.
Well, we were kind of the genesis of cancel culture. And the energy at CPAC and the positive, you know, the folks here, the reason I like conservative folks is they're problem solvers.
Right.
The other side seems to always be the victim or feeling sorry or creating barriers or negativity. So the energy here at CPAC and the positive I can do attitude is infectious.
Absolutely. And so you're a businessman. And do you find that conservative policies work better for your business?
Oh my gosh, when we were at Papa John's, I mean, we're selling 350 million pizzas a year. We're making 200 million in EBITDA. We're opening, you know, 1 or 2, 3 stores a week. And we were paying 35 million a year in profit sharing to our employees. So it was a mutually beneficial relationship with the franchisees, the suppliers, the community, the employees, and our shareholders, and it worked really well. They've now taken all that $35 million out of the employees' pocket and put it into the executives' pocket. They don't care about the product quality. We've lost the ACSI award 2 years in a row. They moved out of my hometown of Louisville, left Louisville hanging. They're chasing stock options, which is like chasing your tail. So, and they're destroying the company. I mean, what Jeff Smith and Rob Lynch have done to Papa John's, there ought to be a textbook up there on the wall at every university. How you take the American dream, a great country, and with a great company, Papa John's, and destroy it, because they've managed to do that with leftist policies.
Absolutely. And tell me this. You've been very successful. Your business is all over the nation. Why risk it? Why risk your reputation for politics?
Well, if you see evil and do nothing about evil, you're evil. I mean, what they're doing to humanity, pharmaceuticals, processed food, academia, judges getting paid off, politicians getting paid off, Afghanistan, devaluation of the dollar, fiscal policies destroying the working class with inflation, the border crisis, the meth crisis, child trafficking. I mean, the thing is so corrupt that if you're as blessed as I am and you have the American dream and you have the resources and you sit back and do nothing, that's inexcusable. And that's, I just left an interview, they said, what would you tell young kids? Because young kids are afraid to speak their mind because the folks on the left attack them. And, you know, why is that? Because when you speak the truth, you take all the left's power away from them. So if you want to take the power, if you want to dismantle these folks with this false, disingenuous, loser, left policies are loser, the standard of living is going to go down. Third element of the Declaration, pursuit of happiness. They've got the country so divided, I don't think we're as happy as a nation as we were 20 years ago. So these policies are destructive. They're inhumane. And, you know, whether you're a left or right at the electoral level, you're just good people. You're trying to pay your bills. It's that upper leftist, progressive elite. They will scorch the earth to stay in control. They have no regard for humanity. Look at women and children on the border. Look at Afghanistan. Do you realize how many women are getting raped right this second? How many kids are getting molested because this administration, with its generals, left those peoples behind without any military to protect them? And they have no conscience about it. You never see anybody on the mainstream media going, oh my gosh, we pulled the troops out. We pulled our troops out, left Afghanistan's hanging, and so-and-so got murdered, and so-and-so got raped, and they sold the children to whatever I mean, these people have no regard for humanity. And that makes me aggravated.
They care more about politics than they do their country and their constituents. It's really sad.
They have an ideology that believes that the pie is only so big, and the only way I'm going to get my piece bigger, they're aristocrats, is shrinking all the little guys, the middle class. At Papa John's, we started with $1,600 worth of used restaurant equipment. The company today is worth $4 billion.
That's incredible.
$4 billion. You know how many millionaires you make when you create $4 billion worth of equity and wealth? And so we always believe the pie, you make the pie bigger, and we all win together. The ideology of the left, the aristocrats believe, no. If I don't take some of your pie, there's nothing left over.
Right.
i.e. they control and power wins the day with these people versus collaborative alliances, win-win, and let's do this together and let's make the pie bigger.
That's such an incredible and inspiring message, honestly, and I'm really happy to hear that you're truly in this to help the people and to shed light on what the Democrats are doing to this country. And you're right, it's all about political power for them. They don't care about you and your mortgage and your expenses. And I'm glad to hear that you do care about people and are willing to risk some of your reputation and your business's value and, you know, overall this. And the theme of the last CPAC was America Uncanceled, and it's just incredible what you're able to do right now and giving, you know, so many people follow your business, and I just love what you're doing.
Well, thank you. The pharmaceuticals, that's a losing battle. They don't know the side effects with 2-3 different prescription drugs.
Right.
Processed food, it's a death of 1,000 small cuts. Is it going to kill you today? No, but over a period of time, it will make you unhealthy. The water supply, what they're doing to our soil, fertilizers, pesticides, all this stuff is killing the health and well-being of America, of humanity. So what's the key? The food. So we're starting out Ppra Farms in Louisville, Kentucky. We did a pilot program last year. This year we're going to do a farm, all organic, no pesticides, no GMOs, no fertilizer.
That's fantastic.
And go back to where we were. Centralized farming is killing us all. We need decentralized farming to get back to the basics, and get back to nutrition, and get back everybody's health again.
And that's the future, really.
It is the future.
So are you guys trying to get this in stores?
Well, we just started it. You know,
Okay.
we just did the pilot. I love growing. I love giving it away, and you do feel better when you have good
You
food.
do.
Yeah, you do. I can tell.
You can
know.
smell and look and taste the difference. And I always notice it the most in things like eggs and vegetables. You see it's just more green, vegetables more green than it would be in a non-organic food. And, you know, I'm from California, so we're kind of a little biased towards organic food, so I totally get it. So we've talked about a lot of negative topics and things that need help and work in our country. What do you think some of the solutions are to the problems that you're seeing? You've talked about a few issues. We've talked about the problems in the schools, indoctrination, cancel culture. Give us a couple.
Well, it starts with great leadership. The reason we're anti-small business right now is because the Biden administration is anti-small business. The reason you get a Papa John's in 1984 is because you got Reaganomics. So I believe even on the darkest night, there's a star shining. I don't like to be anti, I like to be pro. I think God always overcomes evil. I think good overcomes evil. I think light overcomes darkness. And I think we got to stay positive. So don't go anti-Fauci. By the way, you get rid of Fauci, which we just about got rid of, and we have a bunch of us working on that. That doesn't solve the problem. Does not solve the problem. You got rid of Fauci. So let's be pro-truth. Let's be pro getting all the information. Let's keep it positive. Let's just go pro. How do we fix agriculture? Pro soil. You know, how do we get, happiness back from our declaration? We stop, pro togetherness, not dividing. So stay positive.
Right. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for coming on, Papa John. I really appreciate it, and good luck to Ppra Farms.
Thank you, guys. Cheers.
Cheers. He's going to count us down.
Yes. Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, CEO of MyPillow. Retailers, shopping channels, and now even banks have tried to cancel myself and MyPillow. During these times, your support has meant everything to us. My employees and I want to personally thank each and every one of you by passing the savings directly on to you. For example, you can get my Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $39.99 a set. That's a savings of 60% and the lowest price in history. And remember, they're made with the world's best cotton, grown where the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River all meet. They come with my 10-year warranty, and I guarantee they'll be the most comfortable sheets you'll ever own. So go to mypillow.com now and use the promo code on your screen, or call the 1-800 number below to get my Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $39.99, the lowest price in history. If you do it right now, I'm also going to include a free gift with your purchase. Thank you, and God bless.
The Declaration of Independence Just sadly, there's nothing left to do. So fast forward, Abraham Lincoln was probably the most significant president in American history. We look around today and we have life that's quite good. And yet it could go away in a second. It could go away within a couple of years. Gordon and I have spent a lifetime studying these things. And my conclusion, and I think you would agree too, we've got about 5 years to turn this around. And we've got to turn around the technology, the energy, but the American people. Ronald Reagan did it. And it's up to the people of the United States to do it again. I don't want to be somebody who's a granny who's sitting around telling my grandchildren, you know, America used to be great. And it's going to be up to the people here and the people that you know and the people that you influence in your own communities who are going to make this difference. It ain't going to be easy, sweetie, but it's going to be necessary. Thank you.
We should talk about the 1970s, because then all the foreign policy elites in Washington were saying, oh, you know, we need to accommodate the Soviet Union. They're on the rise. We're in decline. We're weak. We've got to come to some accommodation with Moscow. That was Nixon, Kissinger.
I worked for
all
those guys,
folks.
by the way.
And,
but I worked for Reagan.
And then along came Ronald Reagan and said, no, we're going to win. They're going to lose. We're America.
And you want to know where Reagan said it? He said it at CPAC. It was before he was president. I think he was just maybe was running for governor, and he came to, and I went to one of the original CPACs. It was a room, well, it was, you know, probably the size of, it was a really small room. There were maybe 20 people in it, and Ronald Reagan talked about this. He talked about, this is the generation that's going to fight communism, that's going to restore American greatness. And, you know, everybody politely applauded. And nobody realized that 20 years later, he would take down the Soviet Empire without firing a shot. And you know, the blueprint is still there. We just have to follow it.
And the crisis that we face is so much worse than the one that Reagan did, but we can do it. I mean, we have an election coming up in November. We have an election in November 2024. This is the time that is critical for the United States. And it's up to us, as KT said, we're voters. There are all sorts of things we can do. And that's why we're here at CPAC, because that is what is going to save our country.
Can I just share with you something that Matt Schlapp told us 2 nights ago? He said, you know, somebody came up to him and said, I want to help you however I can. And he said, you know, Matt, CPAC, you guys are going to save America. Nobody else is going to do it. So I applaud you for all showing up. And I really encourage you to go out and do what I know you're going to do next, which is go save America. Thank you very much.
The clock says we're out of time.
Well, I think you've had enough of the Gordon KT show, so on to the next. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Come on, guys.
Thank you all very much.
So about CPAC is CPAC. There's a few different things I love. I get to see some of my favorite speakers, some of my favorite representatives. I mean, we have Governor Ron DeSantis here. We have President Trump coming. And also, it's a good way to see your Facebook friends list, because everybody you see on Facebook is from all over the world if you have a network on Facebook.
It's been great meeting a lot of people from around the country that are just excited to be here, share information. We've got finding a lot of friendly people too, which I don't think you necessarily find at all events. Everybody is just looking to have an enjoyable time and get good information.
A associate with everybody that's anybody in the conservative political
All right, we're
side.
back out here live at our booth here at CPAC 2022. Liz Willis, Brian Glenn here. As we kind of conclude our day, Liz, from the booth, but there's a little bit more going on inside.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we still have Ted Cruz coming up, the NRA, a few other big names going on. It has been an incredible day. Like, are you kidding me? We just had Papa John in our booth. What is this? This is incredible. I feel like CPAC gets more and more interesting every year, and it's amazing to see the Conservative Party evolve and bring in new people and leaders, business owners, entrepreneurs. I'm literally watching rappers walk down the hallway right behind this camera. So what a day it's been. This coverage is unlike anything else, and I want to thank everyone for tuning in. Tomorrow, day 3, we got day 4. There's 4 days total, so this is just the beginning.
Just the beginning. So we'll be back here live at 8 a.m. Eastern time for a pre-show, and then general session kicks off at 9 o'clock inside. A whole list of speakers scheduled. You're not going to want to miss that. Plus, remind everybody, go to our website, rsbnetwork.com/donate. What a great place to give and throw a little bit of something in the tip jar.
Thank you for reminding me. So many people have asked, how can we donate? They're coming up to us, and we say the same thing. Go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. It's done through PayPal, so you can use a debit or a credit card. We're almost entirely viewer funded. Something that's so different from the rest of the media is that we don't have corporate investors or large donors, anything like that. It is you, the people. So this is Right Side Broadcasting. We're viewer funded. You guys have made this possible. Please continue donating. Go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. Now you can also support us a different way, and that's by going to mypillow.com and using promo code RSBN. That code will save you up to 66% off your entire order. So not only are you saving a ton of money, but we get a portion of those proceeds that come back. It allows us to be able to come to events like this and have this beautiful booth that we are just so honored to have, and to cover these Trump rallies. We might have one in a couple weeks from what I'm hearing. I can't say anything else.
Yeah, who knows?
Your donations allow us to cover each and every one of those. And that's one of the biggest things I've heard today. They're like, you guys have been at every rally. You're the only people that are consistently there. And with that, we say it's our honor, but it's because of you and your support. So please don't think that, if you support once, of course, thank you, but we still need help. We're still going. We're still trying to grow. And here we are. I think it's really neat to see our progress from each year that we've been at CPAC. It may not be the biggest and best booth here, but I love it the most.
Hey, don't put down our booth now.
It's my baby. These are always my children. And but we're just really proud to be here, and we want to thank you guys for that.
And of course, as a reminder, go follow us on all of our social media platforms. We're going to talk a little bit about Truth Social today. Go to Getter, go to Facebook, Twitter, Rumble. Go to all of them right now, because that's the one way that you can get this message out. You can follow me at Brian Glenn TV, and you can follow Liz.
You can follow me on Twitter at Liz Willis _ and on Truth at Liz, L-I-Z. Also Getter, Liz Willis. Wow, I made it difficult, huh? 3 usernames, roughly Liz or Liz Willis on all of them. Love Getter, love Twitter, and I am loving Truth Social.
There you go. You follow me as well at Brian Glenn on all of them, except I am only at Brian on Truth. All right, we're going to wrap it up here. We're going to toss it inside. We got some great couple last speakers as we wrap up day 1 here in Orlando, Florida for CPAC 2022.
This is why you can't debate them openly and freely. And it fails tactically because it gets people in the middle who may not have ever heard of the idea you're trying to ban interested in it. This is famously called the Streisand effect. It's always been true, and it's more true than ever. So don't stand for censorship. Censorship is un-American, it's unconstitutional, it's wrong. And besides, the left is way ahead on it. The left loves it, so let the left have it right now. It's really amazing to me in the last 5 years how far the left has gone on censorship. Most stunning, only 2 weeks ago, the Department of Homeland Security put out a bulletin where it defined terrorist threats as misinformation or disinformation about COVID and election fraud. And I want to read to you exactly what the Department of Homeland Security defined as a terrorist threat 2 weeks ago. If you make statements that, and I quote, undermine public trust in government institutions to encourage unrest, which could potentially inspire acts of violence, you may be a terrorist. Okay? I'm a terrorist by that definition. And that means that the government is entitled to do lots of things to me if it actually defines me that way, okay? That is wrong. And by the way, this definition could easily be applied to plenty of people on the left who spoke out in favor of the Black Lives Matter protests, okay? This is dangerous to both sides. It's dangerous to the United States. DHS should walk away from it, and journalists should be asking about it. But they don't want to because they're so in love with squelching debate right now. The people who I used to work with at the New York Times have never said a word about this. I find it stunning and so disappointing. And you know, across the border in Canada, people who donated money to a protest that was truly mostly peaceful, essentially entirely peaceful, were threatened by the Canadian government that they would have, you know, their bank accounts frozen, that they would essentially be shut out of life for donating to a peaceful protest. That is suppression of speech. It is wrong. And 1 week ago, people in the federal government spoke out against a website called Zero Hedge, which had committed the crime of publishing some stories that the Biden administration did not like, and they said Zero Hedge might be an agent of the Russian government. We are at a very strange moment when this stuff is happening, and you know, the traditional defenders of free speech are not speaking out about it. So that's the government acting directly, but the government is also acting indirectly through big tech, which I know Ron DeSantis spoke about, Governor DeSantis, and I felt like he was speaking to me as he was talking about how big tech censors, because last year at this convention, I said, hey, Twitter has been good. Twitter has allowed me to speak, and you know, I've said things about the vaccines, and I've said things about COVID that you know, the mainstream narrative goes against the mainstream narrative, and Twitter's allowed me to do that. And then in July, I said something that Anthony Fauci didn't like, and less than a month later, I was off Twitter. Twitter had banned me, and that is big tech censorship at its worst. Twitter's doing this, Facebook is doing this. We know Facebook pulls groups, sometimes with hundreds of thousands of people. This has to stop. These companies have held themselves out as public forums. Twitter, Jack Dorsey, who was Twitter's founder and until very recently Twitter's chief executive, said under oath to the Senate that Twitter was a public square. This is not a public square if you have views that people don't like on the left, you get banned. They shouldn't do this, and whether or not they can do it constitutionally is a question, hopefully, that the Supreme Court will eventually get to decide. I've brought a lawsuit against them. Former President Trump has brought a lawsuit against them. One of these suits is going to get to the Supreme Court, and Twitter may not like the outcome. Because I'm not backing down, and I'm sure President Trump is not backing down. But it's about more than me or him or any one person. It's about whether these huge, incredibly important American companies are going to live up to their promises to allow free speech and open debate. And they are not doing so. So, I have 30 seconds left. And I hope next year, when I'm back here speaking to you, you'll be able to see what I have to say on Twitter, okay? And I hope we'll all be able to debate our response to COVID and Ukraine and everything else on Twitter and Facebook and these platforms. They should live up to their ideals. They should live up to our country's ideals, and they should be open platforms for free speech. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a power play. Please welcome former Alaska Commissioner Kelly Ppra.
Thank you. I'm Kelly Ppra. I'm born and raised in Alaska. The woke leftist tried to cancel me before there was cancel culture. When I was an outspoken conservative at a liberal law school, the leftists posted death threats against me in the student center. But they couldn't cancel me. I won't be bullied, I won't be silenced, and I won't be controlled. But make no mistake, the radical progressives want to wipe out diversity of thought. And a nation divided will not stand. Our founders created a government designed to be of the people, by the people, and for the people. Government is supposed to function like the 7 referees of a football field. They regulate the plays and they call the fouls. But right now, we have 700 referees on the field, and they're fouling us all over the place. When government grows, freedom shrinks. And for me, this has become very personal. My parents moved to Alaska before I was born to pursue an American dream. But life doesn't always go according to plan, and they ended up becoming homeless. But my mom, she got a job in the oil industry. And with that oil job, they were proud to fight their way into working class America. Yes, I'm proud of them too. I got to be the first in our family to pursue a college education, and then I dedicated my career to public service, making government work for the people. I'm an anti-swamp bureaucracy whisperer. I've exposed waste, fraud, and abuse, cut costs, and my favorite, held government insiders accountable. I was focused on my job, my church, my amazing husband, and being an Alaskan mom educating 5 kids during COVID. Yep, shout out to the parents. And then, Senator Lisa Murkowski. You all could be Alaskan. She cast the tie-breaking vote to confirm the radical environmentalist Deb Haaland to be Joe Biden's Interior Secretary. And with that single vote, Murkowski killed thousands of oil and gas jobs, just like the one my mom had. I felt it like a kick in the gut. I owe everything to Alaska and to all those Alaskans who came around my family to give us those opportunities that we had. But Lisa Murkowski, well, she owes everything to her dad, who appointed her to his vacant Senate seat when he was elected governor. For the Murkowskis, it's a little bit like the British royal family. In the same way that Queen Elizabeth is going to hand on that crown to a descendant, the Murkowskis have been handing down our Alaska Senate seat like a birthright for 41 years. But nepotism breeds a lack of realism. So Murkowski, she doesn't feel it when she votes to confirm Joe Biden's radical nominees like she's done over 90% of the time. She doesn't feel it when she acts as Joe Biden's CEO. Yeah, his chief enabling officer, voting along with Biden's radical agenda and Bernie Sanders a majority of the time, which hurts Alaskans and everyone in this room. She even voted for the Green New Deal, you know, the infrastructure bill. But Murkowski didn't just vote for it, she helped write it. It is time to hold these leftist supporting insiders accountable. And aren't we all excited that come this November, we are going to block Biden's business-busting, border-bungling, crime-cascading, defense-decimating, energy-annihilating, gun-grabbing, gender-jumbling, liberty-loathing, mandate-militating, parent-punishing, police-persecuting, socialist-supporting, America-obliterating agenda. We have inherited a great country because of veterans like my dad and others who have paid a significant cost. And they walk in the footsteps of those who signed the Declaration of Independence. And they pledged their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor. I believe that to whom much is given, much is expected. So I'm not standing on the sidelines while Joe Biden and Lisa Murkowski and their woke leftist friends continue to obliterate the state and the country that I love. No. I'm all in. Yes. And today, I'm inviting you to be all in with me. Because it is time for Americans with courage and common sense to rise together and lead us forward. I'm Kelly Chewbacca, and I'm for Alaska. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, from North Carolina, Representative Mark Walker.
Thanks, everybody. What a privilege to be here today. Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountains, majesty above the fruited plains. Written words of a young school teacher making her way across the plains in 1893. America the beautiful. We are a beautiful country, but our real beauty is in the fact that we are a beacon of freedom for the rest of the world. Think about it. America is the most philanthropic country and is always the first to arrive with disaster aid. We have 25% more foreign-born citizens than any country in the world. We send missionaries to share the message, the gospel message of hope and healing of Christianity across the world. We take in 1 million legal immigrants every single year that raise their right hand to the oath and take an allegiance to the Constitution, and we celebrate that they are as much Americans as you and I. Do we believe America is beautiful? Yes, we do. Hey, listen, I'm not saying that we got it all right day one, right? But America is exceptional because we never quit trying until we became the land of opportunity for every American. A republic, if you can keep it, Ben Franklin said. Well, we are the longest lasting republic in the history of the world. Do you believe America is beautiful? Dang straight we do. But freedom also has a price. Gettysburg, Guadalcanal, Normandy, I will never forget standing on the grounds and looking down out at Omaha Beach and across the Atlantic Ocean and realizing that D-Day wasn't won by great military generals or superior air cover. No, it was won by 18 and 19-year-olds that kept charging up that hill, wave after wave, to make sure that those freedoms would be passed down to another generation. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask you today, do you believe that America is beautiful? Absolutely we do. Over the last few years, leftist radicals, or better named Democrats in Congress, they're no longer trying to hide their motives. It's all changed. Their attack to erode our liberty is supported by big tech, the press, and the media. And now even corporate America has gone woke. Remember the words of Democrat James Clyburn about COVID? Never let a crisis go to waste. In fact, COVID was used to fast-track mandates like no other time in history. Listen, they even changed our election laws and used it to test us to see how much liberty Americans were willing to give up. And frankly, I think even the left was surprised by just how much liberty we were willing to surrender. They will never stop trying to steamroll conservatives, folks like you and me. Today, we face a new kind of evil. The battle for freedoms in the 21st century is as much spiritual warfare as it is political. Do you believe that? Absolutely. When Democratic members of Congress literally vote against sustaining the life of a baby that somehow survives a botched abortion, my friends, that's evil. When Joe Biden and Kamala Harris give the green light to illegals when they know their children will be trafficked and assaulted by drug cartels, my friends, that's evil. In America, we have turned our backs on the Bible and the Constitution, and we've lost our moral compass. But today, don't lose hope. Because here's the good news. Joe Biden and the left have overplayed their hand, and Americans are waking up and engaging like never before. I'm meeting people who wanted just to work hard, to go to church, to raise their families. They're waking up and saddling up as well. In fact, moms across the country are taking down leftists on school boards right and left, and we celebrate that, right? Indeed we do. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, it won't be easy. There's a price for liberty. There always has been. Question is, what are you and I willing to pay for it? America the Beautiful. You see, there's another verse to that song that we don't sing very much these days. Oh, beautiful for heroes proved in liberating strife, who more than self their country loved, and mercy more than life. America, America, God shed his grace on thee, and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea. My friends, one last time, do you believe America is beautiful? Yes, we do. May God provide the path, and may we have the courage to follow. I'm Mark Walker. God bless you, and let's keep the fight alive. God bless. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome U.S. Army combat veteran Corey Mills.
Thank you, thank you. How are we, Orlando? How great is it to live in the freest state in America? But we're only free because of tremendous leadership by Governor Ron DeSantis, the man who beat and defeat Fauciism and chose America first, the same as President Trump did. When President Trump stomped out socialism, and who is the true elected, not selected, President of the United States. How many of you remember when President Trump was elected, when they talked about the fact that he will be the beginning and start of World War III? But what did we see? We saw more peace accords, more conditions-based withdrawal to these never-ending wars by the neocons and those who are trying to prop up this military-industrial base that we were warned about. Now, what do we see? We see Joe Biden and America at the weakest national security we've ever faced in our lives. What do we have? We have the failed withdrawal in Afghanistan, where thousands of Americans were purposely left behind. And how do I know this? Because my team and I conducted the very first successful overland rescue of a mother and her 3 children out of Afghanistan after the fall and the Taliban hunting them down. I paused my campaign for 6 weeks, and why? Because there is no price to doing the right thing. What do we see in America today? We see North Korea with hypersonic ballistic missiles, Russian technology advancing. China has now surpassed us with a naval fleet threatening Taiwan. And now we have the Russian invasion, or I should say, the re-invasion, because the exact same thing happened under the Obama-Biden administration. They annexed Crimea. They took over Donetsk. And yet we're supposed to be surprised when they go back because they see the weak and woke administration under the Biden administration. General Milley spent more time looking at critical race theory, but he should have been opening a book on how to win wars. And what do we have now? We have veterans who are being turned away. We have a military purge and an unconstitutional vaccine mandate. A mandate that should not determine if you serve our nation or if you are able to go to work and put food on the table for your families. Let me be clear. I am not for wokeism. I am not for critical race theory in our educational and military systems. I am not for unconstitutional vaccine mandates and masking of our children. As a father, it is shameful when I watch kids have to go to school and be taught that America is bad. How many of us feel that America is the best nation on earth? And let me tell you what else I support. As a constitutionalist and a conservative first, a Republican second, I support things like constitutional carry and our inalienable rights to protect our families and protect our homes. These aren't things that are government-limited rights. These are God-given rights. But let's be clear about what we see as well. Parental rights are more important than a woke teacher union. As parents, we know that. So as we stand here today in the great city of Orlando, never forget what we stand for, because today is the time that patriots must rise. Today is the time that we look at what Isaiah says in the Bible when God called and said, "Who shall I send and who shall go forth? It is us who shall say, 'Here am I, send me.'" I want to thank you all. I want to thank this amazing state. God bless you. God bless our families. God bless America. And that's why I'm running here for Congress in Florida's 7th District to take back our country. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former Governor of Missouri, Eric Greitens.
Well, good afternoon, Patriots. We have a mission. And the mission is to take our country back, and we're here to do it. When I served as a Navy SEAL, and I took an oath to defend our Constitution, It was an oath to protect the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And right now, despite the mainstream media lies and rhino cowardice and corruption, you know and we see the true nature of the enemy that we are facing, and the brutal fact is clear. The left is actively trying to destroy our country. We know the truth. Well, let the word go forth this afternoon from all of you who are standing here that we are going to stand for our country, and we're ready to fight for it. I've been down to the border, not just to Texas and to Arizona, but to the Mexican side of the border. And I've seen the 600,000 to 1 million people that are crossing our border every single month. That is an act that is making America weaker and our adversaries stronger. They are trying to destroy this country. When you look at what they have done with the defund the police movement and the horrific rise in murders around this country, they are trying to destroy our country. When you look at critical race theory, you can see they are trying to divide our country. When you look at the COVID tyranny and the assault on our liberties, you can see that they are trying to destroy our country. When you look at inflation, when you look at the military disasters in places like Afghanistan, and Biden's policy of weakness and chaos that leads to aggression like we're seeing in the Ukraine, you can see that they are trying to destroy our country. And a lot of folks in the mainstream media, some rhinos, they might say, well, you know, I mean, this is just because Joe Biden is senile and Kamala Harris is incompetent. And that's true, they are. But it's more than that. But it's more than that, folks. No one is this stupid. No one leaves behind billions of dollars of military equipment for the Taliban, but that's what they did. And we must stand together to recognize the nature of the enemy. We are in a fight for the soul of our country. And it is a battle against evil. It is a battle against cruelty, and it is a battle against tyranny. And we have to recognize that the left's policies are rooted in cruelty. You go down to the border, right now, Joe Biden and Mexican drug gangs and cartels are involved in the largest human smuggling operation in history, and it's happening on our border, and that is cruel. We talked to one Customs and Border Patrol agent who told us about one kid who'd been sold 17 times. You talk to the families, the thousands of families around this country who've lost loved ones to violence because of the left's insane defund the police movement. That is cruelty. You think about what's happening for families who've had kids with disabilities kept out of school for a year. That is cruelty. The left is cruel. And it is also tyrannical. You look at their assault on our liberties, their assault on the First Amendment, their assault on the Second Amendment. You look at the left's assault on our elections and on election integrity. You look at what the left is doing, the way they now, and we know they spied on candidate Trump and they spied on President Trump, and we know the truth. And we see around the country the George Soros-funded assault on the rule of law. That's the nature of the enemy that we are facing. And when you look back historically, what you see is the same thing that our founding fathers saw. The nature of leftism is that it never stops. They always progress to more and more tyranny. And you can look at the Jacobins in the French Revolution. You can look at Lenin and Stalin. You can look at Mao in China, Pol Pot in Cambodia. Those who ride the tiger of tyranny, they keep progressing to more and more oppression because they know that if they step off, the tiger will eat them as well. So the fact is, the left isn't going to stop. And you have to make a choice. We have to make a choice. Are we going to stop them? And I will tell you that right now, we know patriots around this country are rising up, and we're saying we are going to stand for our country and we're going to take it back. And this country will not be taken back by rhinos. It will be taken back by America First patriots who are willing to stand with courage and faith to make sure that we can pass on to our kids more than we inherited. There is a stark choice facing our country at this moment. And it is a choice between surrender to leftist cruelty and tyranny, or the revival of our republic with freedom and faith and courage. And I am here to stand with you for the revival. Thank you. God bless you. I appreciate your courage. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the National Rifle Association, please welcome Wayne LaPierre.
Thank you very much. And thanks to all of you for being here today. You know, everywhere you look, you can see Americans all over this country are worried about the direction our country is headed. Americans are sick and they're tired of watching our time-honored American values like freedom, honesty, integrity, the rule of law being reduced, ridiculed, and replaced by politicians who deal in lies, who see integrity as weakness, and who frankly don't give a damn about your freedom or the rule of law. Seriously, I mean, you want an example? Look no further than the guy that right now occupies the White House. Earlier this month, in an event to honor two courageous New York City police officers who were murdered by a violent felon, Joe Biden shamelessly used the opportunity to push his gun ban agenda. He went up there and he called for a ban on semi-automatic rifles. He called for a ban on standard capacity magazine. He called for a ban on private gun sales. And he called for suing America's firearms manufacturers into the ground and out of business. The one thing you didn't hear him call for at all is the one thing that could have saved those officers and helped them return home to their families that day. You didn't hear Joe Biden once call for putting violent criminals behind bars where they all belong. He didn't once, not once, mention that the monster who killed those officers was a violent felon out on parole when he should have been in jail. Instead, what Joe Biden did is he sat there and shamelessly looked right into the camera and he pointed his finger at you and me. And he blamed us and our Second Amendment freedom. This is the same Joe Biden who serves as a national cheerleader for pro-criminal policies, and you know what I'm talking about, like no cash bail. It's the same Biden who wants to get rid of mandatory minimum sentences. And it's the same Joe Biden who refuses to get serious about prosecuting felons who violate federal gun laws, and instead, he just lets them go free. Make no mistake, Joe Biden's radical agenda to help violent criminals escape justice is only going to make deadly crime and the wave that is across our country right now spread farther and deeper into more communities all over our precious country. But no matter how hard Biden tries to blame us for the violent crime that he enables, I'm happy to report that Americans all over this country aren't buying into his agenda. You know what they're doing instead? They're out there in record number buying guns. Last year, 5.4 million Americans purchased a firearm for the first time in their lives. And you know why? Because all of them can see what's happening all around them in their country. And they want to be able to protect themselves, and they want to be able to protect their families. They pick up the paper, and they see the daily news stories of another violent robbery, another heinous murder in another part of their community that they always thought was safe. And they know that Joe Biden and his anti-gun allies care more about protecting criminals than protecting those law-abiding Americans. You know, I don't know if you saw this, but in a recent news story out of Los Angeles, California, a small gun shop owner in Beverly Hills, of all places, reported a huge increase in business from the folks you'd least expect. Movie stars, film executives, Hollywood bigwigs, more and more of them were sneaking into his shop and secretly buying guns. They're probably the same actors who buy a gun one day, and the next day they go out and rail against you and me and our Second Amendment rights. You know, when you think about it, maybe that's why so many celebrities are out there pushing so hard for mask mandates. They don't want anyone to recognize them when they sneak into the gun store. And if any of those Hollywood hypocrites are watching right now, as we sit here, I have a message for you. No matter how much you attack us, belittle us, or try to shame us for exercising our Second Amendment rights, the men and women of the National Rifle Association will fight for your right to keep and bear arms just as hard as we fight for ours. Because this freedom belongs to all of us as Americans. And even though we're facing off against an anti-gun White House, Nancy Pelosi and Charles Schumer, I'm proud to report that NRA isn't just holding the line for freedom, we're advancing it. Every time Joe Biden has tried to ram through his gun ban agenda through Congress, he's run into a brick wall of NRA members. Remember, and you will remember this, everyone's talking about it, when Biden nominated gun ban lobbyist David Chipman to head up ATF last year, Chipman would have used his position of power to lay waste to our gun rights in this country. Every so-called expert at the time said Chipman's confirmation was a done deal. There was nothing anybody could do about it, they all said. Well, they sure got that wrong. NRA went out and led the fight to stop Chipman's confirmation, and when the dust cleared, by gosh, we won. And he went down to defeat. We also have taken the biggest Second Amendment case in over 10 years all the way to the Supreme Court. It will be decided probably in June. This landmark case is going to decide whether every law-abiding American's right to self-defense stops at their front door or if it exists outside of their home. And thanks to the men and women of the NRA, your right to carry a firearm for self-defense in this country is now legally recognized in 42 states and counting. Yep. Because now more than ever, especially in Joe Biden's America, every law-abiding citizen should have the God-given right to defend themselves and their loved ones, no matter where you live in this country. I want to conclude by saying I can't tell you what an honor it is to be here with all of you today and what an inspiration all of you in this conference is. I know you're here today because when you get worried about America, you don't just shake your head and your fist and scream at the wall. You educate yourself. You take action. You lead, and you go out and fight back. I've seen you do it year after year. And never forget that your voice resonates far beyond this room. And when you're an NRA member, it resonates even farther, carrying the weight of millions of NRA members and tens of millions more Americans who support our cause and look to us for leadership in defending freedom. So from where I'm standing right now, I ask you, join us. Join millions of your fellow patriots across this nation by joining the NRA. Join the most successful civil rights organization in the history of our great nation. Join because you pledge your allegiance to the principles of freedom, not politics. And join because your right to self-defense is more sacred right now than any other right you possess. And join because there has never been a more important time to saddle up and ride with the National Rifle Association. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much. And let's keep fighting every day.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Senator Ted Cruz.
God bless CPAC. What an amazing sight. Thousands of patriots and not a damn mask in sight. Obviously, everyone here is just following Stacey Abrams' example. We find ourselves at an existential moment for our nation. The threats in our country have never been greater. So I want to do something a little bit unusual for CPAC. I want to step back and go a little more philosophical and ask, what is this battle all about? What are we fighting about in this nation? And I'm going to suggest that the fundamental conflict that is playing out across this great nation is a battle between power and liberty. The two are in fundamental conflict. We are seeing it every day. Vaccine mandates versus doctors and nurses. Mask mandates versus kids in school. Spotify versus Joe Rogan. GoFundMe versus Canadian truckers. Justin Trudeau Let's pause for a second and observe that is the first time in recorded history that any Canadian has ever elicited that much of a response from any crowd on planet Earth. Justin Trudeau. and the God-fearing Canadian truckers. The New York Times versus Barry Weiss. Levi's versus Jennifer Say. AOC versus damn near anyone who ever dared to criticize her. Although actually, as she told us, if you criticize her, it means you really want to date her. If you look at this battle, this is not a battle between the weak and the strong. Joe Rogan is many things, but he ain't weak. Major League Baseball, which went after the voters of Georgia, the Georgia voters are many things, but they ain't weak. The Biden Department of Justice, when they went after parents. Parents are many things, but they ain't weak. Just ask Loudoun County. Just ask Terry McAuliffe. Just ask all the left-wing Democrats in Virginia who are scared out of their minds right now. You got to understand what is playing out here. What is playing out is the powerful are afraid. They are terrified of you. They look out at the men and women in this room and you scare the living crap out of them. They are afraid of truth. They are afraid of liberty. That fear is driving them. Let me suggest a principle, a very simple principle for conservatives to understand. Big is bad. Across the board, big government sucks. Big business sucks. Big tech, big Hollywood, big universities. Any accumulation of power that is centralized is fundamentally dangerous for individual liberty. What is it that the communists want? The communists want control of everything. They want centralized power. How do we ensure freedom? You know, the principles I'm talking about were said far more eloquently, far more elegantly 2 centuries ago by James Madison in Federalist 10. James Madison talked about factions. That was an old word for special interests. And he said factions, if they're able to seize control of government, will strip away our liberty. And the genius of our Constitution is the checks and balances that divides government, that makes one branch fight with another branch, makes the executive and Congress fight, makes Congress and the judiciary fight, makes the federal government and the states fight. And what the framers, their genius was, the Supreme Court has called it splitting the atom of sovereignty. And that if the factions, if one faction can't seize control of everything, then they can't use that power against the people. That principle was true 2 centuries ago. It's true today. Why is our liberty so under assault? Because giant corporations, giant tech, giant government, they work together hand in hand. You look at what happened with Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan, Jen Psaki. Oh, come on, Jen Psaki doesn't get the Justin Trudeau treatment? All right. You know, Peppermint Patty deserves some love. Jen Psaki from the White House podium said, billionaires in Silicon Valley, please silence that pesky Rogan guy. There's a pattern of government asking big tech to silence dissent. In Canada, the Canadian truckers, Canadian government says, oh, GoFundMe, billionaires, please silence these pesky truckers. By the way, the workers of the world had a revolt, and the left is pissed. So what's the answer? The answer is threefold. Number one, fight power. Fight big government, fight big business, fight big tech, fight big Hollywood, fight big universities. Fight the centralization of power. Break it up. Break big tech up into a million little pieces. Decentralize. You know, we just had Wayne LaPierre talking about guns. Why is it the left, when they seize control, they immediately want to take away everyone's guns? Because then the state has a monopoly on force. If the only people with guns are the jackbooted thugs, then liberty is gone. So we need to decentralize. We need to break it apart. It's one of the reasons why I am so bullish on crypto, on Bitcoin, because it is decentralized and not controllable. And let me give a fantastic example. So Justin Trudeau said, I don't like me some truckers, so we're going to seize your assets. So then the court went to try to seize the crypto that was being given to the truckers. And I don't know how many of y'all saw a letter that I actually want to read from. It's a letter from a company, Bitcoin company called Nunchuck. Here's part of the letter. Dear Ontario Superior Court of Justice, our software is free. We do not collect any user identification information beyond email addresses. We also do not hold any keys. Therefore, we cannot freeze our users' accounts. We cannot prevent them from being moved. We do not have the knowledge of, quote, the existence, nature, value, and location of our users' assets. This is by design. Please look up how self-custody and private keys work. When the Canadian dollar becomes worthless, we will be here to serve you too. That is spectacular. By the way, contrast that to the craven, sniveling response of corporate America. When some whiny snowflake tweets at them, like, oh my God, I'm sorry. Like, God bless you saying to the government, go jump in a lake. That's how our country was founded. That is powerful. By the way, that is also why China recently banned Bitcoin. Because they can't control it, which is the exact same reason Elizabeth Warren hates Bitcoin. The Chinese communists and Elizabeth Warren, they both want to control you. Your assets, your savings, your speech, your life, your children, every decision they want to control. And so we need to break up the means of controlling the citizenry. I want an unruly, uncontrollable American, we the people. Number two, don't ever apologize to the woke mob. It doesn't work. They are not engaged in rational discourse. They are not actually offended at whatever idiocy it is they're whining about that moment. They want to destroy you. They want to silence you. They want to subjugate you. Respond with joy. Laugh at them. It drives them bananas. Okay, are leftists the least funny people on planet Earth? But you can't say that. You can't do that. No, I don't like that. I don't like, shut the hell up. It's none of your damn business. If I want to get a vaccine, I'll get the vaccine. If I don't want to get the vaccine, I won't get the vaccine. And it's none of your business how I decide for me and my family. That scares them because it's not controllable. And the third thing I'm going to say is speak out. Use your voice. Every one of you has a powerful megaphone to the world. Speak out and use your voice. 2 years ago, I launched a podcast, Verdict with Ted Cruz. All right, I want to say to everyone here under 40, please go and subscribe to my podcast. You can get it wherever you get your podcasts. 2 years ago, we were the #1 ranked podcast in the world. To everyone over 40, call your kids, call your grandkids, and ask them to subscribe you to the podcast. Number 2, text the word Cruz to the number 24005. Let me give you that again. Cruz to 24005. Why is that? Because we're using text, we're using the podcast, we're using email, we're using social media, we're using every tool to mobilize and energize a grassroots army because we are taking this country back from the lunatic socialist left that is trying to destroy our freedom. Let me say one final thing. In January of 2023, I'm looking forward to walking down the hallway in the United States Capitol and to bumping into a little man wearing overalls, carrying a screwdriver, and coming to change the sign on Nancy Pelosi's door. And Nancy is going to get on her broom. Okay, no, that's not fair. That's not fair. She's going to get on her private jet called the USS Broom and fly back to California. And we're going to send Chuck Schumer back to New York City. And then we're going to tell Joe Biden it's 2025 and he'll just wander back to Delaware. Change is coming. It is powerful. You want to know how powerful? Find me one person on planet Earth who doesn't know what "Let's Go Brandon" means. And not just in red states. How many of you saw at the New England Patriots game in Boston, the entire crowd chanting, "Let's go Brandon"? That is powerful. A wave is coming. We are taking our country back. We are standing up to power. We are defending liberty. We are defending the Constitution. We are defending the Bill of Rights. And together, we will save this great nation. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Senator Josh Hawley.
Hello, CPAC. Oh, it's great to see you. It's great to be back here and with you. You know, the last time that we were here together, just a year ago, they were trying to censor us, silence us, cancel us, muzzle us. In fact, they had just told me that because I stood up and objected on January 6th, that I ought to be run out of the United States Senate. I've got news for you. I wasn't backing down then. I haven't changed my mind now. Election integrity matters. Standing up for the rule of law matters. And our stand on that day and since is key for the liberty that we are fighting for. I don't know about you, but I thought the Biden administration was going to be pretty bad, didn't you? But they've turned out even worse than I could possibly have imagined. I mean, just look at what Joe Biden has tried to do in the space of one short year to this country. He has turned the FBI of the United States on the parents of the United States. Can you believe it? Treating school board parents at school boards as if they are domestic terrorists, sending FBI agents to go and knock on people's doors if they have the temerity to stand up and say, I don't want my kids to have to be masked in school. I don't want my kids to be taught critical race theory. He's tried to use the instruments of our own government to divide us, to separate us, to turn off speech that he doesn't want, that he doesn't like, that he doesn't approve of. And that's just getting started. Look at what he's done on the southern border. He's opened up the southern border and said to every cartel on the North American continent, come on in. The southern border, you know, sometimes we say it's chaos at the southern border. That's not quite right. Actually, somebody is in control of the southern border. The problem is it's the cartels who are in control of the southern border, not the United States, the cartels who are running drugs across our border, who are running children across our border. Human trafficking is exploding. And I don't know about you, but in the state of Missouri where I'm from, we like to say that we're a border state too, because the drugs that are flooding into our schools, that are flooding into our neighborhoods, that are flooding into every part of the state are coming across that southern border that Joe Biden has thrown open and has said, come on in. It's chaos on the border. It's the rule of the cartels on the border. It's a use of the FBI against parents. And then look at what he did in Afghanistan. I have never seen an American president who would leave behind hundreds, if not thousands, of American citizens to the enemy and say that the operation was an extraordinary success. Do you remember that? Afghanistan wasn't an extraordinary success. It was an extraordinary failure by Joe Biden. It was an extraordinary collapse by this administration. It was the worst foreign policy disaster since the Vietnam War. 13 American service members, brave Marines, other members wearing the uniform, were lost in Afghanistan guarding Abbey Gate because Joe Biden wouldn't order an evacuation when his own military told him to do it. Because days before the terrorist attacks, Joe Biden hadn't even planned how he was going to get Americans out of the country. And yet, he would go before the people of the United States and say that the evacuation was an extraordinary success and he was proud of it. That was the day, ladies and gentlemen, that I called on Joe Biden to resign. He should have resigned then. He should resign now. He's not fit to be president. He can't lead this country. He's trying to shove critical race theory down our throats and in every aspect of our government. It's in the military. It's in government training. It's in our universities, all backed now by the power of the Biden administration. I have sat in the United States Senate and asked nominee after nominee, will you pledge to oppose critical race theory? Will you pledge to stop it from being taught, from being promulgated in the United States government? And the answer is no. They're radical on this issue. They believe in critical race theory. They believe that America is systemically racist. They believe that America is systemically broken. They believe that we're a nation of oppressors. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I've got news for you and for them. We're not a nation of oppressors. We're a nation of liberators. We're proud of our history. We're proud of our heritage, and we're going to stand up for it. And now you look at what's happening in Ukraine. You talk about weakness on the part of Joe Biden. He comes to office, and what does he do? He shuts down American energy production and greenlights Russian energy production. He greenlights Putin's pipeline and he shuts down American pipelines. Is it any wonder that Vladimir Putin feels emboldened to do whatever the heck it is he wants to do? Is it any wonder that China feels emboldened to do whatever it is the heck that they want to do? When we have a president who doesn't believe in American strength, who doesn't believe in American energy, who doesn't believe in American jobs, and who has no sense of the priorities and challenges that are threatening this country. I've got a suggestion for Joe Biden tonight. I would just say this, Mr. President, have some confidence in the American people. Show some strength to the world. Open up American energy production full throttle. Open it up right now. Put Americans back to work. You know, I noticed that rednecks and roughnecks get a lot of bad press these days. But hey, here's the true thing. Rednecks and roughnecks are the core, the backbone of the American economy. And it is time to allow the good, strong American worker to go out there and start drilling for oil, to start exploring for natural gas, to start fracking again. Let them do what we do best. Show America, show the world the strength of this nation. Put America back to work. Open up American energy. And I'll tell you this. I am not willing to wait around to see what Joe Biden does. On Monday, the United States Senate comes back into session, and on Monday, I will introduce legislation to open back up American energy production in this country 100%. Open it up. Put people back to work. Get the oil flowing, get the natural gas pumping, get the biofuels going, all of it. We are the #1 energy producing nation in the world, or we should be. Joe Biden gave that away. It's time to take it back. And if you want to send a message to Vladimir Putin, here's a message to send him. We're going to be the ones who supply the oil and gas to the world. We're going to shut down your energy sector, and we're going to open ours up like you've never seen it before. That's the message we ought to send. That's a message of American strength. But this president, he doesn't believe in American strength. This president believes that there's something fundamentally wrong with the soul of this nation. And that, at the end of the day, is really what we're fighting for, isn't it? We are fighting to defend the soul of America. You know, Joe Biden has spent a year, if you think about what all of his policies put together mean, he has spent a year telling this country that we are broken, that we are backwards, that we are racist, that we are weak. He thinks the soul of America, he thinks the heart of America is warped and wicked. Well, I'm from the heartland of America. I was born there. I was raised there. I know the heart of this country, and it is true and it is good. And on the basis of America's heart, we will rebuild our strength. There's nothing wrong with America. There's something wrong with Joe Biden. That's what we have to take our stand on. This is the time to rebuild our strength on the principles and fundamentals that we hold most dear, to strengthen our families, to strengthen our neighborhoods, to strengthen our churches, to strengthen our nation. This is a time for American strength. The world needs America's strength. The world needs to see that we are ready to stand strong again. You know, Ronald Reagan used to say that in the 19th century, we built the greatest industrial economy that the world had ever seen. In the 20th century, we built the greatest technological economy the world had ever seen. And now in the 21st century, we seem to have spent most of it, thanks to our friends on the left, apologizing. And I don't know what in the world we're apologizing for. We have nothing to apologize for as Americans. We have everything to be proud of and to stand up for. So here's what I propose we do. I propose that in this critical year in 2022, when we have the opportunity to take back the United States House, to take back the United States Senate, that we stand up and say that the fight for America is about the soul of America, and we are going to take our stand on the goodness of America, and we are going to renew America's strength. We're going to open up our energy production. We're going to open up our economy. We're going to bring jobs back to this country. Why is it that we should be dependent for our energy, our critical goods, on other nations, and not just on any other nations, but on our enemies? Why is it that Joe Biden has tried to make us more dependent, has tried to make us subservient to China and Russia and Iran and OPEC? Why is it that Joe Biden now has to go to the OPEC countries and beg them to increase oil production? I say enough of that. America is the strongest nation in the history of the world, and it's time we started acting like it. This is the time. So no matter what this administration tries to do to divide us, and by the way, that's all they have left. Have you noticed that? All they have left is division and accusation. All they have left is the attempt to make us live in fear. That's what they've been trying to do since last January. They've been trying to tell us we've got to live in a state of constant emergency. COVID, a constant emergency. January 6th, a constant emergency. They've been saying that we've got to trust the government to tell us what we can do, where we can go, what we can teach our kids, what we can say. And the message is fear, 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 fear. Well, I don't know about you, but I am an American. I refuse to live in fear. I refuse to be afraid. I refuse to bow down. I refuse to say the government can tell me what to do. And so here is my hope for 2022. This is going to be the year, my fellow Republicans, my fellow conservatives, this is going to be the year that we lead this nation out of fear, that we lead this nation back to strength, that we lead this nation to take a stand on the principles that we hold most dear, that we say there's nothing wrong with America, that America is the hope of the world, it's the future of the world, and it is still, even now, the last best hope on earth. God bless you. Thank you so much for having me. And God bless CPAC. Thank you so much. Thank you.
We're not just any news network. We show the crowd, we show the energy, we show the enthusiasm, we interview people, we show the smiles on everyone's faces as they fill into one of these venues to support their president, to support their values, their beliefs, their flag, their country. We show all of that to you. We bring it right up to you and make it personal, as if you're with us here experiencing it for yourself. This is one of the things that we pride ourselves in doing, is showing you on the ground experience of how people are seeing it and experiencing it for themselves. Just the energy is so electric and exciting. People recognize us everywhere we go. We have to stop and take photos. There are thousands of people that come up to us after each event and ask us to keep fighting for them, keep showing the truth. They thank us. They thank us for giving them a voice, because nobody else will give them a voice. Instead, they take who they really are and turn them into something that they're not. They try to say that these are white supremacist gatherings and they're neo-Nazis. They spin all these false narratives, but in reality, there are Filipinos, there are Thai people, they're Chinese, they're Brazilian, they're Cubans, they're Africans, they're Jamaicans, they're Americans. There are people from all over the world, to be honest with you. Everybody supports this president. Everybody supports American ideals of liberty, truth, freedom. We can't thank you enough for supporting us at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We are almost entirely viewer supported. This isn't just our network, it's your network. This is a network for the people. This is a network that's about truth, delivering the truth, showing what's actually happening in the world from the perspective of the average person. We don't take money from big corporations. We don't take money from billionaires and big donors. We are all about the people. We're an independent media corporation. Your donations keep us to support Right Side Broadcasting. Go to our website, go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. Send your checks to our physical address or donate via Super Chat during our live streams. God bless you, and thank you for supporting Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Marge from Michigan. Hey, Marge, how you doing, darling?
I'm doing good. How are you, ladies?
I'm doing wonderful.
great.
Okay, Marge, what do you think about the convoy that's going to be happening here in the United States?
I think it's great. I've been watching it all in Ottawa, in Toronto. I think they really started the ball rolling. But one thing I did